Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Muhammad Hamid Khan, and today I'm back with my first ever webinar on my YouTube channel. And I have very bright minds joining me today. And as by the way, let me give some reference for this webinar. Like as I and Germans announced on socials that are we should we start creating a topical map from scratch, like live topical map creation, or we just show how our topical map is done and what the steps were involved and how we made that topical map. So everyone, like almost every one of you has voted, and you said that we start with the live topical map creation of the actual steps based on the Koray framework. And it's been a it's been a long time, and we were like planning how we can do it, how what the format would be and everything. So but today we are going to record this, and we are like live. And before moving forward, I would love to introduce guests. uh Kermans has joined me today, as usual, my semantic SU partner, and Sara Taher has joined me today. So thank you guys for joining me. And today's like gonna be very lengthy, I guess. Maybe could jump up to maybe 2 or 3 hours. Not sure, by the way, how much time we need. So I would like to ask the guests, for example, like Kermans, if you can introduce yourself, and then we can start. Continue.
Sure. So my name is Germans Frolovs, and maybe I'll just say I'm not from Germany. I'm from Latvia. This is the usual second question I always get. I started SEO maybe 4 years ago, and the last year and a half I've been really much going into semantic SEO and topical authority, according to also Koray's framework, like Hamid mentioned. And day to day, I'm a digital marketing manager, but all the rest of the time, I do SEO and go to the gym, and that's basically it. And working on some personal projects, also implementing Korai's framework, and very happy to be here today. Also to have this collaboration with Hamid and also with Sarah to show also and explain my perspective on topical maps and how it could be done step by step in a practical way.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. So you are looking energetic, by the way.
Very hyped, very hyped.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Sarah, your turn.
Yep. Hey, everyone. I'm Sara Taher. I've been doing SEO for 10 years now. I work both agency side and client side, and super excited to be here today. And Hamid mentioned he has the bright minds here on the podcast. It's 4:20 a.m. here, so I'm not very bright right now, but it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, it's like my first time ever. I think someone like in front of me having like live podcast at like 4 a.m. I must have some clap first.
Definitely.
Okay, so I guess it's kind of good trio to have like sync our minds together to the process, like how I think then Germans can add up. Okay, about, and correct me if I'm wrong somewhere. So for example, we're gonna, three of us, like finalize some process concrete steps of how our map should be done, and we have like choose some good example of a business model or website, for example, and then we can proceed further. So um, let's start then, or you gonna give some disclaimer first? We should start.
I think we can start.
Okay, okay, okay. That's cool. Okay, so Garments, I'm sharing my screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, so let me move to the document, like here, create a new document and a new spreadsheet. Garments, roughly, like when it comes to topical map, how many maps like we created so far, you and I?
I haven't created that many. I think maybe about 8 to 10 in total. But yeah, there's one huge topical map. Maybe I showed it to you once. I'm continuously completing it. It is 4,000 pages, huge. So yeah, but to answer your question about 8 to 10, what about you? Is it within hundreds or?
It's like 5 to 6 at the moment I'm currently doing, and more than maybe 50 for clients.
Yeah,
Uh, and for mine websites, they're literally not gonna do for them. Like time is like time shortage. So, but every like one thing I would say, I mean, to everyone who's watching, I mean, every time I create a new topical map, even that knowledge domain or the, for example, business model, or for example the uh, industry is same, even I have to rectify, or for example improve from my previous steps. So this is the real beauty, I guess. So every time you do it, you make things more simpler, for example, as well, and the time would also be cut short. If I'm what do you think, by the way?
I think the way to summarize it, your last topical map is always going to be worse than your next one. You're always improving. You're always find ways how to systematize it, right? And yeah, like you said, it's going to become faster over time, and better and simpler. And yeah, you will just learn more how to connect things together in a better way. But it's all about brain reflexes. Also, how Koray says, at first it might be hard to find out how to lay it out, how to connect all these things together. But over time, your brain will just work in a different way, and you'll understand how to connect these topics in a more efficient manner.
Yeah, amazing. All right. So, Garmans, I think we should set some roadmap for this webinar. Like, there's some certain terms or terminologies that a person should know first, then in order to even watch this video, for example. So we can, once we say a specific term, he relate that, okay, how, what it is, how to do it, and then we can proceed further with the like best practices, do's and don'ts, and then uh, proceed with the real example, for example, with that specific term. So one thing I would like to say here, like there are some glossary terms like we put together in the Notion, and yeah. So for everyone, I think it's recommended to have a specific idea of what, for example, as an is an entity, and then some topical map specific things as well, like macro semantics. So this is, I think, the first step before even before watching this video. So first thing we define here, like step one is to grasp or understand. Yeah. And we'll put link, by the way, in the description as well of the video, and we'll share with the comments. By the way, would you like to add some more terms to this one?
We'll have to maybe go through it one more time after we record this video and see whether we have mentioned something that hasn't been specified in the document, and then we could add it after that.
Yeah. All right. So, but I think it's better to write specific terms that are mainly involved in a topical map. Like it
Yeah,
starts with source context, then we,
central entity.
yeah, central search intent, I guess.
Yep. Core and outer sections. Those would be the 5 components that we would always start with.
Okay, I think it's better to have like this. Make it like bold, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so then some more things we'll discuss later, like attribute types, like prominent, relevant, like this, and there are more as well, but mainly these we'll
Yeah,
discuss.
we could go step by step, and we'll add to this list as we go on.
Yeah. Okay. So step one, first we have to finalize a business model, like from where it all starts. So a
Maybe we
business
could
model. Yeah.
define it as such, the source context, and then also, like you said, yeah, the fact that the business model needs to be playing a part there. So would you define source context for the audience, and then we could give some examples?
Yeah, I think source context based. This is actually term coined by Koray Tuğberk Gübür, Turkish guy by the way. And okay, so everyone knows about him. So according to Koray, source context is that defines the main or primary monetization methods of a business. It could be multiple, but it defines what are the main methods how a business earns money. So this is, I think, a source context is.
Yeah, you could say the purpose of the brand, and like you said, how it makes that money. And maybe we could give an example of many content sites nowadays where they solely generate traffic to get that traffic and to run ads. This is not the best possible source context to have. Over time, you might lose traffic, and then you have to think about something next. So you have to really think why, what is the purpose of the brand, and how you can justify your existence in the SERP. Without that source context, everything else that we'll discuss in a topical map will be impossible to do without a clear understanding of the source context.
Yeah. Okay, so this is in a source context is like before moving forward, we define our source context, and then we connect every effort or every even topic or even every word is like connected with the main business model or the source context. Okay, so this is the source context. Should we go further with central entity, or we discuss some examples of source context?
Sarah has a question.
Sarah has a question. Okay.
Already, yeah. No, I was just, if you're gonna discuss examples, that's great, because I liked how you phrased it, like source context justify why you are in SERPs. And like, what about people who launch personal websites out of branding, for example, right, as part of their personal brand? How would that fit into this?
Yeah.
But again, you can answer this after if you want to give examples first, or I just wanted to put it out there, like, you don't have to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. And maybe to answer the personal branding website at first, probably your way to monetize that traffic would be probably get bookings, get consultations. So I think in my view, this is how you would reinforce that context of like, let's say that if you then open a blog section in your personal website, you will have some kind of hopefully topical map, and then towards let's say the bottom in the micro section, we'll talk about that as well, of each page, you will try to then switch the context slightly towards the services that you offer, the consultations, and primarily, well, make users take that action. How would you answer that question, Hamid, about the personal website before we dive into examples?
Okay, so personal website, like there could be multiple ways. Either he's like doing an affiliate, kind of like promoting any product or service, kind of is directly selling himself like as a consultant. I mean, providing some consultancy services, or for example, linking to his agency website, or just asking them to book. I mean, services come as a retainer, for example. So there could be like multiple ways. So the source context, I mean, different websites, like one website can have multiple source contexts as well. So in this case, for a personal website, the one I mentioned could be the source context. But if you have any other in mind, Sarah, you can tell us.
No, I think I'm aligned with what you're saying. I'm just trying to think, what if, like, a news website, for example, like there's no specific conversion on the, what if, like, there's no
Mm.
specific conversion on the website, right? Ads, of course, they're like, they want to get ad views, but how would you translate that to source context?
I mean, yeah, for a news website, I think some newsletter kind of, if like the website has a paid newsletter, like paid subscription, more like Medium one who just like introduced paid subscription to have like read guides on a daily basis, subscribe to those. So this is for a news website, could be like introduce or launch a paid newsletter and then ask people to subscribe to that newsletter on a monthly basis, some amount, and then this is I think the best one for a news website.
I think I'm having a feeling, and maybe I'm wrong, correct me,
Hmm.
but if the source context is the way you describe it is similar to the way you describe the title tag of the homepage. If you like don't do branding, they're just what you're doing there. Like,
Actually, about page is the best place to find out what is the source context. What does the company do? What is the business? How they earn money? But you're also right that in homepage it should be reinforced the same way as well.
I mean, the title tag specifically of the homepage, right? The title tag, which the SEO
Yeah.
title tag, which specifies what this website is doing, is probably very similar to. I'm not saying, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel this is the source context. Yeah.
Yeah, most of the time, I think in title it's mentioned. Like, if, for example, a website is selling laptops, so it will be like the title tag could be like buy, uh, for example, gaming laptops, something like that, or shop. Some verb, that verb actually defines like shop, buy, explore, right? Learn or compare. These verbs define the action that someone will take when come to the site. So that specific thing could like mainly described in the title tag. So yeah, this is how you can one specific place from where you can identify a website source context. So yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I could also then show other examples from the SOP for topical map creation. I have 5 there, so maybe we could go through of them. What do you think?
Like you mean like the other components of topical map, we should cover those first?
Maybe just an example of a source context in different scenarios.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Maybe just vism.net, you know, the topical authority course example, where that one is German, a visa consultancy, for example, or
Yeah.
visa
Why
consultancy website as such.
Wisdom
Yeah.
is like one of the example we normally look at. Okay, we move to the home page. Sarah, do you know Turkish, by the way?
No. Do you? Because you feel like you do.
No, no. After semantics, I cannot learn any more thing in life. It's like kind of just trying to remember this stuff. Yeah. So this Sarah, this website actually, or for the audience actually, they're providing visa consultancy services for the people who are from Turkey who want to go to other countries like UK, Canada, and Bulgaria, for example. So they're like providing visa consultancy services. So, and this source context actually, from that they identified their entity, like each country where someone will go, and then that's another debate. Okay, so source context is like visa consultancy for this website.
Yeah.
What is the title tag of the homepage?
The privileged way to go abroad.
But that's like a branding thing. But if it's
Yeah.
like an SEO one, it would have been very different. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like tagline, but let's check this one. Okay, this is I think more close to the source context.
Yeah.
Luxury water from Svalbard. So which means luxury water. It's like they're selling, right? They didn't use any
Shop,
verb like shop.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're selling it, by the way. So they're like selling luxury water. I think this is the exact source context of this website. Okay, so all good.
Yeah, maybe some very more obvious examples. Like I think if a company provides like a project management software, that would be the source context. Or an example, I think also that Koray shared was gymdesk.com, and there it was trainer and gym management software.
Hmm.
And with any software product, that would be most likely the source context. Uh, yeah, same with apps. And for e-commerce, of course, it would be that product type e-commerce and selling that product type. So
Hmm.
uh, usually, in some cases, it is very clear what is the source context, how they are earning money. But in some cases, like personal branding website, newsletter, news website, that can be a little bit more challenging, and that really depends on the business itself and how they, yeah, because there are so many different ways of monetizing the traffic that you get.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
I
Do you
think
want to
that would,
try site operator with asana.com?
Mm.
Now, like manage your team's work, projects, and tasks online. Would that fit a source context?
maybe central search intent, but not necessarily source context, because yeah, the intent of the user landing on the website, regardless whether they're ready to buy or not, would be probably some of those things that you just see in their title tag for the homepage. But when it comes to source context, then we really need to understand what is the purpose of the brand, how they are going to earn money and monetize users. By
Okay, yeah.
selling this software, that would be more precise example for Asana. And Business Map, yeah, that's a competitor of Asana, I guess.
Yeah, I guess Sarah was asked a very good question. I mean, this is I mean they written some outcomes when they use Asana, what they will get. For example, like they will be managing their team's work, projects, and tasks online. So a source context actually, yeah, kind of this is central search. And Government's like said it very correct. So this is kind of like tagline stuff. So but source context mainly I mean the best place is to find it on the about us page. So as mentioned by Germans as well, like same they've written outcomes at scale. This is the main outcome of this using this product. Then they've written like upgrade to business agility platform that helps your entire company aligns your goal and deliver your quality work faster. Again, this is what they're doing, and the user who will be using their product, what they'll be getting in return. So yeah, so we can like identify through the like solutions what their source context is, and then their about us page as well. So I think that's how it should be. Okay. I think one thing I would add here, like the benefit of having a source context or the importance of having a source context is like if you start your website, if you start creating a topical map without even knowing what ultimately you want someone to come to your website or visit a page, what the final action you want them to take. If you don't know about that precisely, it will ultimately like waste your cost, waste your budget and time as well. And even for the search engine, it's very necessary to have some specific monetization method or branding or brand identity mentioned everywhere or at the important places, like what your website is about and then how you monetize. So actually it helps you to I mean to convert a specific reader as well, number one, and number two, it will uh, help you to let Google understand that you are a brand as well. So both ways, it's like very necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And for different types of websites, different types of actions are actually then prioritized by search engines. Like things like different types of websites, different types of source context, different types of website layouts are necessary. It could be that for a banking website, you need to put a form. For example,
Yeah.
like I think the example that Koray always mentioned, without it, without elements like such, maybe of course your source context would be different, but also you would not be aligned with how your competitors are within the group of websites that you're also clustered together with. So that's also an important aspect. Yeah, I think without source context understanding, topical map is not going to be a topical map. You will fail while creating it. I had many cases where we did not have source context clearly defined, and then the core section and topics within the core section were such a struggle sometimes to connect and actually lay out in a proper way. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So we'll start with the example of the topical map as well, and then we move to the other components. Okay. So for our website governments, what source context we should pick? For this topical map video.
Yeah. We briefly discussed that interesting niche and quite well understandable for many people would be mobile phones as an industry or niche. And then the source context in that case could be mobile phone reviews type of website.
Okay, so mobile phone reviews, or we can say, for example,
And comparisons. Yeah.
comparison website, kind of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it defines what the website is doing. Okay. Since mobile phone can have like multiple, for example, if this is an entity, right? There could be multiple behaviors, like someone want to purchase it, from a business point of view, maybe someone is like selling mobile phones, someone is like just reviewing it, or someone is just providing mobile phones on rent. So might be different behaviors associated with this specific entity. So you define like what behavior your website is dealing with. So it's like just comparing, right? So okay, so Garmans, your favorite topic, choosing the central entity.
I think you already answered it. It's going to be a mobile phone. That's the entity. Maybe at first we could briefly talk about what is an entity, and then what is a central entity, because there's a lot of confusion about that as well. I would define entity as, well, it could be something that is well defined, a thing or a concept or a subject that can be uniquely identified and distinguishable compared to other things, and often associated with a specific name or a term. It could be places, people, it could be organizations, events, products, or even some kind of abstract concepts like for example, project management, for example. And then the central entity would define really what the website is about, what is the main subject that the website is talking about, site-wide, or maybe segment-wide. It could be not just the whole website about it, but it could be a portion of the website about that, where we would have a topical map built around that section of the website. Please correct me if I'm wrong, or if you could add more.
Yeah, based on my version, I can explain by you uh, I mean you tell it very precisely and correctly. So for me, I guess central entity is okay. First, entity. Okay, entity is anything that has like its attributes or characteristics, and has like it can be explained through some words, right? uh, and then you can say that anything like tangible, non-tangible, subject, object, anything that has its characteristics could be an entity, place, person, or thing that we just studied in from the start. And then from an entity that has any existence present, central entity is like the difference between entity and central entity is central entity is the one that you choose while before creating a topical map, and then every node or every topic that you publish on your website later or at that time is talking about one specific entity in general, which is your central entity. So this is, I guess, and you use your central entity in your, for example, in your, site-wide engrams. If you like study a website and the site-wide engrams of that website, you will probably see that what the main entity this website is talking about. It could be anything, like if mobile phone is your central entity, everywhere in your website, every topic or every like menu footer, you'll be like discussing the context, different attributes or different anything like verbs or behaviors, all are related to mobile phone. If this is the case, then mobile phone is your central entity of the website, of the topical map, sorry.
And where would you look for different resources to kind of like verify whether this is a central entity that you could pursue?
I think central entity, you're asking about choosing the central entity, right?
Yeah, well, when choosing the specific name, are you using any sources or specific websites where you could find out, okay, this could be recognized as an entity?
Yeah, I'll start first with the source context. What is the main thing the business is dealing with? And then probably we'll see the taxonomy or the ontologies even from, and double check it with Google's, for example, knowledge basis, right? If I see it right here, our, by the way, target country is United States.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the main, I guess, signal I normally look at.
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. And one
That's
more.
a crazy
Uh,
shopping grid. That did not happen a few years ago.
mm. And one more thing, Garmans, you notice if there's like knowledge panel appearing for a specific term, which means that is Google is recognizing that topic as an entity, for example. So if you see like orange, like this,
Mhm.
this is company name. So Google recognizing, okay, this is an entity, and fruit orange is also an entity, but this one is like more popular entity. So that's why Google is like, okay, this should be coming here. And I would also say that you go deep to the categories here as well. Like this page is tagged with mobile phones, mobile telecommunication services, some more. Okay, so we are actually some more candidates we are actually finding here are like coming to our mind, like telecommunication. This could be also some could be an entity as well. Like if you look at this as a whole, there are like multiple entities as well. Then you figure out what specific thing is like, what specific entity could be your central entity that is more close to your source context, mobile telecommunications as well. So but I guess mobile phone is the main one. Like satellite phone is as well here.
Mhm. And also another source for this is Wikidata. I think you are also often using it.
Figure out.
Yes, you stopped for a second or two. Now we're back.
Okay. Can you hear me properly now?
Yeah, all good.
Okay. So I just ask, like, based on your knowledge, how do you pick central entity?
I would often look for something that is identified as an entity in Wikipedia, or like you said, knowledge panels. Yeah, that's typically how I do it. But then again, there are different entity also types sometimes. Sometimes you do not pick for example, in Visa example, it is not that clear that it is. Many people would just pick a Visa, right? But then the fact that you will have those users with a name to go to different countries, actually picking country as an entity type makes more sense. So that's also sometimes which could happen. And one way to identify what could be the, let's say, entity type is in this case queries, I would say, by, let's say, using hrefs. You could just by plugging in your best guess central entity, and then you might find out that there's an actually a different entity type. If you just look for visa, for example, in hrefs, you will see that to that query, countries is going to be added as a modifier, let's say, all the time. So in that case, you could clearly see that probably not the visa is the central entity, but the country mainly plus visa. So hrefs, Wikipedia, Wikidata, those are all the sources that I research to find out what is the central entity in this case. Sarah also has a question.
Okay, so something like Amazon, what would be the central entity? Because I mean, they have a lot of stuff going on there, right? Like, what would be? I will not go back to the source context, but at least for the central entity, yeah.
I think that would be dependent on the segment that you're in, and if you would say, they probably have thousands if not millions central entities for every single sub and maybe subfolder of the website.
So you'll have to segment the website. You will not deal with it as one big website. You'll just have to focus on areas one by one. Okay.
Yeah, that's how I would approach it.
Actually, central entities are like related to one topical map, right? And a website could have multiple topical maps as well. Like, for example, if Amazon is dealing with electronics and then dealing with as well like technology and then some food as well, right? So it
And
could
books,
have like,
for example.
yeah, books as well. So it can like create multiple topical maps and then different entities for different topical maps. And around that entity, the whole topical map will be centered around. So yeah. Grandmas, by the way, I have a cool idea in mind. Like, I also normally see like figure out the top competition who are like in the sub dominating the sub, for example, and I see what the top n-gram they've used. I mean, through their title, descriptions, headings, even content, etc., etc., even sitemap urls as well. I figure out what the common one word, two word, three word n-grams they've been using, and I figure out the main entity they're like talking about, and then I double check with my research. Okay, I'm like going good. So it's not always about scraping the whole websites. For example, if one like Investopedia is like talking about like mortgage, and my website and Investopedia is like talking about other topics as well, right? Mortgage and other investment or real estate topics, but I'm just talking about mortgage. My source contact is, for example, mortgage consultancy. So I will just look at Investopedia's mortgage topics, right? And then I'll see, okay, if I'm doing right or not. So I'll just double check with the top competition to see what specific entity they are talking about, and then I'll double check, okay, I'm going right or not.
Very good example. Yeah, like n-grams, that's where you can really see other things and hints about what actually the website is talking about. Very good point. I completely agree.
Yeah. Yes, Sarah.
So if just a general question, if two different SEOs are building a topical map for the same website, would they should be the same or they will be different?
It's I see many times also how different people have different approaches of building a topical map. You might think, oh my God, they're going different ways, but somehow at the end of the day, they do come to a similar conclusion of what is the core section, what is the outer section, and yeah, what is the central entity. But it's yeah, it could be that it might be different depending on understanding of the topic and how those are connected. But what do you think? I think more or less, if you know how to build a topical map, it should be very similar, maybe 80-90% similar.
Yeah, I guess this is the right answer. And like mostly at core or outer section, the debate happens. Even sometimes I always do debate, okay, why this shouldn't be in core, just for my understanding. Even sometimes, because for every website or every central entity or source context, based on condition, things differ. You cannot have some specific rule for that. So I guess, yeah. And even for the Visum.net, people were asking me, okay, why Korea didn't choose Visa as a central entity? Why Germany? Why Bulgaria? Why not Visa? Because that's his source. His main source context was Visa consultancy. So he should have chosen Visa as the central entity, not the country where someone will go after having the consultancy of Visa. So yeah, so which means it varies from different conditions to conditions.
And why Germany not Germany Visa as central entity?
I think it is Germany as a country plus Visa within that segment of the topical map. Those are the two entities chosen, and then in that example, it was some aspects of Germany as a country were processed, and then also very much deeply it was processed. Everything in regards to visa process, visa for X, Y, and Z, what types of visas, right, within the context of going to Germany. So in that case, yeah, both were kind of like merged, right?
Yeah, I have an answer as well for that question. If someone asks, like, because the center search intent was like about knowing and going of the Germany. So the person who ultimately, like for example, a person coming for visa consultancy, ultimate his goal is to go to that specific country like Germany. So why not he talk about that country? Because if someone is like searching for visa consultancy, might also be searching for different attributes or contexts like whether in Germany or population or everything about that country. And then that's why he figured out the main behaviors, multiple behaviors from uh, of a user that come as to get visa consultancy. And then he picked that central entity because that entity was like defining the behavior of that user more precisely instead of visa. So it's like about not just dictionaries, it's about the behavior of user as well, what ultimately he gonna do.
And I think it could also have happened that you would work your way through source context, central entity, central search intent, and then you will realize, oh my God, I figured out that I have a better central entity now in mind. Then you have to go back and fix that.
Mhm.
So I think that's where the magic happens. Once you find out the first, second, third, then
Mhm.
you can verify whether you're on the right path. But
Yeah.
yes, a central entity for our case will be mobile phone. And Sarah, question?
I'm very sorry that I'm very annoying. Very sorry. Is
No
it
worries.
okay? How about mobile phones, plural? And why not mobile phone reviews as well? I mean, it can be an entity. Just your thoughts.
Uh, the whole website will not be only about reviews, even though that is the source context. That's why I need to cover also other attributes of the entity mobile phone, accessories, about brands, about types of mobile phones, and many other things.
Yeah, Sarah, one more thing. If we just talk about mobile, because having mobile phone reviews as a central entity means that we'll be bound to just discuss about mobile phone reviews. But on the other hand, the competition is talking about other mobile phone attributes as well. So we will not classify ourselves with the competition, and ultimately Google will decide that okay, this website is just providing information on reviews, and kind of can figure out that this website just writing for the sake of ranking. But on the other hand, one website is writing topics just for providing information or helping users, which means that is more preferable choice for Google to choose as a whole source who's talking about mobile phone as a general entity.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess central search intent, what it is, then we can go with the example. So based on my knowledge, I will explain, then obviously Germans will add. Central search intent is basically defines what type of visitor will come to your site and all the behaviors, and what type of things he will do. Like he will like research information, he will compare different mobile phone, and then he will ultimately buy those phone. First he will learn about what is a mobile phone. He need to, if he not like pass through one step like what is a mobile phone, then he will not go to other steps as well. So central search intent is basically defines the or connects the all the behaviors of a user that ultimately will buy a mobile phone. And central segment could be different for your website, right? And it's actually unification of source context and central entity. And I guess now Garmans can add more.
Maybe to add more, I would say that it is really focusing on augmenting the predicates and verbs and their combinations with the nouns. And then you find out what is the main, like you say, user group intent that they want to do, whether it's know, buy, compare, sell, or whatever.
So it's like verbs plus central entity, right? Or
Yeah, yeah,
predicate.
yeah.
Yeah. So in our case, it could be like people who want to buy a phone. He might be looking for like find phones, like find and then compare
Um,
best mobile phones, something like that. Is there anything good?
yeah, yeah, I think so. Maybe instead of compare and buy, we could argue about that, whether that could be if there's some kind of, I don't know, discount of finding the best deals that you also need to or would like to buy at that place, or maybe through that website, not necessarily just find and compare. But this is up for discussion.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so this is, I guess, the last thing we'll do, and then we'll go to the real topical map. Okay, so course section. Garments, you should start with course section, what it is and how we can choose this, and in this case, what should be it.
Yeah, so it is unification of the previous two, the source context and the central search intent. And it really like, focuses on the main attribute of the central entity that we have chosen, which then actually would come from the source context. So what is yeah, the main attribute in this case would be mobile phone reviews, and we'll really go deep into that. We'll talk about every type of possible mobile phone and reviewing them, and also comparing them with another types of mobile phones and models and brands and all that. So that where the whole that's the in this case that would be the core section, and that's how I would also define it. Of course, all the also ranking signals, all the internal links will, as much as possible, will also flow from the outer section to the core section, kind of like uh, flowing the page rank right to the most important section of your website. That would be how I would define it, and also that would be, I think, the example in this case.
Yeah, yeah. If I can just uh, can relate more here. Mm, yeah, this one.
Are you adding a link to this board as well in the video description?
Yeah, yeah. It's public, by the way. I'll put the link of this as well. So it mainly talks about um the main attributes of the central entity. Like, for instance, if you're an affiliate for an electric car charges, the quality is the main attribute, and durability, charge time, or maintenance are the derived attributes of the quality from the main attribute. Similarly, if you're an engineering company for an electric car, chargers, the production is the main attribute, right? And materials, design types are derived attributes according to the source context, and the core section of the topical map needs to be densified further. So it densified means it go depth in a specific main attribute, like in here durability, charge time, maintenance are derived attributes of quality. So this is how, I mean, core section is like go deep in a specific attribute, and that attributes, the main attribute is like more close to the source context, like about the what business is actually offering in the first place. So yeah, I guess. It's- and for this example, the main attribute is like, I guess, reviews of mobile phones.
Yes, Yeah, reviews, maybe also buying guides, maybe also some deals, and then within reviews category, there are going to be many other subcategories.
Yeah. Okay, so mobile phone reviews, and in reviews we can talk about like brands reviews. You said deals, yeah, and
Different categories of mobile phones, whether it is a budget, a flagship, and many
mm,
other types. Um, yeah, maybe yeah, feature specifications, but we'll have to look at the queries to find out whether that could be like a group in its own. But definitely also buying guides, I think, could be a different also
yeah,
subsection within the core section.
buying guides, yeah, I guess. mm, yeah, could add categories or features as well, like
Hmm.
this. Yeah, like battery is like the feature, so maybe someone asking for best mobile phones with good battery.
Yeah,
It could be like kind of taxonomy or query template or distribution of like derived attribute of kind of buying guide. Yeah. Okay, so I think we are going with good pace, yeah, or very slow.
maybe we can briefly touch upon the outer section, then we go into the real one, and then
Yeah, outer is simply the opposite of core. I mean, if you go deep in a specific attribute in your core section, in outer you go vast. Like you go with based on your entity, you go with prominent attributes of an entity. Like without like those attributes, an entity couldn't be explained. Like mobile phone, for example, screen or glass, right? I mean, or mobile phone battery. So you could discuss the vast attributes of mobile phones in your outer, and the purpose of the outer, I guess, is to have some good coverage of the topic, and in the long run, in order to get some more traffic or historical data, in order and by like classifying with the top competition, because if you just talk about reviews, you will not be preferred by, you will not be a preferred choice by a Google. So you, that's why you in outer you cover the top of the funnel traffic, you get the top of the funnel traffic from top of the funnel keywords, for example, or queries. Then you connect those outer section with your core. Core is like someone who's like just coming to very close to buy. So I guess this is the main difference.
and maybe also uh, yeah, I will answer the question that always appears: how wide should I go? When to stop? And I think the answer would be also how Hamid said: as long as you can connect, and as long as the budget allows, go as wide as possible. As long as those two things are present. Of course, as long as you're not really diverging from your central entity and then start talking about a different entity all of a sudden.
Hmm. Yeah, so I guess we can do like this as well, right?
Yeah, maybe also how-to guides, and I think also a very popular topic would be mobile phone news. Like, when is the new phone coming? What are the rumors and so on? Uh, how to, yeah,
Yeah, accessories could also be
yeah.
related. I think Sarah raised hand.
No, I think you answered it, so we're good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think we should start with the with this example of like topical map creation, and let me define the steps. I mean, these are the steps, obviously. Like first five steps are done in simple. And okay, this is, let me move it to a bit down. When we go to the outer end core, we'll then figure out this one more time. Okay, so now Gamans, I think the next step should be, according to my experience, is like figuring out the top competition based on this data, like the
Yeah.
sources. So
Authority sources.
identify the authority sources based on the above data. or steps, right?
Yeah,
And at least like how much sources? Like 5 sources are a good number.
I think, yeah, 3 to 5, depending on how many you have there. That's a good
Yeah.
number.
Okay, so I think according to me, like one more thing I normally do, like if there are like 5 sources, obviously that are dominating the specific knowledge domain. Like in health, there's like medical news today, WebMD, and Healthline, obviously, or Mayo Clinic. So these are obviously authority sources. But I figure out a type of website who's like dominating the SERP or queries around specific outcomes or entity we have figured out, but also being live like has, I mean, less number of pages, for example, or just for example not that specific authority of domain, or less I mean duration of being live, like in just 2 years it's like dominating. So that website is actually kind of done something really great in terms of maybe content creation or producing of the content. We can figure out that website, and then we can target that website as a main opponent, you can say, or maybe we can see that replicate that website, or not, no, sorry, not replicate the strategy maybe, and then we'll see after the core algorithm update we try to replace that website.
Because I think you get classified with, and then come like show to Google that you have, of course, overcome the quality thresholds within that knowledge domain compared to those websites. You are better, and then over time you outcompete them, maybe for a segment.
Hmm.
Not necessarily the whole website. That would be probably a very hard task to do.
Identify the low hanging, you can say, or for example, hmm,
And also also in the post that you shared covering these steps, you also mentioned focus on the ones that have the most topical coverage, the ones that have covered the most topics in the most comprehensive manner within that subject. So that is also very important to, I think, focus on most topical coverage. Yeah.
yeah, thank you for the addition, by the way. Yeah, okay, so we have now the sources. We have now, okay, so should we like find the sources, or should we write the steps first?
Let's briefly draft the steps, and then we go in, because I'm afraid then we can go down to the rabbit hole of research, and then not come back to the steps.
Yeah,
So after that
that's
will be the outcomes, also something that, yeah, we don't hear that often, the right entities and outcomes. That is the next. And yeah, can you elaborate on that, and how would you define it?
okay. So outcomes are something you can say that your derived entities as well, you can name it. Or for example, I would say outcomes are like okay, let me just figure out how we can explain it. Okay, so for example, if I'm selling toys, right? So toy could be my central entity, but I'm mainly selling like Barbie doll toy or some zoo toy as well. Okay, so in this case, what I will do first, I'll figure out all the outcomes, in simple words, the toys names or the categorization of toys. Like, okay, so after figuring out the outcomes, I'll then prioritize the outcomes. Okay, which specific outcomes I want to focus more, because my business is like mainly selling that, or has more business potential, or conversion value, for example, for that outcome. I'll prioritize the outcomes in that way as well.
And then after the business prioritization, of course, you want to sell what you sell, not what you don't sell. Then the secondary would be also, you mentioned prominence and popularity. those would be, let's say, the next criteria you would want to sort your outcomes by. But yeah, that's a good point. That business comes first, and you need to prioritize according to that.
Yeah. So for example, if my business is 90% dealing with iPhone phones, Apple phones like iPhone, so I would say that okay, iPhone is like my most important outcome that I want to target this and connect all the behaviors or activities of users who are associated with this outcome. I will prioritize outcomes in this way, like iPhone, Samsung phone as well, kind of that thing, like series name as well. So, and outcome could be an entity or noun, and then I'll prioritize that further when like finding the topics, uh, or like simply giving preference in terms of number of topics or the depth of the even topics, how much I would like to expand based on the outcomes, based on the relevance criteria. I will do that.
Yeah.
um,
Sarah had a
Sarah.
question.
No, actually, I have to take off, guys. I'm really sorry, but I'm about to fall asleep. Yeah, thank you so much for this. I'm really sorry, and I hope I did contribute in any useful way.
Yeah,
Okay?
no, yeah, no worries, Sarah. Take your time, have a good rest, and we are here. You can join us
We-
maybe after 5
We're
hours if
here.
you want.
Maybe you just think we're still going to be here.
Thank you, guys, and you're
Thank
doing
you.
great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks for joining.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
Okay, outcomes. Maybe let's put that as a step. So finalize the outcomes, and then
Yeah.
go to the next one. And then, yeah,
Guzmans, I think I'm missing something here. Uh,
both context attributes queries or
uh, you know, I think, what about if we do some audience research as well? Like center
mm,
search is definitely about that, but some build some buyer persona, like who is the actual person that will come to our site, and what are the other uh, activities he's doing. First we'll define the persona, and then we'll figure out the activities of that persona is doing.
yes, very good point. And where would you typically put that as a step? I typically like to do it before even figuring out what the source context is, just talking to the customers if possible. But
Right after the central search intent could be a derived step, like
yeah,
uh, research buyer persona and ICPs,
yeah,
uh, something like that.
yeah.
And by the way, you know, some LLMs can also help us. I mean, obviously they are trained, so could be a starting point as well. Okay, so
Definitely.
it's not working. Let me just open it here. Okay, something like can you tell us who is the can you tell us what type of people person is looking for uh finding
And
mm,
comparing.
yeah is finding comparing
You can also add buying mobile phones. Or you could sometimes I just like to specify the source context and like, hey, this is the source context, write ICP and buyer personas for this type of website. So here, right away, we could see that there could be one focused a lot on features and technical aspects of the phone. Another one could be focused on budget phones, value per money, and so on. And then, of course, the brand loyalists, all the Apple people, for example. I'm one of those. Functionally focused, someone who will have value battery quality, battery life.
Casual buyer, business users, social media influencers, parent, guardians, upgrade seekers.
A lot.
Okay, so if this is done correctly, maybe we can make it like refine the list if we want. But if we say that, if we see that, okay, these are the, yeah, these are the right ones that my target audience could be, we can then figure out the activities of those specific, like you can say that a behavior, they extensively search new releases, compare specifications, and often prioritize cutting edge features. They might read multiple reviews, watching unboxing videos. So I guess it already gave the behaviors of those people as well.
And suggested content types and formats.
Yeah, this is I think a good one to start with, and then we can, by the way, governments, based on the source context, we can prioritize that. Okay, which people are like more preferable customers,
Yeah, absolutely.
and then for those people we figure out their more top behaviors, not all behaviors obviously. Not every behavior we can target on our website, since budget is the constraint issue. We can then figure out the top behaviors of those top audiences, and then in the course section, this is how we should build the course section.
Yeah. Very good sense.
If maybe when we decide course section, I'll decide here top audience or top buyer persona from step 3.1, and their top behaviors, activities. Top means related, or yeah, related means source context, I mean.
Yeah.
So when we go to course section, this is how it should be. Okay, so buyer persona is done. ICPs, Gamal, do you know the difference between buyer persona and ICPs, by the way?
Buyer personas are, let's say, like a fictional persona. Here is Bob he's 35 years old. He is doing X, Y, and Z. He's a tech enthusiast. So yeah. And an ICP, especially, for example, in B2B, ideal customer profile would be more focused on firmographics, like what type of company, for example, is it? What size, what region, what revenue, what kind of industry, and all that. So there are differences, and I think ICP comes first, especially if you, of course, go into B2B space. But then buyer persona would be strategic guide targeting, aimed at organizations, ICP, and then persona is an individual fictional persona that you can create. HubSpot has a very good persona builder, I believe. In our case, buyer persona would make more sense. If we would be selling to businesses, then definitely ICP. And maybe possible few buyer personas, like people within which roles we are specifically targeting, that could be discussed. But in our case, ICP is not, for mobile phone reviews website, ICP is not relevant unless we have a business category where we would target small to medium-sized businesses who would need, I don't know, many phones at once, bulk orders and all that stuff.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, very nice point, by the way. So yeah, buyer persona is something top level picture. I think we need to focus on this one. Yeah. Okay. So we reached to this step. We have like finalized the outcomes, all the outcomes under mobile phones, and we can also do like this. Okay, outcomes could be of different types. Like if I just write mobile phone, you can see an outcome could be like okay, digital mobile phone. This is also kind of an outcome, right? By the way, it's maybe synonym of the term itself. Video games, digital photography, smartphones.
Hmm.
Yeah, smartphones. This is a derived outcome or entity of mobile phone. So Apple, obviously, Samsung, Huawei. Okay. So I guess after researching all the outcomes, we then prioritize what outcomes we need to focus on first, then which later. Okay. So once we have finalized the outcomes, I think now this is the time to dig into the data. Um,
Manually.
obviously manually. Okay. So the main goal is to finalize, identify the query templates. Goal is to identify the query templates, and then the steps coming under this one is first we need to see the search patterns, how users are searching, how these buyer persona is searching for information around mobile phones. you know uh, I think the whole sales funnel is a different concept, like from where a person start listening about a product, see a banner billboard, then go to home, google it, and see a tv, watch a tv ad, and then go to any social media ad one more time, and then directly google it, or maybe see a ppc or a search ad, and then directly type their brand name and then buy the product, or even just type their name and leave the website. Maybe website is retargeting that specific person again on social media, and then he came again and buy. So the whole sales funnel, I mean the whole touch points of a user with a specific brand, there might be different and might be on different channels or platforms, could be offline, could be online. But when it comes to specific things, sale funnel for search journey, like from searching from the start to the finish on google, this is where we have to connect, right? I mean, and first understanding the previous sales funnel which I explained, then because the search journey is something different. I mean, like when like what it is, people search for queries like that, then attention awareness in kind of that stuff, like, and then how to guides, and then some ultimate. So the verbs or the behaviors ultimately change for each phase in search journey.
Yeah, and there's a, I will refer to and give a shout out to one also Danish, quite famous SEO. He came up with the idea of customer journey mapping, and he uses the sales funnel. He turns it up like horizontally, and then divides it like also in like a type of the funnel, and then he maps all these possible query templates, yeah, through the funnel, and even also post purchase when you need to do the maintenance, when you need to do like yeah, the troubleshooting of a device or a thing that you purchased. If it's a medication, then probably a side effect that you need to search for. But also before that, even is something that's not, it is connected to a central entity, but might not be directly related to it from the first site, like symptoms. That's also something top of the funnel that you actually start searching for from the outer section. Not necessarily mentioning the central entity inside, but then later it will kind of like move the customer through that funnel um, to the core section where that purchase is going to be made. But yeah, you would also say that there are different types of query templates for each, let's say, stage of the sales funnel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can also maybe make it like
tofu, top of the funnel, right?
First, we define behaviors or verbs. Like verbs could be learn, inquire, or not inquire, maybe explore. Explore could be in morpho as well, but yeah, maybe on tofu as well. What do you think? Sometimes I get confused as well.
Yeah, like learn. Yeah, that would mostly be. Like, I would usually put explore and compare already in the middle of the funnel, and then buy and all those types of verbs into the bottom of the funnel.
Yeah. And for morpho, verbs could be, I mean, explore. If we remove explore from here,
Yeah, let's make it simpler. Yeah, and
discover. Discover could come like
yes,
here.
yeah, I would agree. Yeah. Um,
Navigate. How to X. Where is, kind of like this. Yeah. These are just examples.
mhm.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
in this they have learned what is X. Here they are comparing X with Y, or where is X, how to X, YX, like, navigational, some they are exploring it further. Morpho is simply verbs could be by purchase. By the way, navigate and inquire, it could be also come here,
Mhm.
purchase, and verbs could be by X, best brands of, or simply best X brands if X is a product, and where to buy.
They already did their research. They are sure what
mm,
kind of brand they want, and they'll most likely search for that.
YX could also be like X benefits.
Yeah.
We can, by the way, add more to these lists based on the LLMs. Like we
Yeah.
can say that give me the top, or all, give me all verbs, search behaviors, and maybe simply say behaviors our
Or
user.
each stage of the funnel, like you can specify tofu, mofu, bofo, and then it should give.
Stage. Something, or we just say like this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's fine. They already know what kind of source context do we have or search intent here.
Learn in tofu. We just put one example. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what he understood. Browse. This is
Browse, explore. Yeah, that's new. Compare, evaluate, consider, investigate, review, select. Yeah, good. Buy,
very nice.
purchase. Yeah.
Enroll. If there is a course, then enroll. Choose.
Sign up for the latest deals. Subscribe to the newsletter.
Like the
Or
levels.
the
Yeah.
redeem. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice. Okay. So if I just I've created a sheet here, and let me just segregate the data here.
Yeah, let's copy paste the components maybe from here, and then we can continue with the steps and then start building.
Hmm. Um,
You can do the split with separator being the colon. You can click custom and then just put a colon.
wow. Should I make it a bit zoom?
Yep, yep. This is good.
Value. These are the steps left.
Yeah, maybe you could delete that one and also research by persona and then just focus that on the steps. Yeah. So do you want to move to the sheet now?
Yeah, I'm tired of Google Docs. This
And
is
also
can't.
title sheet.
Yeah.
We also, yeah, either right now, once we have identified, yeah, all those, let's say, verbs for each stage of the sales funnel. Then we
Mhm.
could also talk about different attributes, context, and queries, and the type of research that you would do and where you would look for to identify all of that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh,
What are you trying to do?
mm, I just did it. I just can put Control C. I was doing a magic, by the way. That's why.
It's magic.
One last time. I did Control X. Why it's not removing, by the way? Anyways.
Delete that if you don't want. Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. Okay, so yeah. Identify the query templates. So, Gaman, how you research query templates?
Yeah. I think I will first of all start also gathering all the do a little bit more manual research when it comes to getting all the attributes, contexts, and queries before going into tools to find what are the templates. So I would search for also doing the manual research in Wikipedia, Wikidata, Wikigraph to gather more attributes, contexts, and queries before doing the query template research. And yeah, Ahrefs would be my go-to solution for that. To start Google or searching for the seeds and then seeing what kind of templates appear. Is that your also approach or?
Yeah, actually, I first need a lot of data to then see that what type of patterns, search patterns, people are actually using to perform a search. I mean, it could be simply from Google search. Google search is like my main go-to source. I just enter a term and then I maybe expand it like search suggestions kind of thing, and then I'll see, okay, mobile phone. You can see kind of query template is like coming here. Like if I replace Apple repair, Apple deal, Apple. I mean, so these are like my go-to number one step to identify the query template. So the criteria to choose whether a query should be a query template or not is simply to match, or just based on my brain, I'll see that the other outcomes I have on my plate on Google Sheet, I will double check. Okay, if this could be applied to other ones as well, like any of them or some more. If yes, then I'll simply say that okay, this should be a query template.
Basically, if you can swap derived entities
Yeah.
with a query template, then it's almost infinitely scalable.
Yeah, obviously, I
Because
think.
there is a scale to how many entities or outcomes that you have identified, but yeah, that's the beauty of a query template. You can just replace the next entity, and then you have another keyword, another keyword, another keyword, another page.
And by the way, people ask me normally like, what is a query template, and some people say me, okay, Koray didn't use query templates. He just start with entity attribute pairs. Uh, he don't create query templates. So let me answer that question as well. And before that, I'll let me explain what it is, what actually a query template is. Then definitely maybe you can add if something is missing. So query template, is a template that can be applied uh, to the other outcomes in the same kind of same taxonomy level, kind of that thing. And the main purpose of having query template is simply for machine to help them understand a specific section of your website by publishing the same type of query templates together. And also, when you like, even query template is just not about researching what is a query template search pattern. It's like about creating the brief based on that and publishing and writing the content, and in order to saving the time and cost, obviously. And the main benefit is like machine can come and in one go can understand that these all topics are in a symmetric way and sync together. Like this is the beauty of query template. So am I right?
Totally, yeah. And I could maybe also give the most simple example of query template is how can dogs eat, and then replace that with any vegetable, any type of food. So that is like a example of a query template. And like you mentioned, if you can pair that, well, of course, for that you will have to create a content item brief template for each type of query template, and then content creation becomes so much easier. I think good example is the one of the case study websites, also publicly available. You can read about that. Theme color codes is where one single query template was used. Well, for big majority of the website about X, whether it's a Premier League football team, American football or soccer, or American football team, or like a basketball team or NHL team. Team name, color code. And that's the whole query template, and they have exactly the same content template or document template, or basically page template, where every single sentence is the same across all the pages, or sentence structure is the same. It's all just swapped. All the right entities are just replaced. Of course, all the values are also different, but other than that, it is very Good example.
Exactly. This is, by the way, first I see this website, I thought, okay, for machine, there's no, I mean, very less unique information for on a document level, like in HTML code, just the values are different. But if you think from the machine's perspective, you are actually saving time for machine, right? And cost. Time is money, obviously. So ultimately, you're helping Google to come to your site and understand a pattern. First pattern will maybe take some time for machine, but once Google read the other 200, for example, pages written on the same way, Google can easily identify them and rank them same way without even spending more time individually crawling them or
I'll
understanding them.
just quote Koray, how he said, it's much better for a machine to rank one website for 9 million queries than 9 million websites for 9 million queries. So if you have this one website that covers so much about this, and specifically this query template, it's much more efficient to just rank that.
Yeah. So in simple words, if we simplified, a query template a is a query that one user is searching for one specific outcome or entity, can also be searched the same one for another entity or outcome. That could be a query template that can be searched for other entities at the same time or after
Yeah.
different search journeys as well. Yeah. So okay. So when I was like saying that first I'll gather the maximum data through multiple sources, and Google sub top top my list when it comes to understanding how users are searching, their main behaviors or their main attributes or the context concepts, everything you can name it. It's not an issue at the time. So search suggestion could be main point
Yeah.
to, and this one also, like what is the mobile phone, you can make it like if people are searching what is iPhone, what are top 5 mobile phone, you can name it like what are top 5 Samsung mobile phone or Samsung's series.
Yeah. So the PAAs, yeah, that's another hint. But also all these refinements of results that you see on the left, on the top, you can see the same also in the image search, the refinement bubbles or tabs, whatever you want to call them. So
Hmm.
many hints on here. You see, actually, some of them are uh, entities, some are not. But yeah, then also maybe towards the bottom, we can also see the related searches.
Yeah, yeah,
Those are also all the hints.
one price.
What other sources are you typically using to get all this data?
Mm, some third-party tools like obviously hrefs humanish, and my favorite one, obviously yours as well. This one, you know about this?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is. It used to be called SEO Stack. Now they rebranded a little bit, but it does
Gold.
exactly the same thing. It is that
What I
same.
Yeah, what I normally do, I put all.
Yeah, and it's the same autocomplete that you just showed, but at scale.
Oh, Google has blocked us.
Okay, never mind. We need to find a replacement for this. This is interesting.
If I just say like mobile phone for now, uh, oh
Ah,
shit, let me do another search engine.
how come?
Bing, Bing is there, yeah, Bing. So mobile phone questions, propositions, yeah. Okay,
Okay.
you see the same one coming here
Yeah,
from,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
It's much faster.
Whoever made this tool has hold a good place in my heart.
So many hours saved. But yeah, that's good. And then Yeah, also Wikipedia, Wikidata. That's also what you use to gather all this information.
So let me just write here. Identify the query templates. The 10.1 like this. Okay. Okay. There was some 8.1, I guess. Yeah, this is 7.1. And this is 8. This is 9. This is 9 point. From top, I guess everything is like okay. This is 3 point. Oh, sorry. This is 3 point. And
3.14. I'm just going back to that also list that you made before. We had number 6, gather attributes, contexts, and queries, and then you do this manual research. But it is basically in line with gathering all the data that you can. It is basically the same step.
So if I write identify the query templates, gather the data. Data means queries, anything like keywords, you name it, like keywords or simply entity or simply any context or any phrase, something you could name it.
Also, any attribute of an entity.
Yeah, the main thing is attribute. Yeah, gather the data. Sorry.
Then you can specify the sources, and then we can move on.
From as much as possible relevant sources. And sources, Google, Ahrefs. You can use as much as SEO. Stack, should name it like the new name is search keyword tool. Okay. Use it like this. And some Wikipedia and Wikidata.
I also like to use Wikigraph. Someone created this in GitHub. It's quite cool to visualize internal links within each page. There's another tool, Infranodus, also similar, but yeah, that's not necessary.
Which one?
Infranodus. It analyzes the SERP.
Infra, no.
Nodus. The last letter instead of E, you have U. And then delete E after D. And then finish with S. Yeah, Infranodus, yeah. So the first result that you see. Koray used it a few times. It's not that expensive, but yeah, it's quite a cool tool to visualize what you also see.
It's
for example.
It's actually making graphs of data based on the Google knowledge bases.
I don't want to be wrong, but I think so.
Okay, so Infranodus. So
I think we're good here.
yeah. We'll add to this list if we figure out. Okay, so Google, it could be search suggestions and
Related
main
searches, PAAs, titles, descriptions.
related searches. People also ask.
All the refinement tabs.
Refinement tabs. This is on the main search, yeah, and
yeah, and then image search is separate, yeah, like how you specified.
left sidebar, if there is any.
If there is the shopping, yeah.
Yeah, shopping.
Knowledge panel as well. Sometimes it or knowledge graph. How do you call it? You know, things to know. That's also a SERP feature sometimes. SERP feature that shows you basically what you need to cover.
And main SERP page titles and their description as well.
Yeah. Also the bolded terms. That's also, it shows the synonyms of the search query that you have put in and so on.
And more.
Always, but
Obviously.
there's more.
Gaman, what I normally do, definitely the main entity, the focus one, I will figure out the query templates. Or uh, let me make it more simpler. I will export all the data for this specific main entity first, and then from that data in Google Sheet, I will easily make green the ones that could be a query template, right? Number two, the derived entities, like the outcomes we decided here, where we written, yeah, this one, like iPhone, Samsung. For each important or relevant outcome that I want to expand further, I will also do the same thing like the one I did for mobile phone.
So you're not only scraping and covering everything according to the central entity, but also doing the same with the most important derived entities.
Yeah,
Very
because
different process, yeah.
for mobile phone, people may be searching for mobile phone types or brands, but for iPhone, no one's searching for uh, because there will be different query templates for individual taxonomy level entities. Like if iPhone phone name is a taxonomy, right? Ontologies, there could be different query templates for that. But
Yeah.
for if mobile phone cases, one accessory entity type, the entity is like cover, right? So mobile phone cover, there could be different query templates as compared to iPhone only or mobile phone only.
Query semantics. It's yeah, it can always differ.
Yeah, query semantics, you cannot predict it, by the way.
No, no.
Yeah, okay.
Manual research. Good.
On href, I will normally okay, you are a fan of href, I guess.
Yeah, I also use it. I think it has the best or the most data that you can get across on any other tools. Maybe there are some internal tools that some companies have, but I think publicly available, Ahrefs has the biggest database.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
what
a
you can do
terms
now?
a terms match report I typically use. Yeah, and then all terms, not just phrase. Good point. And I think we need to also specify that before publishing also all these documents, we need to specify exactly what we just described, but both central and derived. I think that is good distinction to make. So you search them and then you export all of them. Yes.
Terms match and also people terms match include everything, or they're more like people also search for
That one is very broad.
terms match. So
Uh,
I guess terms match cover everything, like questions as well.
yes, terms match covers it, yeah. But people also search for, then it basically shows other keywords that other pages also rank for. And that one can include many broad concepts that are not that much relevant to you.
That's out of the context, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, good. And then
One,
after that, yeah.
I will add here identify the query templates. Make it like on top, and then the rest one will only export this.
Yeah.
Make it like italic search all in.
Also, there's another internal data source that you sometimes use if you have an opportunity, right? To get the historical data on existing website.
Ah, yeah, very good point. 8 point.
So we could also just specify that here.
Identify the query templates, then gather data, then how to gather the data. Is that the right taxonomy?
Taxonomy, yeah, fine
Mhm.
for us. We'll streamline it a little bit later. But yeah, the
Uh,
Google Search Console, then I think
so
you can add it
I
here,
just
or is it separate?
be on top of everyone.
You would do it before, yeah. I, that's a good point.
Okay, so when it comes to GSC, what I normally do, for example, if my focus entity is mobile phone and my website is about, for example, tech gadgets, that could be laptops, that could be mobile phone as well, right?
Hmm.
Uh, selling or simply reviewing tech gadgets. It could be laptop, it could be mobile phone, it could be tablets, it could be smartwatches as well. So I'll in GSE, I will not export or simply not gather the data related to, I mean, not every data, just in terms in query match, query equal entity plus and page equal entity. I'll
Is Yeah, can you elaborate page equal entity? What do you mean by that?
Page, okay. So in page, I'll just add filter. First, I'll add filter in query and export all the historical data in terms of pages, queries that mentioning this entity. And if I just in page, I put, okay, if page include this entity, then give all the queries of those pages and then all the pages URLs again with their uh, metrics. In this case, a page couldn't be like have entity in its URL, but it's ranking for the target. It's ranking for the target entity in its query. So
Mhm.
we come from both.
Yeah, and it could also be that the same entity could be ranking across multiple pages. So that's also good data to have to then maybe consolidate few pages, delete or merge, and so on.
Yeah, yeah. So for example, if one page is ranking, I mean, for the relevant entity, obviously the page URL contains that entity. So
Yeah.
90% of queries are relevant. But on the other hand, some queries are ranking for the other pages, like on smart on like tablet ranking for mobile phone any query, but the page URL doesn't include it. So which means we can gather data and then do some configurations based on the topical borders as well.
Yeah, it makes good sense. Yeah, something that you invented. I haven't been doing that both way. I was also only just exporting query equals entity or direct entities. That's it. But this is a good point also, so that you cover both. Um,
Hmm. Okay, so in a SEMrush, what do you do? All
I
terms
think
match?
there was a broad match. That's what they call it, I believe.
Hmm.
I am not using SEMrush, but that's my best guess.
We should name it like export. Hmm.
I'll just have a look.
Do you have it right?
Um, yeah, I have a free account for
They offer free, by the way.
yeah for a very limited use case though.
Hmm.
So yeah, broad match includes any variation of your seed keyword or keyword phrase in any order, and I think that is by definition the same as Ahrefs,
Yeah.
um, where it's going to be in any order.
So
Yes,
broad
in
match
this one,
is the right one.
yes.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So from estimation, I guess if we just export this, we cover everything.
Almost, right? And then we add our own sources and also
I
do
mean,
manual
covered
research.
from SEMrush, just from SEMrush, we get everything. I mean,
Yes.
around,
Yeah.
around. Hmm. Okay, search keyword tool is almost the same process with Google. You in Google, the only difference is in Google, you enter your query. I mean, for example, an entity, then you figure out the different two different sources of our page, or components of of sub components. But in search keyword tool, you just put and then export all the data in one click. Like in terms match, like in broad match, it's like simply all data by checking all the what you say drop down, options.
Yeah. The autocomplete, that's also how it's called sometimes. But uh, basically, but how it works, it is just also to explain for the audience that it will put every single letter in the alphabet before, after, in between the query, and it will come up with all those suggestions and will scrape all of the suggestions across all the 9 search engines. So it's impossible to do manually. That's why, yeah, it's a blessing to have this tool as well.
Hmm. Governments, by the way, I just noticed one more thing. I got to know. I mean, when we Google the entity, definitely
Mhm.
like we do like mobile phone, we do like iPhone, and then we figure out how Google is expanding or showing suggestion against that entity in the form of queries. Then we figure out the query templates. This is the thing we just mentioned. But we can also like, and then if we just search for iPhone, we see the people also ask, we see the uh, titles, etc., etc. But what about if that specific entity we just search, there could be, I mean, if we search that entity with this one attribute as well, like app, like mobile phone brands, and then we search it, then there could be different query templates for mobile phone brands as well. Like query templates could be for entity attribute pair as well, EA. I mean, it could be like, I mean, what are mobile phone brands? It could be like best mobile phone brand. Could be like
And I think by exporting either from SEMrush Ahrefs, we will get this data. But now the tricky part is going to be to identify all that. And sometimes here, named entity list here as a sort of feature that also shows you exactly what are the derived entities you would have to cover. So
exactly like what is a mobile device type? What are different mobile phone? How do I know mobile phone type? What does it mean? Uh, like for one EA, like this is E, this is A. There could be different query templates as well. Or give you one more example, like mm, mm, mm. like for example, office chair. In this case, you can say that office is the entity, chair is the attribute of office. Can we say it?
I think an office share should be entity on its own. Let's see.
Mm. See, there's
Yeah.
like which type of officer is bad. What is the difference between how much should a descent of? So you see, there's different query templates.
Hmm.
One is cost. One query template is covering cost. One query template is covering comparison. One query template is covering best, and one more is covering best. So this could be like maybe you can diversify your
And
search based on your outcomes.
yeah, and your suggestion there would be to do the manual research and then note down all the possible ideas. Uh, because inevitably something is going to be missed. But it's important to limit the topics, the templates that you're missing, and do the
Mhm.
manual work. Just by exporting, it will not be possible to find out everything. So you'll have to
Mm,
continuously tweak the searches, right, and to find out more and more and more.
yeah. Germans, by the way, what I think, the Wikipedia, Wikidata, Wikigraph, and I don't know about this because I never used it. We put these into, like, when we finalize the outcomes, these should come here, right?
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
like query templates is something coming from the search pattern of a user.
Quantitative data. Yeah.
Yeah. But Wikipedia actually do not cover what user are searching. They just cover the coverage. So the coverage can help us to finalize the outcome or identify the outcomes.
I agree with that. Yes. Yeah. So those
So
sources
maybe,
should be put there instead. Yeah.
yeah. So maybe we can make it like all these four. If you
Hmm.
say like this, or we can simply write them under commas. But that's how I think it should be. If we want to expand it, we can simply say that finalize the outcome Wikipedia. It could be like the table of content, the itself.
In that case, I would also add Google here as well. With search suggestions, you can just go into a little bit of a rabbit hole of searching one thing, finding out the next thing, searching that next thing, and so on. And then you start connecting the things together.
Hmm, categories or
Yeah.
taxonomy. I mean, if you find this
All
page, like, uh,
all the internal links in Wikipedia. That's also.
yeah, internal links, that are entities, obviously. In
Mhm.
most cases, if we go like this, and sorry, there's one page. Wikipedia has a page, by the way, that
Yeah.
let me
Shows the
just,
categories, but
yeah.
hmm,
Uh-huh.
I think you just looked for Wikipedia categorization as such. But the category mobile phone, yeah. This one.
Yeah, okay. These are the outcomes, like multi-tap, mobile phone, like mobile panic, camera phone, So you can do, like, if camera phone is like your one outcome, you finalized it and you go to again and you see that camera phone, search it. Yeah,
Yeah.
which phone has better camera quality? So this is, I mean, how you can expand it. First you find the, so outcomes can come from these categorization as well, or you can maybe go more broad, like, but I guess mobile phone, this is fine, I guess.
This is broad
And
enough.
then,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, and then the blue links, let me just write here, uh taxonomy, categories, blue links, and even references. You can also the whole page is yours, like these references as well. Where's that?
We are in the
uh
categorization. Yeah. This one.
yeah, a lot of entities you can also find here, like EMEI number. That could be an entity as well,
Hmm.
like smartphone, as I mentioned before, penetration, uh
Yeah.
mobile name as well, display. So yeah, this is, I think, someone can take a look at. Okay, so Wikipedia is done. Wikidata, how
It is,
Wikidata?
I think it's the same, very much the same in Wikidata.
So we can make it like or, yeah,
Yep.
like this. Okay. And Wikigraph, how this can help, Garments?
In Wikigraph, I just like to, again, visualize and see how things are connected to that main Wikipedia page. Just visually seeing it. But of course, all the data that you will get in the Wikipedia, but if you want to quickly have a overview visually, then Wikigraph could be one.
Like this?
Yeah. Let me see. I'll just. But I think that also something. The same applies also to Infonotice to visualize the topical coverage, the graphs.
By the way, what was the URL of graph?
Wikigraph.
Yeah, the tool that.
Yeah, I will just put it in the chat.
Hmm.
In a way, I think it shows linked topics and the connections. I'm not sure if it is based on internal links or because if we just Google mobile phones, not Google, but my God, there are hundreds of them.
Mhm. It's just showing data based on Wikipedia database.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it is linking to. Let's just double check with the Wikipedia page now.
Satellite phone.
Telephone radio frequency. Let's see if it is radio frequency. SIM card. That's a prominent. Or does it? Look at the categories or the sections within the Wikipedia page. I'm not sure.
I think it's not Wikipedia based.
What then? Yeah, we need to read the documentation of this tool. But the graph was made from Wikipedia. That's what it says under the search bar.
Oh, they've written it.
But, but in what way? That's the question.
Where that graph is gone, by the way. I lost the graph here.
Can you just search for it again?
Maybe make it control 0.
No. Okay, but let's move on.
Yeah. So infranodus, sorry. The same way we do like visualization stuff.
Yeah, text network visualization tool. I think that's how it calls it itself.
So I'm not sure how. I've never used this tool. It's like about any graph it shows or any text only.
Yeah, so it shows exactly the same thing with as with Wikigraph, but then it actually searches on Google. Let's see, Google.
We can make it put it like to be decided, like how you can
Yeah,
gather the outcomes. because we are not sure about this. To be decided. Okay, so
Next, ontologies, relations, lexical semantics. I think that is after you have gathered the data.
okay, we gather the data. This step is done,
Mhm.
and then we make it like remove the other part. So this is done. Now,
Now numbers. Yeah.
what do you think the next step should be?
Before clustering, I think lexical semantics, relations, and grouping, at least on a high level of like, if you have mobile phone types, then have a hypernym relationship there, and group them together, list them all. So identifying those relations, those ontologies for your central entity, but also derived entities.
Garman's one step we I think could also be add here. Through ChatGPT, these even
Yeah,
outcome. Uh,
I think everything could be run through ChatGPT from yeah, buyer persona like we already did, and then also the verbs that we already did, and then yeah, or
it-
any model actually, right?
yeah.
You can
Mm,
also use Gemini. You can also use
yeah. LLM, we can make it like LLMs could be through this one, etc. And the prompt, what should be the prompt? For example, any just for example, give all the entities nouns related to central entity, right?
relationships. You could also add nouns, relationships. You can also ask. Sometimes I like to ask to model taxonomy and ontology, but that's next step. LM is really good at that as well. But yeah,
Hmm.
for this purpose, we could leave it at that.
And then refine the list further. I mean, if it it gives you like 50, you say okay, give me 50 more. You can maybe expand the list by
Yeah.
asking again and again.
Going deeper into a specific entity, you can do the same and yeah, expand even more there.
Or even
Um,
for example, your iPhone is your main. From mobile phone you came to know about iPhone, and then you think that iPhone should be expanded because your main focus is on iPhone, right? So you can do the same for iPhone now this time,
yeah,
so you
yeah,
can go much deeper, right?
yeah,
Like iPhone has specific things like airdrop, but that specific feature, so you can do like this way as well. Yeah, so lexical relation, you mentioned lexical relation to figure out the prominent attributes or prominent contexts.
uh, context. uh, that's what we want to cover, all the possible contexts. So, but yeah, I'll try to again identify what are the possible connections and lexical ontologies for those entities that you or entity and entities that you have found. Uh, and again, LM could be used like you could ask. I like to just very easily ask to model taxonomy ontology for this central entity, and it will start generating. Okay, this is a category, and then these are the individual items or instances within this category. When it comes to mobile phone types, you'll have yeah list
Hmm.
of hypernym and then hypernyms of that.
Hmm.
Uh, that's how I typically like to do, but of course also by doing the manual research. Again, the same Wikipedia, Wikidata, other sources you could find out. So what are the Yeah, ontologies there. Wikidata is a very good one, where you have all the categories there listed.
Yeah. I mean, what I normally do, yeah, for the central entity, I figure out the lexical relations, as you just mentioned, haponym, polysemy, meronym, etc., etc. The foundational topics I'll publish, like what is X. This is
Mm.
definitely one of the topic that we'll cover, and I'll do the same with each outcome even. Like with iPhone, I'll do the same lexical relations, and obviously, if lexical relations are have some relevancy with the source context, I'll maybe put them into the core section, or most of the lexical relations come in the outer part, right?
Depends on the source context then. But
Exactly.
yeah, I have lexical relations also in the core section in some topical maps. It depends on the
Uh,
what is that you're selling or providing. And you can also give some examples of like. Yep. Hypernyms, hyponyms. Meronyms, parts of, yes. And yeah, by ordering them also in this manner, that's important.
what I'm thinking, like when we are finalizing or identifying the query templates, first we gather data. So we should also gather data for these lexical relations as well.
Yeah,
Like for
yeah, yeah.
scale, we I think we repeat
You should.
before like finalizing the outcomes. We should also say lexical relations.
Yeah, good
Out.
point. Because then you would have to go back and okay, now I identified these terms. Now I have to do the data gathering one more time.
Hmm. And one prompt I would more add here: give all the entities knowledge to X entity. We can also say that where is ChatGPT? Give something like, what are the lexical relations, or mobile phone you can make it like central entity or derived entity. It's totally up to you.
Hmm.
Okay, so when we like finalize the outcomes, we finalize the lexical relations at the same time, and for each lexical relation we expand it through the data. I mean the Google search keyword, keyword search tool, any other tool as well. And then based on this data we also finalize their query templates, like in the step 8 maybe.
Yeah,
No, 8, yeah. Okay, so I guess now the query templates have have been made through query semantics and lexical semantics. Both are connected. So I would say the next step. Can you guess what should be the next step?
hacking those competitors.
Yeah.
I think, and then we are ready for the next step. That is the last data gathering step.
Reverse engineering.
Yeah, I like how you uh, figured out this name, authority hacking.
Yeah.
But in simple terms, yeah, the authority sources that you identified in previous step, one of the first steps, you would export topical coverage. It could be scraping the sitemap. It could be exporting all the pages from, let's say, Ahrefs report that you see for that site. Yeah, top keywords or sitemap. then I guess the most important columns to keep is URL, keyword, volume, and that's pretty much it. Maybe organic traffic as well in that report. Number 6 was identify other sources. Yeah.
Export the topical coverage, top pages with top keyword and volume. And you mentioned sitemap could also be.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, first we write here like source could be sitemap, any third-party tool like Ahrefs, SEMrush, and then we expand sitemap. Then we expand third-party tool. So for sitemap, it could be all relevant coverage, topical coverage. This would be the first step, and then drop these pages. We'll see like 1 dot this, then 2 dot put all pages in, for example, Ahrefs.
Yeah.
Batch analysis. I'm afraid I'm telling everything. I mean,
No, but I mean, you're just telling the SOP how it is, so that people do not guess. But yeah, you're completely right, because yeah, with sitemap you will just get the URLs, but you'll be missing the data which you can get with the third-party tool right away, like Ahrefs. So you'll have to do this additional step. And you can say that columns to keep is, of course, the URL, search traffic, the top keyword, and volume of that keyword, if possible. Some sitemaps are not so clean, so we'll have to clean them up. Sometimes it's ask ChatGPT to come up with a script or formula to do it.
export the topical coverage, top page with top. Yeah. Okay, Gramans, by the way, let me go back to this point again. 8. No, sorry. Outcomes 7. By the way, why it is 7.1? I mean, shouldn't be it 8? Yeah, I
It should
think
be.
Yeah, it should be 8.
8.1. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let's do this for later. Okay, once let me add one more point here. What I think is like when we are finalizing the outcomes, shouldn't we also the competitors, the sources we finalized in the previous step, we gather all their n-grams, for example, through different sources like sitemap, URLs, some their page titles, H1s, and H1s, H2 to H6, and content, or simply body tag, and even boilerplate, and even image alt tags.
I never went that deep with image alt tags as well. We can also then internal links, just add that as well. Internal
Yeah.
links is also.
One more thing is image file names.
Yeah.
Simply you crawl the whole site. Um, Schema could also be. What do you think?
No, I don't think it will be that often used.
It you. I don't think, or I think.
I don't think many websites are using it in a proper way to this day.
Okay, okay. So basically, a scraper you need, by the way, to extract the n-gram. N-grams could be one word, two word, three words that are commonly that are used in these components, or you can say type of content. What do you say? It HTML component, right?
Yeah.
HTML component, and then you have maybe a filter like that. Okay, in H1s, what is the common one word? What one word is the top one word in H1s? You can make it like that,
Hmm.
and which bigram, which trigram, which 4 gram, which 5 gram, right? So you can do like this as well, or you can combine them together and see what is the one unigram that is appearing in most of the HTML component. And like you, if you find like the top 50, top 100, or even all the n-grams, and based on that n-grams, you then define your outcomes one more time.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's very good that you added it. What kind of tool would you suggest using? I know Screaming Frog recently released a good Ngram tool where you could also then do the both page content, but also
I
headings, titles, all
mm,
text.
I never use Screaming Frog for this purpose, but maybe just give me a second. Okay, so if I just put one more point here, mm, outcomes, yeah, this one after maybe like here, extract
Ngrams,
all
yeah.
n-grams. Or make it like this, like this.
Need to look for that Ngram tool that could be good to use. Is it a custom tool that you're using?
Sorry.
Is it a custom tool that you're using for Ngram analysis?
No, for now I'm just doing this. I
Can't
just
think
copy.
very many. Yeah, but how can you then extract all the H1? Okay, yeah, you could do that with a scraper.
uh just copy a bit more.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, so you can maybe have a custom extractor. By the way, I have a friend who has done this stuff. He helped me time to time, like extract all the pages, these things in one notepad kind of stuff, and then
Mhm.
put into maybe use technology or API for tool like this, and then boom, you get all the data based on their website.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? Like extracting all this URLs, page titles, h1, 2, 3, and then putting it to that one, and then have a neat table that shows what n-grams are in what parts of the website. Yeah.
And you can use scraper like Screaming Frog can help you with titles, with sitemap URLs, with H1s, H2 to H6, even body text as well.
Let's see, I just opened up their page and then they said here, the following columns are displayed in the n-gram tab: body text, density, body text unlinked, headings, titles, in link or internal link anchor texts, alt texts, and then the overall. So it is missing things like image files and so on, but I guess you'll have to maybe do a Screaming Frog export and then run it again through a tool like what you showed to then individually analyze n-grams for that section or that portion of the site or that site element. Yeah, so there are ways, there are workarounds. Let's see, maybe once this out, we will come up with a better way and then also specify what could be a good workflow here.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yep.
outcomes are finalizing based on these all.
I hope they are. I hope we're not going to add more. It's good that we are adding. Okay, what do we have next? I think now we are quite done with all the data gathering, and we could go to the clustering part.
Yeah, Garman, in outcomes, have we covered Google SERP as well?
I think so. Yeah, I think I
In the query, like
yeah.
more.
Manual research. Just to copy paste that cell also to outcomes, just next to Wikipedia.
This one or all of them?
No, this one with Google search only. So B21, I would also copy paste into, maybe add another row below the Wikipedia, or yeah, somewhere there.
Yeah. Okay, so now we have the exact topical coverage with their topics. So the input is sitemap URLs, and the output is the page's URL with their top keyword, which is their from which they're getting most of the traffic, and the volume of that keyword. This is the output we get from this step. So this is a 9.1. Okay, so this is the output, and now we have like all the data. We have, like, for example, all the queries, simply queries from query semantics and lexical semantics and authority hacking. Is that right?
Yeah.
All the queries with. Okay, so I guess now it's time to one. I would like to add here. Add or assign search demand for the for all the researched queries, and here we have like now we have all the queries with search demand from query semantics.
I would also add so query semantics, lexical semantics, authority hacking, but also token insertion. That's what we kind of did when we token insertion methodology, right? I think that's the typical go and search for central entity in hrefs or derived entity and then export everything.
So,
but yeah, you can call it different names, but
okay, so at till step 10 we have all the queries from every possible data source with their volume.
Yeah.
So in simple words, we have column names like column A, we have query, column B, we have search demand, or you can say popularity
Or
or you
volume.
volume. And column C, just for the topical coverage you have exported from your authority sources, you have their competing document. And this is only coming for the queries that are coming from authority hacking.
So they are URLs, right? That's what you mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
competing documents, URLs, document URLs that are coming from authority hacking. So now you have two options. You have number one option is to figure out the competing documents for the rest of the queries as well that you research through query semantics or lexical semantics, or you just move to the next part, which is I guess clustering.
Yeah.
This is optional if you want. 11 would be optional. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen and Chrome tab, which tab is here? Okay. Okay, Gamans, we did 10.1 and it was about all the queries we searched demand from query semantics and lexical semantics and authority hacking are finalized with their, in the column A queries we have, in the column B we have search demand from tools like Ahrefs, obviously. By the way, which tool do you use, Karmans?
I personally use Ahrefs. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, nice. And then we have competing document URL for only the authority hacking. Okay, so for the audience, I guess our data is like coming from multiple sources, not just even source or even one platform or tool. It's coming from multiple criterias, filtration and tools. For example, Google search manually through SEO search keyword tool, like which was like SEO stack, some third-party tools as well, and some uh, brainstorming or manual query templates as well based on the search patterns of the users around this specific outcome, which is, I guess, mobile phones. So the thing is only from, and also from the competition, the authority sources we defined in maybe in the step, the authority sources, where was that?
9.
6, I guess.
Yeah, at 6 we identified, and at 9 we hacked them.
Yeah. Okay, so for only for the authority sources, the topics we extracted from the authority sources, they already have the URLs again ranking against those topics with their volume as well. But this is another step that if you want, like for the rest of the topics which are coming from Google, etc., if you want to find their competing URLs from Google, you can do that. So we can make it optional, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Find the competing document URLs. Okay, just a second. URLs for the other queries, from the queries coming from other sources. Is that fine?
Yes, and so this is the last step before we take all of this data and combine it all together in cluster.
Yeah. Okay, so by this we have columns, these three columns for all the queries. Queries, search demand, and if we write above this, hrefs is recommended. Okay, I guess, and then the competing document URLs through authority hacking, then find the competing document for the rest of the queries as well. Okay, so by this we have these three columns, and now I guess it's time to subcluster these queries. Okay. Garments, if for example we have 90,000 queries, or you can say topics or anything, for example, like this, and do we need to for example filter the data, like in order to put into the clustering tool? First we filter the low volume or low search demand topics, or what should be the go-to way here?
I would definitely filter them out. Something that is not worth opening a page for. Also, there's concepts such as attribute filtration, and definitely also I think here we could use that and filter out attributes that are not even relevant, popular, or prominent for our topical map. Definitely, I think 90,000, that's too much, because after clustering, you'll still have to manually go through them, maybe not so thoroughly, but still, and that would take too much time. I also know that sometimes even to save time, I think how also you find in review posts that instead of going through all of them, you actually use most common verbs and predicates to filter the most relevant queries out, and then you actually cluster them afterwards. But then you really need to be aware of of those verbs and predicates.
Okay, I think Sarah has a question.
Yeah.
Okay, not sure if this is very relevant, but I think like dealing with 90,000 keywords is not that easy, right? Even like a spreadsheet or whatever you're using. Do you think ideally you should try to narrow down your queries to like a specific size, like 10K, for example, or something that's more manageable? And how does that impact your topical map or not impact your topical map? Or yeah.
Okay, let me answer it, I guess. Like from my previous experiences of topical maps, I think ultimately you have to figure out, or go through them manually and remove the unnecessary, or for example, based on the attribute criteria, prominent, relevant, or popular. You have to do it either before clustering or either after clustering. You have to do it. So what clustering actually do, for example, if they're like 90,000 and only, for example, 5,000 topics needs or deserve to be like parent topic, not everyone, for example, you just then focus on those one that is could be considered as parent topics. Also, what one more thing I think, you can maybe take control of this number, because definitely this is a very lengthy number. Very quantitative, for example. And like when you're like exporting data from third-party tools, you can clean your data. Like in Google Sheets, you can do filters like if like there's like same queries like ranking or like trends, there's like mobile phone trends for like last 5 years, like 1 year queries like from 2018, 19, 20. You can maybe remove the rest one and keep one. And also you can remove like words like near me, remove certain brand names, even if you're not trying to cover any other brand names, right? Okay, so since you are like review website, so other brand names, that makes sense. So I guess find the words that you want to include that are frequently occurring in the data you exported from the third party tools. You maximum remove that data, then you clean your list, and then I think you can cluster it.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, not a question, that a good way you mentioned to clean up the keywords is to cluster them, and then you are just removing clusters, so that's faster. Another way, it's very, very basic. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You can just sort them alphabetically, and then you have like a lot of similar stuff, and then you remove them. Yeah, but I mean, it's just whoever is listening, it's a lot to manage 90,000 keywords. So like try to find a way around that. Yeah.
Yeah, very good thing. I mean, I normally also like do sort A to Z or Z to A. Sometimes the common group together by default, and I'll just do like 3 send rows delete automatically in one go. Yeah, that's nice. And I guess from the competition even as well, like when exported data, if they're like big competitor, I mean ranking or dominating the niche, there will like if like 10,000 topics even as well regarding mobile phones, maybe more than that. So you won't be like going with all the 10,000. You will remove the topics that maybe are unnecessary. And I mean, this is maybe you can set the criteria based on your source context, like what are not relevant, what is relevant. So then maybe you can proceed with the clustering part.
That's why this ideation in the components part that we did is very important. Knowing what do we do in the core section, what do we do in the outer section, what's going to be relevant, what's not going to be relevant. And then, yeah, clustering, if you have the resources before cleaning up is faster, but then it's going to cost money to cluster before that.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes one last thing like I would like to add here, like the data when I was looking at, there were like queries if there's a topic like mortgage brokers, and there were like queries like different name of brokers itself for like coming even multiple times within the same data. Like one broker was coming multiple times, and even there were like queries like mortgage broker, best mortgage brokers for each years, etc., for specific with specific city name or state name as well, right? So what I figured out a template, like there's broker attribute of mortgage. This is like dominating. So I, based on the data, I figured out definitely I have to like one definitive page about what is, for example, mortgage broker. And then I decided from this specific entity attribute pair, I could have one more page, best mortgage brokers, X here if you want, based on the sub, definitely your consensus. And then you can decide if your source context is maybe, or in the long term, you want to have like a directory, something like that for one broker, X individual broker. You could have maybe like even if we define URLs like mortgage, then broker, and then we define like mortgage, like best broker. And if you do like X person, for example, or X broker, X mortgage broker, and then you maybe write anything like the company or company name, etc. So I'm not, by the way, writing it correctly, by the way, just giving an example. So you can do it like mortgage, then broker, then X. Okay, so this is actually defined. You can define it like if you want to expand it or not based on your business priorities or objectives. So like what I'm trying to tell, I mean, based on the data, these type of queries or the keywords or anything were like dominating, like thousand of. I will remove all them together and I'll just take one that I require and I'll expand it further based on my objectives. So this is how a filtering could be done.
Yes, so about clustering, should we briefly touch upon the tools that you would typically use for them and maybe some criteria when it comes to clustering? Yeah, Sarah has a question before we do that.
Yeah.
Okay, and maybe if you want to also like say, okay, because there are some tools right now like popping up that can create topical maps. So like if you have any thoughts on this, that would be great. I'm not saying yes or no, by the way. I'm asking like a neutral question. So that, yeah, I'd like to hear if you've tried any of them, if you have any like feedback, I would like to hear that as well.
So why are we spending all this time, Hamid, here? Couldn't we just do the same thing in one click with a tool?
That means there's some tools for building topical maps in one go.
Yeah. They say they build topical maps. I like, yeah.
I mean, but did you see the output as well for those tools? What
No,
actually?
not yet.
Okay, it was, I guess, maybe and Garmas did a podcast like it was simply the topics and then the grouping of those topics with their like parent and child. And even by the way, I didn't personally try those tools, and someone shared with me, okay, this is the same topical map based on semantic or Corey's framework. This is like done in this cost as well, etc., etc. But no, the real semantic topical map, I mean, only the search demand, that's what we are taking from tools or just some queries. Not after that, everything is like literally manual.
Maybe we can briefly discuss what is not included within those tools most of the time. It is the understanding of the business and what
Mhm.
the business does, sells to whom, in what way. So that understanding is usually lacking. Then understanding what is going to be in the core section, outer section, that is lacking. And it's quite important the order and structure of how you connect topics, how you order them, and in what order do you publish them, at what frequency do you publish them. All of that is not something the tool is going to give you.
Hmm.
Then also you have to weigh the cost of producing all of this content and picking those topics, because every single row that you put, it's going to cost money to create that piece of content. And sometimes in a like a proper topical map, you have to be, of course, aware of that, of the budget constraints. And then sometimes you also have to realize that not every single topic will need to be on a single page. Sometimes those topics could be merged, let's say, and there could be a specific topic that is more prominent and relevant to your topical map, to your source context. That one could be within the macro context and the main content area of the page, while other topics that tool otherwise would tell you to create a page for, you could actually put in the micro context supplementary content area. I think these are the most reasons, and yeah, the main reasons why you would not want to use a tool for topic map creation, because that tool will not be able to tell you all of this. It's like human understanding and brain reflexes. That's what you need to, and that tool, unfortunately, maybe at some point we'll come to that. Maybe also subclustering is many times missing in those tools, but there could be also some that do that.
Hmm. Amazing. Sarah, I guess, has another question.
No, actually, unfortunately, I'll have to take off. So sorry about this, guys. I just have stuff to finish. Thank you for having me for this brief time, and I really enjoyed watching and listening to you. And yeah, let me know when you publish it. I'll definitely share it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Sarah.
Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah, I think regarding the tools, you need some assistance from the data. I mean, the data is like everything is like not in your mind. If you're like just starting a business on like whiteboard markers, you need some data to understand what it is and etc etc, and some competitor analysis. This can't be done, I mean, manually like that. Like for example, extracting the n-grams through multiple HTML components or what of a whole website. So for this, you cannot say, okay, don't use tool, go manually. You need to do smart work where it's possible, but don't only rely on smart work, because if everyone do smart work, you cannot make your research unique. Okay, so you need to do something extra, and extra requires hard work. So I think if you if you are like a beginner, like starting creating topical maps, like your first topical map, for example, it is going to be, you pick or you choose the hard work, I mean, instead of smart work. First you do everything manually, then in next topical map you do or automate one specific part which you thought, okay, this I've done, now this tool can help me in the same way. So play around, test things, group, combine, and make a like balance with things. And ultimately it's like your human eye that gonna decide if the tool has done the right work or not. So this is
Exactly.
what I
Very good
think.
points. I think you and me, we both have experience of creating topical maps completely manually, of or back in the day when we didn't know what a topical map was. It was just keyword research, but doing everything manually, SERP clustering manually. Those were the days.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay, Garman. So let's move forward. And the 12th step, I will write SERP based keyword clustering.
What are keywords? What are you talking about? I'm
Anything.
just joking. It's queries. It's joking, joking. Yes, about that. What is your favorite tool to use? And
I use two tools at this point. One was SEO keyword insights, and one more is like SEO ULITs, I guess, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly. SEO, yeah, SEO
tools, yeah, like utilities.
utilities.
I think that's the kind of like broader meaning behind it. It is like a Swiss knife. It has all the utilities that you need for SEO.
Hmm. And one more was keyword insights. It's like pretty cheap if you want to go cheaper option. Uh, Definitely SEO utilities is like one of the best, and then keyword insights as well. But and Garman, in terms of accuracy, which tool do you think has like more accuracy of like?
Yeah, I want to give maybe a shout out to Keyword Insights. Just the other week, they released an update. I haven't tested it out, but apparently now it should be the most accurate SERP-based clustering tool in the market. But I don't want to say it out loud. They pushed some kind of very important update the other week. But I honestly think that just a basic tool like SEO Utils, which is one of the most cost-effective ones, it does the job. And yeah, maybe I'll come back in a week and correct myself that there is a better one. But so far, I think any tool
Yeah,
could do the work.
but I think personally I would recommend to, if you are like technical, you can go with this option because you need like a bit of setup. For example, from for SEO API, you integrate it, you download it. I mean, all the ways are like not for layman person.
Mm,
But if you just want one click, you go to this, import your sheet, and just select the algometric clustering, which I normally do, and set like 4, which is by default, like the common URLs from the top 10. So, but I guess that's how it should be.
yeah,
Okay. Sub-based queries clustering, and once it's done, we have like two uh, things. One is clustered topics. I mean, parent and child with uh, sum of search demand, for example, like this. And another option is non-clustered, which couldn't cluster by the tool. Queries you can simply write because they're just queries. But some tools don't show this. They skip this, but like tools
yeah.
like keyword sites, this tool, I mean, they also provide the list of non-clustered one, which are obviously more than this.
Yeah. I also know that some tools also provide the SERP overlap for each query. And so you could actually see which query is actually having like a very low probability or yeah, low overlap, let's say. And for that one, it might be a good idea to still check the SERP manually to see whether do you want to combine it with a different page or make it separate. Some tools also provide that, which is, I think, very good piece of insight, where the confidence between whether to put this topic together or not is not that high. I think that really is a helpful piece of information.
Hmm. Yeah, very nice, by the way. So I guess the primary thing here is like just the parent topics with their child queries, for example, and the sum of each cluster. Like this parent holds like 10,000 volume, combine the volume of all its child queries as well. So I guess this is where you need to get, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. And then after that, typically you would also categorize in general categories those clusters, also for your own overview, right?
And the categorization, how it could be done, for example?
Uh, Depends on the topical map that you have, but let's say in our case, it could be reviews. That could be one category. Another one could be comparisons. If we compare types of fonts to one another, we could also maybe do it by categories of fonts as a secondary category, for example. Um, yeah, we will see how that will turn out to be. But those are my initial ideas. You could by a brand as well, right? Yeah,
Gammans, I think I did categorization for a topical map, and I had columns like one was attribute, um, one was page or content type, and sorry, okay, these two main. Um, like attribute, for example, if there's an attribute like quality, yeah, and they're like some derived attributes as well, and they're like 200 queries talking about, for example, quality of something like quality of coffee, right? So you could maybe define the topics based on their attribute by like, okay, these are quality attributes, quality attribute, and all topics relate to that. And some attribute could be uh, tips and tricks. It could be like that. I mean, tips could be come into that. Some troubleshooting, if you can say, if
yeah,
like if you like writing about a product like a machine, a coffee machine, and there are topics like, okay, coffee is leaking, the water is too hot, the water is too something like that, etc. So you can maybe tag the category as well, like troubleshooting. So this is just based on your filtering criteria, like uh, the prioritization, how you publish, for example, I guess.
yeah. Just it's yeah, and these are our additions, right? It's nothing according to how let's say going back to the whole inspiration between Topical and Koray. That's not what he mentions, but it's more like our additions that we think are providing a better overview and also explaining to the client of how things are connected to each other, how they are grouped, categorized, whatever you want to call it. And then
Yeah,
depending on that, you can order them. That's going to be much easier.
yeah. Just let me give one more example. For example, if you're writing about box, the packaging box, like for product packaging, and that box has like multiple attributes like material, design, shape, etc., etc. And in, for example, design, there's like 10 topics on, or for example, simply uh, 10 topics on generic representative on design, like design ideas, trends, best design companies, etc., etc., about box, for example. And there's like more expand or expansion of this attribute, for example, the font, logo, typography, and imagery, for example, or printing, and some shape things as well, styles. Like, I mean, these all coming in design, if I'm not wrong. Maybe some are not, but mostly. So if they're like 3 pages, 2 pages, 5, 6, I'm putting some raw number. So all these like 20, 34, you can put design attribute in front of them. Make sense?
Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah,
Okay. So you can make it like, I mean, you got the example, so I don't need to add some
yeah,
random.
and it's again, it's going to depend on the topical map and yeah, the whole niche. But content type attribute that could be a good way, and and also I think just adding primary and secondary category that also could be a good thing to do.
Yeah, so if you can write like this, central entities box, these are the attributes. This is one, you can say, what do you say, representative attribute or main attribute, main, and these are all are derived.
Yeah,
Sorry, my typo. Yeah, you can also do like this. Anyways, let me remove it. Okay. And Germans, the another categorization, when we mean categorization, there could be multiple taxonomies we can give to or assign to or tag to the topics. One could be the page type, like if you're writing for example listicle, or if you're writing about like buying guide, if you're writing about for example how to's, if you're writing about for example not working topics, you know, and page type as well, like review as well, you know. But some page types could also be overlapped with the attribute one, but you can diversify it based on your understanding. We are just giving you an an example or picture.
Yeah. And again, in this topical map that we're going to create, I'm probably going to put a brand there as well. Like if we're talking about iPhones, Samsungs, Huawei's, Xiaomi's, for example, that could be another category.
Oh,
Let's say.
sorry.
So,
Page type are actually the format. I mean, like the definition pages. So definition pages couldn't be an attribute. This is a page type. Like what is X? So what is X? You define it. For example, the attribute is design, but this is a type. What is, you know? And if this attribute is same design, and the article is listicle, for example, best box design ideas, or best box design companies, or for this example, best mobile phone designs, right? So one attribute could be covered in different page types like this.
that's also, yeah, that's a way I didn't think about categorizing together, but that makes good sense as well. Just based on categories, you can already figure out what the probable title is going to be from the outer page.
Yeah. Okay, Garmans, after step 13, we have columns like columns, available columns. We write like this, available columns, or simply columns.
It just comes, yeah.
Sorry. We have first column was topic, and what was the other one?
You can scroll up, search demand, right?
Yeah, search demand, and then
Competing URL, which is optional.
Child topics. If tool has provided the child topics, then this one is like optional, right? Like also, you know, the role of child topics. Let me explain here. Like when you write the macro semantics components, which we'll definitely write in this video, like the title, description, expand the one topic and reflect the main topic or theme to the macro semantic component, like image name, file, alt tag, etc., title, descriptions, and URL. The child topics help to reflect the whole topic or theme into different macro semantics components. And also when writing briefs, even you can create H2s or H3s based on the child topics as well. So this is very important. If you can get it, don't waste them, just carry on, keep them. Okay. Search demand, then we have I guess
we had a competing URL or competing document URL. Yeah.
Competing document URLs
and clustered topics. Or how do you work with them? I personally have them in a separate sheet when I cluster them, and then I have complete topics in that main topical map sheet once I have cleaned them up and so on. But yeah, it can be done in multiple ways.
You mean cluster topics from the tool which did clustering for you?
Yeah, then I just work with them and clean them up in a different sheet before adding to the main topical map spreadsheet.
Governments, I think one thing I would add here, like to the step even 13, for example, and this is exactly what you are saying, to
cleaning it up.
Yeah, removing or cleaning the unnecessary, or what do you say, not relevant, for example, or important queries or topics.
And here we can refer to attribute filtration as one of the techniques.
Exactly. So we write here like removing, cleaning the unnecessary, not relevant, important queries topics based on the PPR. I said prominence, sorry, prominence, uh, popularity, and relevance.
In that specific order, do you also like prioritize your decision making in that order?
No, it's not like that.
It sounds
Okay,
better.
it's first prominence, then popularity, and then relevance. So I think it's not in the same order. So make it like we should, by the way, do it in order. What do you think? Like first
I think so.
relevant one,
Yeah,
then
and explain the
then
logic
prominent,
behind it. Yeah,
and then in the last just popular.
yeah, yeah.
So make it like R, relevant, prominent, or write simply below, for example.
Yeah.
Relevant first, then prominent, and then popular. And what we can say, okay, based on the attribute filtration criteria. Removing clean accessory not relevant important queries topics based on the attribute filtration criteria. Follow the same order. And okay, now this is gonna take some time to define. Comments, can you define them one by one?
Yeah, so relevant is basically what is relevant to your source context in the whole topical map. If you're covering mobile phones, well, and do not cover, for example, if you're a reviews website, right, where the central solution intent is find and compare the best mobile phones, you will not probably need to cover best mobile phone repair service centers in New York, things like that. It's not going to be relevant for your source context and what you do on the website. So I think that covers the first criteria. After that, prominent. Help me with this one because I always get it confused. I have to go back to the definition. So prominent is something that would not exist. So without that attribute, the central entity plus the attribute pair would not exist without adding that attribute. A good example also from the course was Germany population. Population without a country would not exist, hence it is prominent. Something like Germany plus league can still exist without a country. It could be, yeah, different types of football league, hockey league, and so on. Please correct me if I'm wrong on this one, because I always get it confused.
For me, prominent is like in the same. Okay, how I can describe it? Like in the same class, that's and in all the entities that attribute is present. Like class is, for example, vehicle, or all the entities in vehicle, which are like cars, trucks, and you say like in all the entities class, I mean that tire attribute, I mean that's like prominent because that is present in, okay, sorry, that is root attribute. Okay, that's not something, maybe prominent is like without that attribute that entity couldn't exist, which is again an engine of a car. That's a prominent attribute. And the previous example which I was showing, that was root attribute, that in the same entity class that appears like cities, for example, cities, this is an entity type, and in all cities, for example, there is traffic, or there is, for example, houses, right, or human. So you can say that in the same in the entity type, all the entities of that entity type, which is city, all the cities like Istanbul, like you where you living, I mean I don't know, okay, Lahore, for example, and other cities as well. Okay, so in all cities the attribute is present, that is root attribute. Okay, but prominent is something that without that attribute, the entity couldn't exist, which is like engine of a car, which is could be like battery or mobile phone. Battery is like prominent attribute.
Yeah, and I just pulled up the definition just to double check. And it says if an entity cannot be defined without a specific attribute, that attribute is important. If an entity can be defined without a specific attribute, then it is not important. For
Yeah.
instance, Germany is not important attribute for defining Germany. Population is important for defining Germany.
Hmm.
I think
Exactly.
that just summarizes it. Yeah, we need to go back to the definitions. Always good to refresh. And lastly, popularity. It's the search demand, right? You do not want to waste time and open pages for something that is not searched.
Hmm.
So, but still, if it is very relevant and prominent, you should still consider opening a page. If compared to other let's say topics, popularity might be lower still. Um, it's worth considering, but of course, yeah, it's in art and science to balance all these three out. But of course, in that same order, if it's not relevant, just delete it. Not prominent, delete it. And if it's also popular, then you can start prioritizing what comes first.
Hmm. And Germans, by the way, let me even ask some questions that sometimes I get confused too. If they're like, I mean, after clustering, you mean they're like 10,000 topics, right?
Hmm.
Like this. And in 10,000 topics, for example, you can say like 1,000 topics are directly relevant to the source context, like reviews or buying guides or brands like this. Okay. And the other ones, like the 9,000 ones, and out of them, like you can say they are relevant as well, but they're not that relevant. They're like, for example, less relevant. So which number you basically you draw boundary to? Okay, you simply, because it's not like boolean, like to have relevant and to remove the irrelevant or not relevant, because there like could be many topics that are relevant but less relevant, so you actually prioritize the relevancy metric. Like I mean, because you cannot number it like in volume, you know, or in search demand you normally do Z to A and remove, like for example, under 100 ones, you delete them, you don't take them forward or keep them. But in relevance, there is no number. How, first of all, my question is, if they're like 10,000, first, how we can define which is relevant, which is not? I mean, is there any automation present? Like, can just do based on the source context, okay, just 500, these are very super relevant, these are medium relevant, these are low relevant. So if we have a good budget, we can keep the high relevant and mid relevant, medium relevant, and remove the low relevant. Number one question is there any automation we can play around for this at this stage? And number two question is, how, where we can draw boundary, like these are like more relevant, these are like less relevant, and what's the main thing behind that?
I think the answer is semantic distance, right? And what is closer to each other, what is further. Uh, I do this in the head, but you could always ask your LLM to order like according to the relevancy, and then it will score them from 1 to 10. Uh, yeah, but unfortunately, I don't think I have a better answer than that. It comes down to semantic distance between the topics, and your understanding on how relevant they are could be are probably the best way to do it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think when once we go to the real example, it's better to understand or answer this question. But for example, there's topic like best mobile phone brands. This is one representative page, mobile, and for each brand, X brand, uh, top mobile phones, and they will be definitely expanded. This is maybe expanded with year or by category, like could be by year, could be by category, like according to camera, or sorry, by category according to, for example, their battery timing. And I think people can search like this and some more. Okay, like this. What could be some more topics like accessories, best mobile phone accessories? So in this case, we are just doing affiliate for mobile phone, right? But a user coming to mobile phone also need to, for example, buy accessories. So for the sake of the topical coverage, we are covering this topic. So this is relevant to mobile phone, best mobile phones like this. But this is, sorry, best mobile phones like of 2024. If I put here best mobile phones of 2024, 2024. Okay, maybe according to source context, this one is not that much relevant, but based on the topical coverage, this is relevant. So I mean, where do you draw boundary? I'm asking myself as well, like based on source context, you prioritize that, like, or the number of topics present there. If like there 1000 topics, for example, definitely directly related to source context, then I will not choose any other topic. I will just keep them and I'll not go with the other one that are like less relevant. So is that how you think it should be?
Yeah, I mean, for historical data, then you would have to maybe make a decision that, hey, I will also want to cover accessories. And just in case you might also sell accessories or have some kind of benefit of writing like articles about accessories, and you would see maybe a query pattern or the template where you see that there are also people searching for best mobile phone accessories of 2024. You could connect it to the page of best mobile phone of 2024 in micro context and cover also a section, have a section about best accessories for these phones or this year or whatever. So
Hmm.
definitely I would prioritize according to sort context. What is important for your business? Where do you earn money? And then you would have to also process other topics that are for historical data and where you can make those connections. That could be
Hmm.
one way to make a connection from best phones to best accessories for that year, or for even better for that type of phone.
Hmm.
Uh, but I mean, you answered your questions perfectly, so, and it's completely fine to have those doubts as well. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, I think once we have like concrete example in front of us, we can then decide
Yeah.
uh, based on the, even based on the number. Sometimes your decision changes. If they're
Yes.
like 50,000, then maybe you can pick the top highest relevant, like 1,000 or 500, based on your budget as well. So a lot of factors come into play, not just one specific definition of relevance, a lot of other conditions as well. So this is the real beauty of this whole
I like to
cement.
say, yeah, I like to say your next topical map is always going to be better than the previous one. So you're always going to be iterating and yeah.
Okay. Okay, Garman. So regarding prominence, I mean, relevant, we covered it like very, I mean, cleared all the questions and mind put together things together. Okay, so but prominent, for example, is there any, for example, my first question always is like, is there any method to check the prominence of like even thousands of queries in bulk, like how close they are to a specific main entity, which is central entity?
Mm, no, I don't have an answer to that question.
Maybe there's no tool at the moment.
No.
Yeah. And then from your mind, like how do you define prominence, our topic?
Well, just like according to that definition, I can pull it up, but I think that explained it very well. Uh,
Germans?
yeah.
I think one important point here to consider is could be like if the topics, like if you have like 10,000 topics, which I mentioned here, and 1,000 topics are coming from the authority competition, like authority hacking. So you can maybe identify them and make them a different color or something, like put a filter like source. Yeah, that's good one. Like here, you can add a source, like from where the topic is coming. It could be
Hmm.
through, what do you say? We name it like query semantics, or we name it like the actual
But
platform, for
then,
example, Google.
but then
Or
after clustering, it's going to be all merged, and also.
be defined.
um,
Maybe sub-based clustering. I think here.
I think after server-based clustering, all of these, the same topic could be specified in multiple sources, or
Sorry.
could be found in multiple sources. It could be from your historical data, from authority hacking. It could be from the manual research, yeah, core semantics or lexical relations.
So I think it's better to announce, like, for everyone who's just doing research from these, don't forget to add or name the data from where the data is coming from. Like, so before clustering in this phase, you have this column like source, and the source you mean by historical data, like existing historical data, right?
Mm-hmm.
Historical data.
If you found it from GSC, yeah.
You can make it like maybe query semantics, something like that, or you can maybe add two categories, maybe source and platform. Source could be historical data, platform could be GSC, right?
Yeah, another one would be historical data and hrefs, for example. Is that what you mean?
uh,
If you pull up your own
it's
organic queries.
it's not maybe applied to href historical data, just maybe from GSC, but like the other one, like from, for example, query semantics, it's coming from Google, it's coming from SEO search tool, it's coming from href SEMrush. Like you can do like column E source, and then you write source platform, if that's correct. Can maybe write it like Google SEO search tool, Hrefs, like all the list, for example. Which was the other one? Even LLMs. If there's any specific LLM, definitely you need to use the LLMs, maybe to get the prominent topics. And more, it could be GSC, Google Search Console, etc., etc.
You could put it as optional because I don't think everyone would need to do that.
Okay. But I write next, I mean, from the authority. So you write like X competitor, even like,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
and in this you can maybe name it the authority hacking, and like query semantic. Okay, we did lexical semantics, historical data. Okay, and by the way, I would like to do one more thing, like all the query semantic steps where we did here in this. Let me make it a specific color. This uh Wikipedia, Wikigraph, this I guess also from query semantics. No, and extract diagram. This is authority hacking. So authority hacking color would be this. Uh, the lexical relations could go like this.
Different one.
So this is lexical. First you do lexical. Okay, the identify the authority different. Okay, this will also be authority hacking. So it's like So lexical could go maybe on this, and these all could be clustered together. Like, so first identify the 30 sources, identify the source to reverse engineer. And by the way, we just changed. Like in the last meeting, we did low hanging source to reverse engineer and replace. Now we changed it. Like I'm announcing to the audience, explaining to the audience. We just make it very simple to identify the source which you want to reverse engineer based on the performance of that source and the time it actually took that source to came on top. Like if in 1 year, it's like if it's like getting in 1 year with by just publishing like 1,000 pages getting like 5,000, 50,000 traffic, which means it did something great in terms of maybe content strategy. So that source you need to find one source that you want to replace or keep a special eye on. So okay, so these three are the 30 sources steps. This is lexical relations. This is query semantics, and this is, for example, LLMs, ChatGPT. Okay, this is, I guess, more lexical related. You know.
Yeah, depends how you prompt it, but it could be either lexical, but it could be also like give all the entities now the relationships related to X, Y, and Z. What are the lexical relations of? So it's a mix of both. I think lexical relations and maybe also query semantics, but what do you think?
I'm thinking one more thing. Uh,
Add something more?
I mean, just rearranging the data, identify and finalizing the outcomes. This is not lexical relation, by the way. I mean, we need to break it down. One step is finalizing the outcomes, and finalizing the outcome could be done from multiple sources, which are like 8.1. Okay, I don't know what the number is going around.
No, we'll fix it later.
Okay, so outcomes could come from lexical relations. I mean, lexical semantics, and in lexical semantics, it could go through LLMs. Okay, sorry, LLMs, Wikipedia, Wikidata. Let me write it quickly: Wikidata, etc., and Google Scholar, books. You can maybe write books, etc., from any source, and lexical. And apart from the lexical, the outcomes could also come from query semantics, which could from Google, SEO search. It's was now to SEO search. I always forget the name of this tool. By the way, this tool I really love it.
What is your name?
SEO search keyword tool. Okay, query semantics, and it could also from Ahrefs
Sure, sir.
or SEMrush. And outcomes could also maybe okay these two, and third could be lexical query and authority hacking. You based on the n-grams of your, okay, you can refine your list based on the data from your n-grams coming from authority hacking. I mean, authority hacking means n-grams of your n-gram through multiple HTML components. I'm just writing here because some steps gonna take place in the next part, like here. But I'm just writing finalizing the outcome. Maybe if you do this, you again come to this list and update your outcomes, right?
Yeah. To get the outcomes, we would still use the same strategies that we will also do later on again.
So identify and finalize the outcomes. So outcomes could come from lexical queries, authority hacking, and then you identify the authority sources. Okay, so before outcomes, you have to identify the authority sources. I guess this
Yes.
should on top, and then this
That's
one.
good.
So by this point, you have these already, and then in the next step, like here, you can easily make your decisions or finalize the outcomes based on this data.
Yeah, that's true. But here, if you go lower, then we just repeat the same again. But maybe, yeah, Google search suggestions.
Okay, so for someone who's just creating a topical map, he has two options: either do things into chunks, like just go to Google, finalize the outcomes, or come back and go again Google to finalize the query templates. I mean, I would say just grab all the data from Google at in one go,
Yeah.
manually, and then split the data into outcomes, into query templates, and into maybe blah blah. Okay, so maybe we can do it. Identify the sorry, where I was. Outcomes. Okay, outcomes. Google query semantics. Then there's like one more. Okay, so we were writing Google. What was before than this? I mean, I forget. This one, I guess.
Good question. I think it was outcomes.
It was
It was just a step of data gathering via this source.
Not true, I guess. There is no parent for this step.
No.
Eight, which was it when the final outcomes. Identify and extract, then it's like about identify final the outcome, and it could come from this. Query semantics expanded, it is here. Query semantics, and then Wikipedia, Wikidata, this is lexical semantics.
Mostly, yeah.
Yeah. This is also lexical. This is also lexical. If I've never used it, but you told that this is also similar to Wikigraph. So
and then we have identified the query templates underneath that.
I can fix it. Lexical semantics one more time. So lexical semantics coming from Wikipedia, Wikigraph, and LLMs. Query semantics only coming from Google search. And where was the SU search tool?
Higher up. Yeah. Here in query semantics, you already mentioned.
Like yesterday, where we sorry.
Then it was, I think, lower there. We also mentioned it again in 8.16.
Oh, I see. Okay. What about, let me open a new tab. What about if we discuss the task? Okay. And then how to do it? How to
Start recording again.
and then sources, and then platforms.
Yeah.
Like task is to finalize the one task. What is the first task is finalize the outcomes. The other task finalize. Okay, first is research. Okay, research and make it like combine them together and finalize. Then okay, no, the task is to finalize. The ultimate thing is to finalize, right? So we write the ultimate thing.
Mm-hmm.
The research is the part of this finalization.
Yeah,
So
true.
query templates. And one more, finalize or gather. Okay, so gather all the queries, all the data. It could be queries it could be phrases, I mean lexical phrases, it could be even topics, it could be simply
Questions and whatnot.
attributes, questions, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Anything, phrase or text. Okay. So these three tasks we need to do.
Yeah.
And what I'm suggesting, I mean, like you will also back me. Like instead of like going for one thing on Google, then come back and then again go to Google, you do all the research. But Garmans, sorry, there's one problem.
What's that?
You know, like when we have to finalize the query template or research the query templates, before that we finalize the outcomes, right?
Mhm.
Because we find query templates based on the outcomes. So finalizing the
Yeah, yeah,
outcome,
true. Yeah. But like honestly, it kind of goes at the same pace. Like once you do finalize the outcomes, well, the finalize maybe is a trigger word, but like I at the same point identify templates. I at the same point identify all the questions or the phrases and all those things. So of course it is better maybe to outline step by step.
but
Um,
yeah. We can also do like, okay, you go to Google, you grab all the data, and for example, you go to Google, you grab all the verbs, I mean adjectives, attributes, context, queries, phrases, etc., etc., topics, and based on that you extract the outcomes, and then you refine your research based on the outcomes and remove duplicates from what already you have researched. Did you get it?
yeah, 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 yeah.
I mean, go to Google first, get all the data as much as possible based on your central entity. Okay, come back, the data you got from your central entity, expand all the data, etc., from Google. Based on that data, you again extract the outcomes, and then you go again to Google, and now you have to go just one more
Explanation.
time,
Yeah,
and just you have to expand your research for the outcomes, which is only for those outcomes that are relevant to your business. Not you need to go to because there will be a thousand of entities. So
yeah,
I guess the attribute relevance, this comes into play when you finalize the outcomes as well, in this stage as well, not
yeah.
when you what you say, uh, like
When you
after
do
cluster.
the after clustering, yeah, yeah, that makes sense. And then of course that is as a result of that you'll have less queries, but less things to cluster. Yeah,
Hmm. Okay, so the first task, we need to divide tasks into two. First, finalize the outcomes, finalize the query template. So query templates uh, could come here as task one, this task two, sorry, sorry, task two. First, finalize the outcomes. And for this, okay, the data, this is the actual how to do it. Gather all the data, queries, and the sources are again uh, Google, Ahrefs, SCM Rush, SEO. What was the tool name? Sorry,
search keyword tool.
very long name. Maybe we can have to find a short for this. SSKT. Okay, SSKT. Is that fine?
It's
Yeah,
we just invented our own tool.
for this video at least. S SSKT and Google Ahrefs SEMrush SSKT. The sources were LLMs. Like, okay, okay. By the way, why I'm writing platform names in sources? Uh, Platform tools. The sources would be query. Do you think the sources will include query semantics?
I think better to avoid it. I think it's going to confuse. But like these are the ways, not necessarily the sources.
Or you can name it. Mm,
Yeah.
And sources could be like search engines, third party
Yeah.
tools, LLMs. And in LLMs, we can expand it like here, Gemini, sorry,
Mhm.
Chat GPT, and that's it for now. And Google is here, Hrefs, SEMrush, SSKT, Gemini, ChatGPT, and are we missing any source?
Cloud is
With
a good one.
Google Cloud
No. Cloud from Anthropic.
from, sorry, which one?
Cloud or Cloudy.
Okay,
Cloudy. If you, yeah.
Claudia.
Cloud AI.
Yeah.
AI.
Okay, yeah. Okay, nice. Cloud.ai. Okay, so and in the sources we can also write like authority hacking. No, competitors
Competitors, yeah. Sorry,
or
sources.
authority. Yeah, authority sources, and we can write here platform tools. Okay, for authority sources, definitely SEMrush href gonna help us, so we don't need to repeat the same one. Okay, let me remove it. Okay, so task one is to finalize the outcome, and for that we have to gather all the data. Like data also means, in other words, this one, and sources, search engines, third-party tools, LLMs, authority sources, and platform tools would be these, and task. Now we have output here from task one. Task one out.
Yeah, and you would also add then in the sources whatever third-party websites maybe, and then in the platforms you would mention, yeah, Wikipedia, Wikidata, all those. We haven't mentioned that yet.
Okay, and the Germans, one more thing, because this is task one, and extracting data from these tools, these will be task 1.2,
Uh,
sorry. If I just expand it, maybe like, how is this approach?
then everyone will have to get a subscription of Ahrefs, SEMrush.
Oh, these are not necessary, but
Yeah.
somehow they're necessary. Like just the search demand, you cannot rely on maybe Uber suggest for the volume. Okay, we categorize all the LLMs in one.
Yeah.
One prompt. We'll provide one prompt for this. Okay, so let me just go back and copy one by one. Like for Google, we did. Where was it? This. Let me just copy it. And Hrefs, what we did. Okay, so now we can combine. Okay, because Href will help us in three scenarios, in three stages. One stage to gather data first. Number two, to extract the topics from the competitors' sitemap URLs. Two, number three, from when we like gathered all the queries, even from multiple sources, then and then get their search demand one last time. So Href has three main roles, but in this task, I think we only define that role of Href that only comes into play in this task one.
Yes.
So that is simply, I guess, that was, I think, matching terms we did last day. Uh, Thumbs match. Okay, simple, short and sweet. Same with, okay, the name was like broad match. SSKT, it was sport.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Like last time.
Yeah. And LLMs, we created a prompt in the Go. Maybe we can improve that prompt as well. But that prompt
Yeah,
was, I guess, that prompt. Where was that prompt?
lower,
Hmm.
lower, lower. Stop here. It's 714, row 17.
Mm, yeah.
We'll have to improve that. But the first line is a possible prompt for getting the outcomes.
I think we can get both, right? One by one.
Yeah, yeah, one by one. Yeah,
Yeah, because in lexical relations, there might be some outcomes as well we can get from.
sure, sure. Yeah, that's true.
But I think we need to double check it every step. Like when we start doing,
Yeah.
we have to come back to this step and see, are these like mentioned correctly? Because like most of the 99% of the steps coming from my experience. So I don't think we have to change anything later. But maybe for the improvement purpose, we can do it. Okay. So LLMs, we have like prompt equal this prompt one, take it like this, and
See, I think I had it.
sure. What are the lexic? Okay. And by the way, Garman, don't you think both prompts are almost similar? Because in the first we are asking about nouns, entities, relationships. The second one is also about asking about lexical relations. So I guess both prompts are actually created to get the same output.
Uh, can I think I'll just paste one more. But what about, is it in 1 point? Okay, under 1.6, I'll paste something. What do you think about this prompt?
Topic, central entity, develop ontology from main conception entities, develop ontology from main conception entities. What do you mean by main conception entities?
For main concept entities, for main concept entities of that topic that you put in mobile phones, then you'll get.
Okay,
I'll
so
just
first,
put
so
out.
first LLM need to know about main concepts, right?
Yeah, and
And
that's what you'll put into the topic in that square brackets.
then model. Okay, these are separate prompts or one prompt?
No prompt. I'll
I
just
think
test it
can
out
can we
quickly.
do a test of it? And by the way, I think this is a good one.
I will share you the output. Do you have ChatGPT?
Sure, that's also a good option.
It's gonna finish, and then I'll just send you the link. It's still writing. Okay. Have a look. I think
Okay. Mobile phone ontology model. You use simple GPT or any?
For all.
Okay, okay. Let's think step by step. Topic mobile phones, development ontology for our main concept entities, model taxonomy, properties and relationships. Okay. Hmm. Nice. Software components, user is also an entity. Nice. Manufacturer, the company that designs and manufactures the phone. Network provider, accessories, connectivity. Okay. Applications, developer taxonomy, hardware components, processor. Okay, this the first one. The entity they have defined the taxonomy. Okay, software components, then user. Hmm. These are obviously ontologies.
Taxonomy now.
Mhm. I think, come on, like, what about if your topical map is also flowing in the same way, uh, but you just need context for these ontologies? Like,
Of course. Yeah.
I mean, you cannot like create a one page of mobile phone user, but what I'm referring to, this is the complete.
It's for the understanding where to dig for those
Ah,
outcomes. Is the
this
whole
is
like it opens mind and okay, this is where I can find outcome. This is where I can. This is how everything is connected as well together. Memory, RAM, storage size, right?
the. I mean, for a person who don't know about the main knowledge, I mean knowledge about the domain of the business, maybe this is the first thing I think that he want to do.
Yeah, and then this may be the first step when final or identifying and finalizing outcomes.
Hmm.
Go
Maybe
lower and
this.
see the relationships as well. I think that's crazy good.
Yeah,
Here,
lot of.
look at this relationships. A little bit higher,
Developer. Where were?
a little bit lower. uh, section number 4 here.
Oh,
Has
model relationship.
components, has software owned by, produced by, connected to, supports, connects
Hmm.
via. Basically,
Come,
that's how you become an expert in knowledge domain.
Comments. I'm thinking another idea. I think if right, can you create a graph for these relationships or ontologies of mobile phone? What it do? No. On your detailed description, she said I'll create a graph, but it's not creating.
Too lazy today.
Let me make it like please.
Prompt engineering 101.
Okay, let's now try.
Yeah,
Analyze.
it's gonna do something.
Maybe yes or no. Governments, how much knowledge you have about training LLMs to perform a certain task like information extraction, document summarization, n-grams or skip gram dominant words identification? Like, for example, how much your
Uh,
knowledge.
just only try making GPTs with few shot prompting, giving examples and so on. I have created few that will help you identify the components of the topical map in an easy way. I just give it source context and then it explains what is this most common, most probable central entity, central search intent, what to include in the core and outer section.
Mhm.
That's one that I created. I think it's quite helpful to quickly ideate on a topical map.
Mhm.
Are you satisfied with the image?
Image is it's incompleted, I guess. Not
No, exactly. It just
okay.
took the relationships part. Anyhow, I think we
Uh,
should move on.
yeah. So I think what I'm trying to do, the prompt you did, like the okay, where was that? This one. I'm just copying this link. It's like, is it public?
Yeah, should be.
Yeah. Okay. So in the sheet tab above everyone, like
Tutor research.
maybe after the central entity, what do you think?
Yeah, after
Like,
the central entity, or maybe after the. Yeah. Maybe after the intent, we could do the. Yeah, somewhere
and
there.
research by persona. We make it like
We could make a prompt for that as well and share it.
why not? Okay. So three would be prompt this on no. What do you say? Prompt this to get
We'll just add a prompt.
okay, add a prompt to understand the ontologies and taxonomy.
Here's the following prompt too. I'll just correct it.
Sure. Taxonomy of the central.
Entity.
Oh, sorry.
I will put it in.
Central. Add a prompt. Add a prompt on any LLM.
Or maybe multiple, so that you could get multiple. Yeah, I mean, every LLM is different, so it would be interesting to see what is going to happen there.
LLM. To understand ontologies and taxonomy. Taxonomies or taxonomy? What do you say?
Taxonomy. Let's see. Yeah, just click away so I could edit.
Or the central entity. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay, and
I
you shared
will put it in.
in the same chat you did the other prompt.
Use. I'll just put it in the cell. So I'm also editing the sheet now.
Okay, no problem.
Then,
Nice.
yeah. Good.
Nice, very nice. Okay. Um, Gamans, can I add one more thing? Not in just
No,
one,
we are never gonna finish with the process step.
not just one row, but for the all rows.
Yeah.
We must add a column here, like before this objective.
Good.
What is main objective? Maybe, and then we do like how to do it, how to like this or process,
Yeah.
and we can also do like input. What would gonna be input and what gonna be output,
Yeah.
and then some examples like how it look like.
With links to files of how it looks like, something like that.
Yeah, like if we say n-grams, how they look like after you extract them, right? So you maybe put a link Excel sheet
Yeah.
or you
Yeah.
and
This is gonna be the blueprint. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a
thank
good
you.
idea.
And some more, for example, do's Maybe we can remove some, but I'm just making it like I'm just expanding, or you can say redefining the mind boundaries.
Exactly. Expanding the, yeah, how do you call it? Opening the abundance mindset
Mm,
by second.
hmm.
These are cool things, yeah. Yeah.
All right, so I'm sharing my screen one last time. Uh, all right, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so let's give some recap, or you can say some summary to the audience what we've done in the steps mainly. Since in the last like recording we were like just finalizing the steps, so I think now we are like almost finalized with the steps. Just a couple of things are left. For example, writing the titles and descriptions, images, macro semantics. Okay, so Gamans, what do you think? We should summarize it from the start quickly.
Let's quickly run through these and then we go and do the action and then create that topical map.
Yeah, this is what we need, and let's give some summary, top level summary. So in the start, we like finalize the source context, and then from the source context, we figure out the sentence entity. I hope we covered these things in detail. Then we figure out some ontologies and some taxonomies, and Gurman's created a good prompt for that. I think Gurman's, you created this prompt, right?
No,
Or
I found
someone?
it. I found it on the internet in I think other courses and also groups. People were sharing prompts, so I found it, and I think that was a very good, useful prompt for specifically for this step.
Exactly. So this step purpose to get the ontologies and taxonomies of the central entity, which is finalized in step 2. So you can check the results of this prompt. We'll paste a link here, how it looked like. And then we figure out the central search intent based on the behaviors around the mobile phone and based on the source context, what we are trying to target mainly. And there's another step we just added based on our research. And that step is research the buyer persona or the ICPs around this central search intent. So there's like a specific prompt. We'll like just paste the link here in after this maybe recording. Okay, so then we finalize the core and outer based on the central search intent and just segregated the verbs or behaviors in core and the rest one in outer. And our core is like about mobile phone reviews, their deals, brand categories, everything that someone is like searching and very close to buy a mobile phone. Simply all the topics are coming in core section, and outer is about some tips and tricks, how to guides, and some other prominent things about mobile phone. Okay, so now this is from where we started the actual thing. First, we identified the authority sources, and authority sources mean that are like literally dominating that specific knowledge domain, which is like maybe you can say technology, or you can say it like what do you say, like telecommunication or mobile phones or gadgets or electronics. There could be, I mean, multiple categories. I mean, so for one knowledge domain, like which is like for example this mobile phone, we figured out the authority sources which has like most topical coverage and based on the data. Okay, so data mean the steps we have finalized before. Okay, so then we finalize one more source that is like very you can say like that we want to reverse engineer, and we want to replace in the next broad core algorithm update. For example, that is like performing very well with less time and with less effort. For example, not effort, but like less pages with like getting more traffic, and that kind of page, that kind of website will also figure out side by side. Okay, so from step 9, we are like finalizing the outcomes. So outcomes will definitely uh, will help us to figure out the context of later on, or the query templates, or all the queries that we need to target. So first we need to figure out the outcomes, and outcomes will be coming from multiple sources and multiple tools or platforms as mentioned here. And sources are like search engines, third-party tools, LLMs, etc., etc. So they're like expanded below, like from GSC, this is what we need to do. From Google, href, everything is like mentioned very precisely, I hope. And now in the after step 9, we have all the queries extracted from the above sources using multiple, filters, or you can say some parameters. And then from that data, we'll segregate the queries, query templates that can be like multiplied to the other outcomes as well in the same level of taxonomy, and then some entities or outcomes as well. And for those outcomes, what we'll be doing, we'll be expanding our research and figuring out or finalizing more query templates based on the data. So these 3 steps mainly, that will be like repeating again and again until you are identified all the queries and query templates for your important and relevant outcomes, entities, and nouns. So important or relevant, it simply means the specific outcomes that are very close to your source context that ultimately you want to get traffic for. You need to prioritize those definitely. So for those, you need to repeat the same steps using the same sources, and until you are finished, you can go to the next step, which is, I think, about assigning the search demand. I think this is the steps coming from the previous step, which was happening here. We were like writing the steps before here, and now we move to this one. Okay, so now we need to assign the search demand to all the search queries, or like all the data we have. And after that, now by this we have like 5 columns, which includes query, the search demand of that query. For example, not all queries will be coming with the search demand metric, because from the competitors or authority sources, we'll be like exporting from href, their top keyword will include the volume metric. But since data are coming from multiple sources as well, like Google and like other sources as well, so might be you need to double check or export their search demand from tools like href, which is like recommended here. Okay, then you need to figure out the document URLs, competing document URLs against each query, authority hacking. This is like for the topics that are coming from the competitors coverage, definitely you will have competing URLs for those topics. And if you want to gather your competing document URLs for the other topics as well, like coming from like Google, coming from like the other tools, you can do it, and that step is optional. Okay, then we have source, like from which source the data is coming. It's always good, like if you're like gathering data from multiple sources, you add a column extra in your Google Sheet, write which source data is actually coming from. So at the end of the day, you can maybe do some effort or benefit analysis, like which source is giving you maximum output, for example. Then you can maybe spend more time on that source in your next topical map, for example. And we have like source as well, source platform, and then source authority hacking platform, or like that actual thing is like X competitor, which competitor has given you the most coverage. That means that competitor worth paying attention in the long run. Okay, then all the queries are like their volume, etc. Then we can do the sub-based clustering. And I guess governments, can you like add thing here, for example, filtering based on the prominent, relevant, and popular criteria, which is introduced in the framework. Is it better to filter this data before clustering or after clustering?
I would do it after clustering. I think it will save time, right? I think we also touched upon that with Sarah some time ago, that just by having all those queries grouped, clustered, let's say, you will already identify what are the key topics for which you will have to create a page, and then it will be just faster to really filter through whether, go through the attribute filtration criteria. So
Exactly.
would be,
yeah. Yeah, maybe so before clustering there'll be like maybe lakhs of topics, maybe you don't know probably. So it's better to have like some specific parent topics. You work on those parent topics only. And then this is, I guess, I've explained very deeply in the like last part of the recording, maybe the second part of the recording. So I guess that's all cleared. So once you figured out, you've done the clustering, then you can then filter those topics based on this criteria. And then once it is done, you can categorize those topics as well, the parent topics based on their attribute and their page type. This is also defined in the last video. So by this, you have the topic, or you can name it
Sorry.
like
I think we
query.
have those columns underneath. I think those columns are a little bit more outlined, so we can just discuss that.
Yeah, okay. So now we have governments. This is something we need to write. So, but this is something at the end of the whole topical map will be done with this, right?
Yeah. But I think the list of the columns or the things that we'll add later on, this list is more complete than what we had there before with topic, child topic, and so on. I think here it's more, let's say, streamlined. But definitely, it's up to imagination. How do you want? Do you want a topic first? Well, most likely you will. Then perhaps you will have an optional child topic, right? You might as well want to put search demand right away after that, or maybe later. It's in the competing document URL. Maybe you will like to add attribute, page type, even, and maybe also the source where it comes from. Yeah, it's really up to interpretation or the way you want to work with the topical map. But also from Koray's framework, the key, let's say, aspects of a topical map would be the topic, the title, the URL, the image, alt tag, image, URL, and also the publication frequency or publication date. I think that was it, right? Those columns. I hope I'm right. Yeah.
Governments, can
Yeah.
we also add columns like for these matrix if possible? Like if for example, when it comes to relevance, you can make it like very high, high or medium or low.
Or 1 out of 5, or however you want to measure it. Yeah, I think I remember you had one example, one topical map where you also included that for your prioritization later on. So that's also an option, definitely.
So we have popularity as already. We just need two more things: prominence and.
Of course, given that you excluded completely those that are not relevant, you might have then still left some, right, that you are still not sure where to put, and then depending on those scores or ranges or however you want to name it or number it, 1 to 5 or high, medium, low, you might prioritize the order of those topics within your topical map.
Is recommended. I guess this is weekend, because if you are like using numbers, it's like very difficult sometimes.
Yeah. I tried also once create like a logarithmic formula for calculating the score of PRP.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, in that case, numbers would be better. But yeah, you can also just use high, medium, low as a gauge for that. Good.
Okay. And prominence, we can apply same to this as well, right?
I think so too. Yeah.
Mm,
Then again, is it prominent or not? That's the question. And then you might be doubting yourself whether it is prominent.
I think if there's not any tool, you can think from your mind. If you get the idea of your knowledge domain, for example, you can maybe figure out yourself as well. So when we start creating the actual topical map, maybe then we can figure out, okay, how we can do high, medium, low based on their prominence. Based on some example, it's better, like people can understand better. Okay, so then topic query. So what I'm trying to do, like I'm trying to summarize, like by step 16 we have these columns like queries, child topics. After these are coming from clustering, and some tools provide, some tools don't, so that's optional here. And then search demand, relevance, attribute. These are categories, page type, source platform. Okay, and yeah.
Sarah is raising hand. Yep.
So this last sheet, I'm assuming since it has columns, who is going to execute on it? Or we're still for SEOs, like, is this is gonna go to the copywriter, or like what's gonna happen here?
I think here it is the SEO who still needs to complete the whole topical map, and then each line would represent a page that will need to be created. And from each line later on, of course, something that's completely out scope for this podcast, but something that Hamid talked with Harry, or will talk, depending on how when this is going to be live. The next step for each line would be to create a content brief. And after that content brief is created, that's when the copywriter will get the document and they start writing the content based on the brief.
Perfect. It's just
Yeah.
good to clarify, to begin with the end in mind, right?
Yeah. So this is like a map, like the map of the website, let's say.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Garments, I think the steps 17, what it should be, like writing the macro semantics components or anything else.
Yeah, I think so. And really, yeah, seeing what is missing to make sure that we have all the columns needed and all the columns filled out. What you have there in the sheet in row 40. Or process like processing or creating the process topical map, right? I think that's also how Koray refers to it. There's a raw topical map with just topics and that's it, and then we have a process topical map with all the macro semantic components filled out and completed. Yeah, finalize the raw and then create a process topical map.
Is that fine?
Finalize raw topical map, and I would split it into two, right? Finalize the raw and then create a processed by writing the following microsemantic components.
Yeah, that's also good. Is that correct? I guess, yeah.
Finalize the raw topical map. Yeah, we'll just.
But Garments, what do we mean by finalizing the raw topic? Is it like reviewing the existing work we have done and then removing the topics, or what more?
Yeah, maybe removing, reordering, expanding somewhere. Yeah, doing all of that. Ordering once you know, okay, this is the list of topics I will need to cover, and then this is the exact order. I'm sure that we have covered in full depth and breadth whatever is needed, and then we can go in and start creating titles, figuring out the URL structure and so on.
Okay, so in macro semantics, the things, okay, so we have like queries, etc. So now we need to like write meta title and description, and what are the other image orgs, and then image URL. Is that it? I guess.
I'll just double check quickly with my topical map. Yeah, topic, title, meta description. Yeah, title. Maybe after title, yeah, sometimes you could put a URL right away to see the connection between the title and the URL and how it all is. Meta description. Then we have image URL, image alt tag, and then
Okay,
publication date.
There is page URL as well, and then document URL, and then image URL. So I think we can make it like first the title and description, then URL, like this. So once the angle is finalized, like the whole title is written, and from that title, the description is written, and from those two things, the URL is like, what do you think? It's like more better.
Just from the course, I think it was title, then URL, then description, then image, and
Yeah,
alt.
like this.
So we can just follow that order, yeah. And then later on, the last one is a publication date, and then whether it is published or is not published. because yeah, momentum and order, yeah, status, yeah, perfect.
I think Sara has some
Question, yeah.
I'm not sure if you touched on this, but like you said, I can ask about previous stuff. Can you like give like a brief explanation of what is macro semantics? If you haven't, or if you have already, I wasn't there probably. If you haven't, then it's good to like touch like at a high level.
Hamid, you want to go?
I think you should go first.
I'll answer. Macrosemantic is basically all the components of yeah, the titles, the URL structure, the internal links, the macro, let's say, components of a website that you can basically tweak as you want to control those internal signals. And then microsemantics will be teeny tiny differences, sentence or section wide, where you could configure the phrase sequencing, the sentence structures, and how do you answer the question, in what format, how do you format the question and answer, and all those things.
So would you say that macro semantics is similar to on-page?
On page, but certain aspects of on page,
Yeah,
and
certain aspects of on-page.
Keyword stuffing, but
Not,
more
not
like
like not one for one. I like yeah, there might be some differences, but I'm just so the reason I'm asking this is I'm trying to like simplify it. And we did have a discussion about the title tags before. Remember last time? Not last time, the
Yeah.
one before as well. Yeah, and I'm just trying to find ways that people can just understand at a high level, you know, what a complex term is, right?
Yeah.
Like the first time we said the source context and the title tag, right? We try to find like some relevance between them. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you translate into like a regular on page, you would say the macro semantics involve the high level components of on page, your titles, your URL structures, your headings, H2s, anchor texts, and internal links, and then and then micro would be really section specific, really very, very micro things. How do you structure everything, and how do you phrase words, and then
Keyword level maybe, or
Yeah.
going deeper, but macro is
something
just
that
like, yeah.
on page is not really anything about other than just put keyword here and here. Microsemantics expands the world of SEO to a crazy degree.
And where would you say entities are part, like, are they macro semantics or micro semantics? Like,
It could be both, depending on where do you like entities. I think it could be processed like within n-gram site-wide. In that case, it would be macro semantics. But then again, if you talk about entity salience and how do you prioritize entities within a single sentence, it could be also micro semantics.
and okay, I'm sorry, I'm asking too many questions. Would schema code be part of any of those, like macro or micro?
Good question. What do you think, Hamid? Could be both.
I think, yeah, I mean, actually, macro semantics, like in a document, the top level components like the headings, etc., etc. So when it comes to code, there are different things like I mean, how a search engine looks at a page. So, sorry, Graman, what?
No, I knocked my glass. That's why I made that sound. All good.
Yeah, okay, so I guess schema markup is like not defined in the course where it like falls, but mainly it's like, I guess, macro semantics, because it defines what the page is talking about, the whole summary of the page. So I guess it's more related to macro semantics,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
what's the
I
title of
agree.
the page, what's the description, what's the main featured image, who's the author of the page, for example. So I guess it's macro semantics.
Okay, cool. Okay, good. I felt so. I'm not like the expert here. I'm just trying to guess. I just wanted to highlight this. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, important thing to like cover here, but you asked, thank you for that. And okay, and Grumans, these are the macro semantics thing. I mean, some
Some of them.
other
Some are organizational things.
yeah
Whether it's
again,
complete or not, who should I go and call? And
matter and other what do you say, other organizational things,
yeah, components. So yeah.
I guess. Yeah. So by this step 18 we are done with the topical map. Is that I'm correct here?
Yeah, if you complete all the steps how they should be, then you should be done with the topical map. But it can carry on, right? I remember. Well, actually, you can go back and the columns that you had there before. I think we could still have them because that's these are also your interpretations, your additions, like the outer core section, right? It's a possible final output if you want to rename few things, add few things, maybe remove some things. Notice, for example, organizational status is not in yours, but yeah, it's up to how you want to work with it. But yeah, from the course and what Koray is teaching, we have a very good, like a fundamental, like all the components outlined on how it should. Then you can add more. Yes, Sarah had a question or not anymore?
Not anymore. I'm just letting you know I'm gonna jump off in like a minute. Thanks, guys, for having me. I wanted to survive this and see the topical map, but I'm not getting there. I'll try to watch the recording. So in a minute, I'll just jump off. I won't cut you off.
Sure, but
And thanks to
very nice.
everyone who is watching. Thanks for having me here.
Always pleasure. Talk to you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yes. You're trying to align with?
Yeah, trying to align. Search measure, complete attribute.
The topic query is kind of like the topic also in as the first column you typically in Koray's topical maps. So I think we could keep that. Child
Topic only.
it's topic mostly, right? It's not necessarily query. Yeah. Search demand, relevance, prominence, competing. Yeah, after publication status, those are the additions that we typically, sometimes add.
Yeah, and
Maybe
one thing is missing, I guess, page type. Yeah, this one.
Would you add core and outer section?
Core and outer. I just added no.
Yeah, I don't see it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. Also category maybe, but it's yeah.
That's another categorization of topics.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, you're right.
And
Good.
if there's an e-commerce, you can make it like use the attribute column and put the product, which product it's talking about. So maybe I'll add, if you are working on an e-commerce site, you can write which product these topics refer to, something
Good.
like this.
Yeah.
And I guess that's it. So let me just update this into here and make it like this. So this is the final things. I mean, like here.
Quite a few steps.
Okay, Garmans. So we are done with steps, I guess.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Well, before it goes live, I think we could just go in again and just add a few missing prompts or links or examples, or just copy edit it a little bit. But I think pretty much we are done. We can start creating it.
So we can maybe like add status here, and this is done. This is also done, and in the last, I guess, recording we just do this as well, right?
Yes, let me see whether I have that chat saved in ChatGPT, and then I will just put a
I
link.
think we use this prompt and we finalized the ontologies and taxonomy. So I guess this step is also done.
Yes, and I have a link here. I will just put it in the yes, you can go and access it. Central search intent. And then let's on the fly do the research for
sorry, what do you mean?
I will just do the buyer persona and ICP research quickly and just have an example also ready with GPT.
Yeah, please.
Yes. Okay, I have something here. I think it's going to be an okay example.
I think we finalized the buyer persona one as well.
Yeah, I think it was in another somewhere sheet.
I think I done this. Maybe I will find it.
Okay, I have it here. It's generating. Good. I think we are. We will make a better prompt, but for now, and example purposes, I think this will give a good idea. And I will put it in URL. You can also check it out, Hamid. It has buyer personas and also kind of general ICPs.
Yeah. Mobile phone reviews, comparison research recipe for user visiting website. Exactly. This is what we need.
So now you also have an idea about two types of ICPs. It's early adopters. It's also these mass buyers businesses who might also want to So some kind of topics also should be relevant for them and cater to them.
Hmm. Exactly. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so Gurmans, till step 6 we are done. We were done, and now I guess from 7 we can start the part
Mhm.
point 7.
One question here about different types of businesses and how these steps would change, or the outputs of these steps would change depending on the business type, or maybe if it's a local business. Should we talk about this briefly now, or we should
Maybe let's, I think, complete this one
okay,
because, yeah.
let's do it. We are on the roll here. Let's complete it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so now the step 7 is saying us to identify the 30 sources with the most topical coverage and based on the data. What we mean based on the data, I mean identify the sources with the most topical coverage.
I think it is more based on the topical coverage data that we can access and see. I think that was more of what was meant there, depending on yeah.
And historical data, I guess.
Yeah. You can also say that
Or you
on
can
href
say
if we
search tra-
search traffic for the relevant topics, right? That we also would like to cover. Yes.
Okay. And Germans, so let's find the 30 sources. You go to Ahrefs or you go to directly Google. What do you normally do?
Typically, I do both. If I already have a website established, I will go to organic competitors on Ahrefs. I think they have a pretty good estimate. Otherwise, if it's a completely new website, I'll start Googling and seeing what kind of authority sources appear there.
I think Germans, like what about based on the center search intent or the core section, for example? I think it's better to find the core section competitors and outer section competitors differently. So it's better to find a seed query based on the based on the core section. It could be mobile phone reviews like this. We just Google this query and see the top pages, or we can tweak some like iPhone reviews
Yeah.
or iPhone price, something like that. See what top sites are coming and just gather the list of those sites and put into Ahrefs batch analysis and see their topic, their site-wide traffic in one go. And then from that traffic metric, we figure out these 5 are like top traffic, top traffic getting websites. And now how we can check their topical coverage, like is there any like screaming frog or
I would use Ahrefs, and then I think there had few reports relevant for that. Let me see. And I also believe there were, I think there was a GPT that Koray created that is somewhat similar to, or helps when in this aspect. Let me see. Almost the same as what I just Googled. Then go domain. what is a practical way for you to identify that? I would like just speaking out loud. I don't have necessarily like a very streamlined process for that, but yeah, I would find all the authority sources, and then I would let's say start putting going to the organic keywords report and just putting the central entity and seeing how many keywords they have, what is the overall traffic that they have for that topic or group of topics, whatever, and then seeing which one has the most topical coverage in that sense.
Okay, what I will, yeah, I think there are like multiple ways I can maybe check the topic coverage. One, simply go to Ahrefs top pages and see what top pages for that competitors are getting most traffic. Number one. And number two, if they're like in top 10, they're like almost all topics related to mobile phones, I can clearly say that this is exactly my mobile phone specific topic source. Also, what I can do in the search bar, I can, in top pages search bar, I can write like mobile word and see out of like 10,000, like if there are like 9,000 pages are include URL or mobile phone, that means it's like simply a mobile phone website. Another way could be simply Google the query like topic, like mobile phone, space, site query, the domain of the authority source, and see how many pages are there related to mobile phone. And also I can check from the website of the, like once I open the site, I can see in the menu or in the about us or in the title, probably it will be clearly mentioned what the website is talking about. If the website is like, if the website is Tom Guide, is saying that we review electronics, we review tech gadgets, we review, for example, food items, it means it's like talking about everything. It's clearly mentioned, so you can just simply say that, okay, this is, yes, it is authority source, but it is a generic authority source. And if the website is like simply saying in its titles or about us page or in boilerplate like menu, all the links are like talking about a specific entity, which is mobile phone or electronics, you can say that, okay, this is something uh, competing source, like direct competing source as well. Okay, so I've like added some columns here. Okay, this is authority source, for example, this one, and the quality node, which is like ranking, which is the, which is the one we want to beat or outrank in the long run. I mean, for the long run, this is what we want to outrank. And we can write like generic and niche specific. Because this is generic, we can something like this
Mhm.
and put all the quality nodes here, the sources, and then we can the next step was, okay, we can also put their traffic number like
Yes,
organic.
and the example that you gave to like I really liked like go to Site Explorer, search for the domain name, and then go to top pages, and then filter for query that contains mobile, and then see what is the overall traffic or overall number of pages that contain that keyword, or that top keyword,
Yeah.
mobile, for example. And then we could quantify, like, okay, this is how many pages they have, but what is the actual traffic for that topic, and then seeing also which one is the one that we should reverse engineer, which one has the least pages with the most traffic, perhaps. Which one is more efficient in creating pages and getting that traffic?
Mhm.
Yeah, good one. Yes,
I think backlinks play a part, so
of course.
we can
Yeah, if it's a purely a page rank play, then of course you will want to skip that.
yeah. I think now it's looking good. I won't go in deep.
No, no, no. But this is the way, right? And then we find all the authority sources, their quality nodes, and so on, and then we get the data for all of these things, and then we compare which one is the highest traffic with the least number of pages with the most, let's say, yeah, and there's going to be a balance, right? We want to look with the one with most traffic, most pages related to the central entity with the least domain name, with the least DR, with the least number of referring domains, and with the least, yeah, basically that. But then again, you'd want to consider, what if there's a source that has a million of pages and million visitors, and then there's a source that has 500,000 of pages with the same million visitors, and yeah, so I think the efficiency also plays a part there. Efficiency at getting the relevant traffic, not just publishing a ton of pages and yeah, exactly. Not just number of pages that mention the essential entity, but also traffic on relevant topical coverage.
So I think we can make it like, for example, number of pages and then overall traffic and all pages of the site. Then we can make it pages related to the central entity and then traffic for those pages that are related to central entity.
Yes.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
And then some
site.
other managed factors, etc. So I guess this is a good template for someone to copy and utilize for his
And
topic.
we just created on the spot, so we will after the recording we'll analyze it one more time. Maybe we'll change a few things, but
This K column is something you will define at the end based on the other metrics. You will finalize that, okay, this is a high priority competitor that I want to compete with or outrank, because it's getting good traffic on topical coverage and also less pages published, for example. These two things you need to check first. If
Yeah.
less pages are published related to your center entity and lot more traffic based on those pages, which means this is you need to idealize in the first place.
low
And
DR, low domains.
yeah, again, these all very, very nice. And Garman, by the way, the eighth step, which is to find that specific source which you want to reverse engineer and replace in the next broad call algorithm update, you could figure out that in this phase as well.
Correct. Yeah. But it's very important that that source is very, very closely related also to your source context, if possible. You don't want to compete with just giant whatever e-commerce site if you're not an e-commerce site. That's also, I think.
You can also maybe write it
yeah, the outer or core. I didn't think about it like that, and I like also that addition. Basically, that's what we want, right? We want to find and reverse engineer the one that also has the closer to your core section, because that's the most important section.
Yeah, if there's an EMD, for example, EMD is like talking about mobile, something like, sorry, not this, mobile phone reviews.com. This is exactly your core section.
Then go ahead and buy the same EMD and compete.
So I think this is not your core section. This is probably bot. You can write one more like bot.
Yeah.
Tom's guide is bot. And if Tom guide is just writing reviews, which is probably yes, then you can only write core, which is more close to your core. So for example, when you're writing your outer section, like how to repair a mobile phone, you won't be wasting your time on Tom's guide, engrams, etc., extraction of those things. You will just figure out that website which is more close to your outer. For example, WikiHow, for example.
Yeah.
And then, Gamans, do we need to finalize the competitors right now, or we move to the next part? What do you think?
I think if we start finalizing, it will take many more hours. So I think I hope the idea is there, and it will just keep that's the way to do it, and or at least that's our perception of how to do it, and we have, I think, a good template. So
Yeah, I've added the template here like this.
yeah,
And then we have finalized the outcomes. I think we need to do a bit on this.
definitely,
Uh,
yeah. And it's like a group
this is
of
the
many
main
steps.
beefy part.
That's the meat
Yeah.
and potatoes, how do you call it? Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
how
we
do we
should,
do it?
right now I cannot show any GSC at the moment. So search engines, this is what we can do. Let me make it green. Some more like, do you have a nature of, right?
Yeah.
Can you cover this part on your site, like share screen and show how to do from hrefs?
Sure. So where should we start then? Should we do?
And Google, okay, sorry, not like this, but I'm trying to do Google href STMrush. I think we cover only href. The STMrush process that will be same. SSKT, this is we can also cover right now. LLM prompt, this is we can cover as well. And ngrams, I mean, uh, how we can make sure of this? We can maybe add the tools in the reference. Which tools can help you extracting the ngrams?
Yeah. Because I'll see if I don't have screaming upload. I just got a new computer, so I don't have screaming from installed yet.
I also need to download in my new system. So I just written will add tools later
Yeah.
for
And it
for
will run through how to do it. So
exactly. Maybe we can record a separate 10 minutes video on extracting ngrams and
yeah,
merge this in this video.
good idea.
Then authority sources. Okay, then export all the organic query. Okay, this is also could be done from hrefs, all the organic queries. Then the topical coverage. Okay, this is what we can do. Yeah, the part 9.8.
Yes. So
And
we could maybe start from the beginning, or you could just finalize the talking part. That the outcome of it is what is that going to be?
all the data, all the queries. Then from that queries, we will choose the query templates and we'll choose the outcomes or nouns.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of data.
Let's do like 2, 3 outcomes and I think 5, 6 query templates, right?
Yeah. Let's see how many we find. So I can just start by searching mobile phone on Ahrefs. You can also do the same on Google, and then we can share screen each other.
Yeah, that's correct.
What we find.
Our target country was United States, right?
Yes.
Competitive one. Okay, so I think I can cover my Google search part.
You can go ahead, and then I'll.
Okay. So this is one thing. This is one website I normally use, Valentine.app, to extract the more proximate, or you can say some location specific results. Okay, so mobile phone, I'll start with my central entity. I'll simply paste it here. First, I'll just make it like simply add a screenshot of it, probably copy it, something like that. Okay, let me just create another tab of the, this is, you can say, finalize the outcomes, right? Or data sources. You can write it Google, you can write it then Hrefs. Okay, this is also good. Okay, so Google, I have mobile phone company. Okay. Just write on this one time and make it like this. Plans, repair, deals, number, carriers. And Garmans, what
Mhm.
about if we remove the ones that are not relevant during the research, instead of like just gathering all the data and then again waste time on, okay, now
I would
let's
just
remove.
remove everything that is not relevant on at the same time.
So at this time we can say that, so we have core and outer, we can check that, okay, mobile phone companies, this is can be covered. Plans, repair, yes. Deals, yes. Number, no.
No,
Carriers, no.
no. Service
Yes.
also. Yeah,
No.
depends. I would not put it in the reviews website.
Maybe in the, because we doing repair, so it's like related to repair. So if repair is, maybe we can have a representative page on this one.
If that website is purely like a comparison website and reviews website, then I don't think that's going to be relevant. If that company does mobile phone repairs and services, then definitely. Or maybe, or it could be like in the outer section, right? Like, what are the services for mobile phones that you can get, find, where you should consider if X, Y, Z happens. This is how you could find a good repair service center. But that would be covered in the outer section of this particular website, in my opinion.
Hmm. If we talk about our center agent, it was about find and compare, not about, for example, repair or something like that,
Exactly.
service. Mm, okay. Yeah, then it's better to not to cover repair and service. Make it also. Yeah. Okay. So this is how you can expand, not just expand, I mean, just figure out the patterns. Okay. So one more thing you can do, I mean, just search it, the entity, and see the attributes list. Okay. So mobile phone price, you can have one diagram for this price. Come back and check there's carrier you're not covering, since you are not going to cover this in your maybe core router, so let's ignore this. Stores, yes. Yes, stores, governments.
Mm-hmm. Which lets me, yeah.
And then some more attributes, features. Okay, let me just copy them all from here and make it like this, and values, let me make it like,
I think you need to put, what is it? Yeah, that one. And then commas, yeah.
yeah, nice. Color, brand. Okay, so let's remove SimSport. lens. I don't know. I mean, it's a feature, I guess, sim sport. So I think we are covering features in our outer maybe core. So we could figure out, okay, if this is a feature, we can cover this. Yes.
Mhm.
Security is a feature. Yes. Cellular network is a feature. Yes. Lens type. Yes. Refresh rate. Yes. All these are the features. If I'm not wrong.
Brand is a brand. I think
Okay. Yeah.
that one is
Maybe
separate.
we can segregate it and
Yes.
have one mobile phone features and make it like bold and paste here. Sorry, copy, paste as values only. I think, what about now?
Mhm. And then we can do the same with mobile phone brands. You can expand that, and then we can also put all the types
Very
or those named entities. You can just Google all phone brands list and just in US because that's our target country. Brands. Oops.
And for now, for the raw thing, we can do like expand. We can do yes. We'll be expanding brands. We'll be expanding features. Yes. We'll not be expanding stores. We'll not be expanding maybe plans. You know,
Mhm.
companies. I guess yes. And price, I guess yes, because affiliate you need to expand price for the rest for all the outcomes, right? So feature.
Deals higher up. Deals expand. Yes.
Okay, let's remove these. Just remove it. Do you know what I'm doing?
What are you doing? I haven't paid attention.
So
Google.
I've
Okay,
just
yeah,
added
got it. Yeah,
sports.
where
So
you got it from? Yeah.
now looks cool, I guess. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I think the idea is there. They can like replicate the same process for the other part of this map. Okay, so other things. So now I'm just summarizing the Google search in 1 minute. Like they know like how to, once they get the data, what they do, what they need to do next. I'm just like now summarizing from where they can get the data from Google search. So one thing is shopping navigation on the left side, search suggestions, which I've done in the start, the main you can say tabs. What do you say these tabs? I mean navigation tabs or uh, I guess yeah, navigation
Uh,
tabs.
Refinements. I think that was the.
Refinements, yeah, this was the one I was looking for. So yeah, refinement tabs. And one more thing, by the way, I just feel that under $50, this is a query template. If you can imagine, like the process we just mentioned, like where the steps we mentioned, we said that from the different sources, if you see that you also getting to know about a query template, you just write it down and segregate it, and the noun outcome you make it segregate as well. So now I'm just looking at one query template which is under $50. So I think I can do like X mobile phone or simply X mobile phone under X price. Yeah,
I just searched mobile phone include under. It has 1,000 keywords. It's
yeah,
definitely a query template.
yeah, exactly. So from the Google search, people can also figure out which topic can be expanded. So you can do it like, yes. And Germans, I would like to ask one thing. Like once we figure out that this could be a query template, like X mobile phone under Y price, for example, how we can get all the X and all the Y.
What I would do is I would go to Ahrefs, put search for a mobile phone, and then
Hmm.
keyword include under, and then export everything. And basically, then I got all the data, all the keywords that include mobile phone under, and then I could just cluster them later on, and then I will have all the topics I would like to cover for that query template. And then you would probably also get like brands there, features maybe, or categories of mobile phones, like budget phones or whatever, business phones for, I'm just making things up now, but like business phone under $1,000, something like that.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah. Okay, so then there's like refinement tabs. Once you are done with refinement tabs, you can literally read everything and figure out what could be your uh I mean queries, any context you are finding here, any outcome or noun, like Apple iPhone. This is a good one. You need to get it. And it is Apple iPhone 15 Pro Max.
Yeah,
So
and
this is, yeah,
go ahead, go ahead. I'll wait.
this is probably trending nowadays. So that's why it's coming here. Yeah.
Trending notes.
Okay.
We haven't touched upon that.
Explain trending nodes.
Training notes, yeah. So according to Koray, it is also very good to add training notes to your topical map. That is because, well, as topics do trend, people search for it more. It also increases the chances that Google is going to serve that more with higher crawlability and indexation rate. And basically, if you can get traffic or get people to see and visit your trending page, you will get more historical data. And if it's relevant to your source context, to your at least topical or yeah, for your topical coverage, if it is beneficial, it's going to be beneficial for you. It's a one quick way of getting traffic, right? And very good way to get historical data, which will just benefit you in the long run.
So what I'm noticing one thing, like in your site, you could have one specific directory for mobile phone news or updates and publish everything. Maybe you can maybe in order to get traffic, you can cover this part as well, along with writing reviews.
All the rumors, oof, it's gonna be. Oh, when is it the next up the iPhone coming out? When is X coming out? What is happening with this X phone camera? Is it
Ah,
downgraded? Upgrade? All the news, all the new releases and upcoming releases. It's
so
such
this will be
so
in
unique.
outer. This will be an outer.
I would put it, yeah, I would put it in the outer section.
Let me just refine it.
Did we cover that? Oh yeah, I think let's add mobile phone news. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. And for news, we can maybe get sources differently. The
Yeah,
30 sources in news. That could be tech radar, that could be even uh, more sites as well. So
that
yeah,
would
but
be,
process is same.
yeah, the same process. That would be a mini topical map in its own that you would have to create in a different way by basically following this process as well that we have outlined here.
So, but the thing is, the goal is to gather the context, gather the entities, and then segregate them into trending nodes, into core, into outer, and then build query templates based on the data. So this is what you need to do. But the data that you can get is literally from everywhere that you are looking at. Instead of the first one, or even the first one, like you can have a videos as well in your
Images is good.
images. I mean, these, I'm thinking about these as attributes like mobile phone images, mobile phone news, mobile phone videos, mobile phone maps, mobile phone forums. You can could have a forum as well on your site. You could have videos as well. Like maybe as your source context is not simply if simply you're like reviewing mobile phone, maybe videos that would be great addition. News would be great addition. Images would be great addition as well, and have an image sitemap for as for those things as well. Okay, so these refinement tabs and literally everything here, the titles, description, the bold words, even the URL. If you hover any URL, you could maybe get more entities or context. Then the image
PAs. Yeah.
PAA, people also ask. If you click on one, you will be served with more questions related to that. If you click on one, you can get more entities here. Okay, a cell phone, this is an outcome. Telephone is a synonym. Again, lexical relation. If I'm making it, I mean, connecting it with the mobile phone, this is a lexical relation. Maybe when I write a root document, and we'll figure out what would be the root document for this topical map. Then on the root document, we could have these n-grams placed in maybe history. I mean, what do you, I mean, there would be specific placement for these n-grams in that document.
Yeah.
So once you can, this is literally up to you how much you want to go in depth. You can even open up a page from here. You can read that document from scratch, from start to finish. Okay, what is this?
Oh.
Buying guide.
It's a quality node that we need to cover, and it tells exactly what it needs to cover.
Let's copy it.
This is a good find. Yeah.
Hmm.
We
Google
can
is
already start
literally
creating a content brief.
I mean, Google is literally providing you everything.
It's the best tool. Yeah, I was doing a bit of research here. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we can, what I can do, I can maybe paste it here, and cell phones, battery life, camera type, these could be the H2s, and these could be separate topics as well.
Yeah, exactly. Types, and I think you'll also then go in this back to Google search result, and you can also scroll down and see what appears there. But throughout the whole process, I think it's very, very important to think in this, like, have this mindset of, okay, what is this word? What kind of relation is it? Is it a lexical relation? How can I expand it? Is it a hypernym? What else can I uncover by seeing this? And think of like ways how you connect other like things. Like I see on the refinement results widget on the left on the sidebar, I see brands. Immediately you can think of, okay, let's search for all the brands and let's cover all the brands in the priority of that target audience using those brands, right? And continue thinking that same exact way. Features, okay, what are the features? Let's list them all. Let's also look and find more relevant data. Maybe people are looking for smartphone with a water resistance of, I don't know, 100. Again, probably it deserves a different page where we cover those phones. So think in that kind of like way how you can expand, connect in a meaningful way. And hypernyms, meronyms, all those lexical relations play a huge part here, and they just help create topical maps very fast, very easily. And then you just need to find data to have the proof that it exists. Somebody is searching for that, and then according to that popularity, you could also then start ordering things. Yeah,
exactly. By the way, Gramans, can you see my Miro screen?
which one?
My Miro is what you're looking at?
Miro?
Or
No. It's not in this tab. How many screens do you have?
I'm just trying to add one more thing. It's like not planned, but maybe I think you can draw some picture here. I mean, make it like, okay, this is your mobile phone. You can have brands, something like this. You can have like, I mean, like this.
Category
Features.
features. Yeah.
And so now you can like this, right? Like this, do mind mapping. And these are obviously maybe some lexical relationships as well, like you mentioned. Cover a whole graph, and then you'll be getting some better idea like what's going to happen and what thing you need to focus on more as compared to the rest one, because you can literally go or write on every topic of mobile phone. So you can maybe first gather all the data, then structure that data, and then prioritize data based on their search demand, relevance, and prominence, I guess.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not going that much deep for that, but yeah, that's what you need to do, because it's like literally every time you create a topical map, can you can literally revise, I mean, change these steps based on what you want. This is just what we think of. You can customize these steps based on even your experience, or update us and let us know that you have added more steps, and maybe it will enlighten us as well. Okay, so we were at the Google main search tab, and all the things we've been getting data from, like after reading or analyzing through brain. And literally no tool help in this way. You need to read manually and use your brain, and then connect that specific thing with what you already have or what you want to cover, your objective, and categorize that specific component or data. Like ngram could be like anything, like phrase, I mean, could be word, an entity could be an attribute. So this is, you need to categorize information. Then people also search for, also you can go to some more refinement tabs, like in images you can go with these tabs. Also, come with one more thing, by the way. I mean, literally, Google's algorithm or machine learning, like the BERT, which was introduced. I don't know what the full form, but I forgot about that. Okay, but there's some models like like MUM and BERT that Google introduced to actually read the images as well. What's the main objective targeted in the image? So, for
I,
example, if you look at here, you will see some more entities in this. Like this is mobile phone pencil. You can have this as well in your topic. You can see camera is there. You can see there's brand Oppo, right? So images, just navigating, or what you say, scrolling the images will also give you more like history of mobile phone, the evolution of mobile phone. And then some more
I never done it to such extent, but you're completely right.
mobile phone cards. You can say how to transfer data from one phone to another phone, how to wallpaper, mobile phone wallpaper.
Yeah.
You can do it mobile phone application, top mobile phone application you should have.
But that's gonna be an outer section, but yeah, great topics.
Yeah, exactly. Mobile phone colors, something like that. And Google Pixel, this is another entity. Anyways, this is, you can literally expand it further. And some more from the text in stock. No, this is not relevant, but T-Mobile, Apple iPhone, mobile phones, mobile phone testing, yeah, mobile device testing. So you can see their titles as well, right? These things Google is ranking, which means this is the literally coverage of mobile phone. You need to get those first, like copy them out like this, maybe like this, paste into notepad, and then boom, do the same work one more time.
And one more time, and one more time. All the right entities, right? exactly.
Exactly. And in the videos, you can literally expand your research here, web and everything. Okay. So now I think Gaman is your time to the Google thing is completed from my side. Now you
Yes.
can maybe tell about Hrefs.
Yeah. I'll just share the screen and then show some examples, what we already discussed. Basically, so what we do in Hrefs is we go and search for mobile phone,
Yeah.
and then matching terms, and then terms match, make sure that is selected, so that we can get everything, every single word, also mobile free phone, not just mobile phone. If you want phrase match, so only mobile phones stick to each other all the time, then click on phrase match. But it will limit yourself, so terms match is better. And now you see we have 97,000 queries.
Yeah.
It's possible to go through them. If you cluster them, it's going to cost quite a lot of money. So that's why it's very important, like Hamid said, and all the pre-work that he just showed, to gather all these things. Like I just have an example of, I think what was done was here, go to like what are the most used mobile phone brands in the US, because that's the target market, and according to that you can
Hmm.
get this data
Nice.
and start searching for, okay, what are the let's say Samsung. Okay, we have 2,500 queries for Samsung. We have Samsung, that's a brand, but then there's a model, Galaxy, for example.
Yeah.
And then already you can see we have comparisons, and that's another query template that you can find. Also review, that's another query template that you can find, and then you will just swap models and brands. So brands plus model plus mobile phone review, brand plus model versus brand plus model. That's another query template that you can expand. And yeah, it's basically almost endless, but you should stop at some point. But just right now, maybe as Hamid is also typing, that we have found out maybe 3 query templates already. Review versus actually details is another one.
Price under.
Price is another one, deals is another one, and you can just see here specs is another one, latest is another one, cases, and that's when we connect to the outer section of the topical map and we start covering cases for X mobile phone brand plus the model, maybe also. I think there's an opportunity for that.
Yeah.
So what else? Yeah, reviews. Yeah, so right away we have so many query templates again, and the question that also Hamid, I think, want to answer is here. So how do we get all the possible queries for that query template? For example, under a certain budget, here we can go mobile phone and include term query under, and you have quite a few pages that you can create. And then if you define it further, again, you can do the connection with the brand, Samsung. So for just Samsung, you have like so many queries following one template where you just list or under. Again, you will have to do the query clustering after that. It could be that you can combine them in one page, right? And have these as headings instead of individual pages, because you have to be very careful with not creating too many pages.
Yeah, this is the main thing, to create less pages but with more information.
Exactly. Information plus action, all those, all the thing. And this is one thing that I think also we need to discuss briefly, maybe, that it's not just about getting all the keywords and putting them down. Of course, we'll add a layer of clustering, which is great, but then still, I don't know. It's magical how sometimes Koray does it. When you do the clustering, for the example is Svalbard, for example, there was a tap water, bottled water, and then instead of creating tap water, bottled water versus, so instead of creating 3 pages, Koray decided to create 1 page where he defined each of them and also compares each of them to each other. Honestly, I would create 3 pages, but he decided to create one to cover all those contexts. And that is something you will need to master, really understanding when is it important to create all those pages, when is it important to create just few of those pages.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
that's I have no explanation to that at the moment, but I guess it will come with experience and creating more topical maps and ranking more websites.
Yeah, exactly. This is very important point you just mentioned. I mean, the SERP analysis, obviously you need to do that, compare topics, see how overlap there are in terms of pages. You see, I mean, and then maybe once you publish based on the historical data, you can even more define that, okay, what are the topical borders, semantic distance. Based on that, you can do more content configurations. So it's not always necessary to be perfect in the start, but you do your maximum research. That's not what we are saying, that you shouldn't be doing research. You should do research, but once you publish, definitely there will be more things that you can maybe pay attention to later and correct things or optimize, reconfigure, or refresh information, for example. So yeah, I guess that's the second important thing to do, content configuration.
Exactly. And it's yeah, although it is difficult, I always also now try to create less pages with more context and then see whether I need to separate instead of creating multiple pages and then realizing, oh my God, I need to delete them now and merge them now. That's more of a pain.
Yeah, correct.
And again, we started, for example, searching for a mobile phone and then covering these query templates and many of these outcomes and derived entities, also paired with the manual research that Hamid discussed. Next step is, again, going into, let's say now we figured out there's a brand, for example, Apple and iPhone. Okay, now we can search for iPhone alone. We have 5.3 million queries. And
Mobile phone.
what more than mobile phone? And
Yeah.
here we can again see for like release is a topic for our news section, for example. That's going to be trending, and you can see in these small trend visualizations that there are clear trends with certain with certain mobile phones where they are spiking and so on. So definitely you should catch that trend if possible. And you can see for a new mobile phone release, there is also like this trend 3 or 2 times a year, clearly. So again, being ready for those periods of time and using and abusing that moment. And then, so what are the most important, let's say, attributes for us? Was it, or not attributes, but maybe some nouns, some words like review or something like that. And again, you could pick topics for specifically all the reviews of, let's say, iPhones for your topical map. Okay, there are not that many. Oh, sorry. Within the release, yeah, there are the 9,000. So there you can write reviews for each of the modules, models, not modules. What else? I guess there should be a versus, definitely also.
Yeah.
Again, we are just following query templates, review, versus, comparisons, specs, another page you can create for each of the brands plus models. What was it? Yeah, even spec comparisons. Maybe to another one, but the search volumes are very low, so might not be the case. Might be a good idea to create.
Kind of black hole. I mean, literally, you're going deep, and
yeah. But that's if you want to make a national website like we decided now for mobile phones,
I mean,
that's what it requires.
This is where you need to draw a boundary. I mean, even any competitor who has access to href, who can just export all the keywords, something like that, copy the competitor's content. I mean, what's the difference between he, that competitor, and you. This is, you need to like prioritize information based on your objectives. I mean, and not just information. I mean, first research information, and this is the first thing. And research the right information. I guess there should be a separate course on how to research for information.
Definitely,
And
definitely.
governments, one thing I think it's better to, at this point we can do in hrefs, like the things we don't want to get data for, like something that we want to exclude from our list, we can simply put like 20, we finalize those entities. Like we don't want to go with like repair topics, we don't want to go with like courses, jobs, or trends. I mean, we definitely trend, we put them as commas, and then we say that okay, just give us the data that is, because if we just export everything, after that we have to I mean adjust the cost of that. I mean, when clustering or after finalizing, we have to double check those. So instead of wasting time on that, we exclude those things right from this step.
Yeah, and I just did an example like T-Mobile, Tesco. Probably not need to cover that.
Hmm.
So you can just exclude that, so it doesn't appear in the queries. Also repair, things like that.
Jobs, or you can say what,
Just job.
repair, service, sport,
Yeah, there's so many, and definitely just looking at these by term report, you can already see what is not really relevant for you, like
hmm.
uh, billing, insurance probably is not UK, is not things like that, and you can just add them in the exclude filter. But yeah, I think I hope the idea is clear. I don't think we need to go much deeper, because then this recording is not going to end for the next maybe month, because it would be a huge topic on how to create. But that's the idea.
Yeah, nice. And do you want to cover the remaining step for the topical map from your side?
The remaining steps. Yes, let's see if I can follow up with some other ones. So let's say we have finalizing the outcomes. So gathering all the data, right? And basically that's what we have been more or less doing, but with the help of Ahrefs and search engines. So I could say done here, done
Yeah.
here. But here we also have a thing like LLMs. And again, with LLMs, I think you could just use the same prompt that we used at the beginning to create ontologies and taxonomies, and just try it out with different models like Claude, Gemini, for example, and ChatGPT.
Like in 9.6 step,
Yeah.
9.6, we written, yeah, this one. This is
Oh, yeah.
actually for getting lexical relations. So this is the exact prompt that you can use maybe. But I think people can use them yourself, or maybe we can show them. It's totally, it's totally fine.
Let's just go one time to see what kind of output do we get, and we can discuss that.
Yeah, I think it's better. Lexical spelling is incorrect, I guess.
Yes. No, it's correct.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Entities nouns, mobile phone hardware, hardware things, software, user manufacturer, brand model series production year. That's also something that's probably going to be a query template, but then again, not going to be relevant for us unless we have a historic website.
Yeah. Yeah.
Accessories, relationships. Here, lexical relations for mobile phone. We have the synonyms, and this is something that he also mentioned that we should cover in the root document.
Yeah, I guess.
And then antonyms, we have landline, the opposite. Yeah, probably not going to cover that. That's not relevant. Hypernyms. So communication device, electronic device.
Gamans, I just I just remember one thing. In the column names, we should add one more column, a node type, which could be root, seed, quality node, and typical node.
That's a good point. Yeah, yeah. And here I see the flaw in this specific prompt, that if you go with such a generic
You can
essential
do
entity,
iPhone if you want to go
exactly, you should go iPhone, or you should go
Samsung. I also see these are two prompts. Maybe we can
yeah,
combine
and
them together or do only one. Yeah, like this.
iPhone.
This is correct. Android phone is antonym. Yeah, that's correct. Face ID. Hmm.
Wow. Yeah, and this is again uncovers features that perhaps people are looking for when looking for iPhones. So perhaps they're searching for these types of features and they want reviews for phones with these features.
Yeah, and what I'm thinking, by the way, like for example, we'll have one root document on top, mobile phone reviews, something like that. Or you can simply say for outer there would be a separate root, like mobile phone. Mm, I mean, like he did for Germany example. I mean, what should you know before buying mobile phone? What should you know before buying mobile phones? Something like that.
Mhm.
And okay, then you cover one specific representative page of like topic with topic like mobile phone brands. Cover all the top 20 brands, and then for each brand you create one page, not each, sorry, top 10, like Apple, Samsung, like that. I'm like trying to figure out the taxonomy. And for each brand, you need to like there's like brand Apple and phone like iPhone. For each phone, the top phones like which has like more prominence or like have more search demand, in simple words, you create one page. So the chat gpt's just the data, it was showing all the like face ID, all the features or lexical relations of iPhone. We should copy all them together and create a brief based on that to cover the whole iPhone coverage on one page, along with the query semantics and the other authority hacking as well. Yeah,
And then you go iPhone.
maybe Apple first.
Oh yeah, sorry. Basically this.
Yeah,
Uh, Mobile phones.
and, and one more thing you can do, make like put hyphen, uh, okay, before maybe Apple.
Hmm.
And when you do iPhone, under Apple you can maybe do two hyphens. Just an idea.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. Whoops.
Or there's, I think
Uh,
P is small.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Or
It's,
I is small and P is capital, probably like that.
no, no, no. Yeah, I is small, yeah. But here we have the models, right? And then we can just have them here.
Yeah,
Two. And so on. But that's the idea.
nice. Oh,
Okay, now I'm gonna fail on this one. What? What am I doing wrong?
make it comma.
Oh yeah. It did not work with the concatenate for once.
No, this is not concatenate.
What did you use before?
Concatenate. C-O-N-C. The third. Sorry.
Ah, this one.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Nice.
Got it.
This is also Google Sheets course as well, along with topical map creation.
And here we need the $sign instead. $sign, where are you?
Shift 4.
Yeah.
What did $sign does?
It
Here?
just fixates the cell, and then it's not gonna move away. Basically, when you drag, it fixates the cell that you always in the reference,
Okay.
no matter if you drag left or right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, think.
Yeah, that's a good taxonomy.
And then you were exactly the same for all the brands. And then we also discussed about these query templates where you would basically have to do the same. Should we?
Governments?
Yeah.
By the way, regarding the reviews part, do you think these pages, like which you written, iPhone 14 mobile phone, this is the topic that is the review topic, right?
Let's see. I think it will be just about not necessarily. Let's see. I think it's going to be a category page, kind of like for all of these, and then category page for all of these. Let's say iPhones.
Not review on iPhones, because review will have a separate page. Maybe.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. And the review will have a separate page, and I think GSM Arena is like a very good authority source that we could look at, and that's what they have as well. For example, like this one, right? Let's see, iPhone 14 mobile phone. And then do the same for so Tom's guide, iPhone 14 review, and then iPhone 14 mobile phone. For our context, let's say we would have this for this for example page, which would have just the general information specifications about this phone, not necessarily a review.
Yeah.
So we will have X brand plus model mobile phone review. So that's one query template that we discussed. And then read deals as well, not another one.
Price. I think it will be on price.
Yeah, we will have to see. Let's just test this one.
Index construction of Google, maybe.
Maybe not price.
Because price will be covered in review.
Either a review or within the specifications of this, depending on the source context, right? I think here, since I'm like searching from Denmark, it gives me these other.
These are the e-commerce pages.
Yeah, usually it's just Apple ecom or this refurbished website, for example. That's what I have here. But within, just let's say, without price, I also get the same results, more or less, plus the specs.
So it's e-commerce pages.
Yeah. So that's why maybe price would not be, I don't know.
As an informational topic.
Yeah, you probably cover it within.
Maybe we can, in review page, we can cover as an H2,
Yeah.
And write complete details or create a table, for example.
Yeah. I think that would be a good idea. And I'll just finish a few more templates here.
Yeah, sure.
What else did we had about mobile? Under X, we had mobile phone 4.
Yeah.
Some iPhone.
Yes.
Let's see. Whether it's a team mobile setting for seniors.
Mhm.
But it's related to the carrier as well now. For business, for games, for
Hmm.
kids. And what about with?
With hand free, with chargers.
With camera, with some kind of with unlimited something. Probably data, but yeah, that's again related to the carriers.
Yeah.
Again, those are maybe some possible templates there. And yeah, we can scale this to already now, if we just continue with this, cover every single brand, every single model, review plus deals, and compare them with each other. And also maybe talk about all the mobile phones under X amount of money. And also before that, add all the mobile phones that are Samsung or Apple or Huawei for under X amount of money. Do the same with mobile phones for some kind of purpose or with some kind of feature. Again, do the same with all the mobile phones for the same whatever brand model. It's already going to be 1,000 pages, if not more, within the core section of the topical map.
Yeah, I would say
Maybe not core,
regarding,
but most of it is going to be in core. Yeah.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, regarding this, I would say the go-to roadmap should be to figure out the entities first. Like you already, for example, doing through multiple sources that we will just giving you an idea, for example, and figuring out, for example, some prepositions like for and with, etc. You say them preposition or conjunctions? What do you say?
I'll have to double check. I don't know.
I guess prepositions like and, for, to, with, around, versus, something like that. These are like kind of query templates, right? Okay, so then for each outcome, you can multiply these and see, or even you can go to Google search and write, for example, iPhone VS and see what the other VS entities it's like Google comparing with. So this is how you can also expand like
Yeah.
this. Yeah. So first you need to figure out entities, then you figure out does these preposition, and then you can expand further based on these preposition and expand more. This is actually exact values of your query templates which you want to be in your topical map as topics. So this is how I think needs to be done.
Yeah. Yeah. And whatever sources work for you, but definitely like everything that we listed here
Mhm.
could be used. And maybe we could again say that SSKT, that's it is SEO search keyword tool.
Yeah.
it's a Chrome extension that does the autocomplete part, what we just did here on at scale, very fast. So that's also something that could be used. Yeah, I think we maybe could you just mention a few words about GSC again, query entity and page entity.
Yes, but you have an already website. You are like recovering a website or want to implement this specific semantic SEO methodologies of an existing website, or you bought a website, for example, from someone. Definitely, there might be some pages published regarding mobile phones and some more like related to some other accessories like maybe some more gadgets like laptop chargers or some hand free. Okay, so what you need to do, you figure out your centrality, you just go to search console, make it like maximum data point, for example last 16 months, go to like query include query the entity, like all the queries that includes your entity, export those in one time. Then one more time, go to page include pages that contain that entity. So it might be the case that if page doesn't include the entity name in its URL, but might be ranking for that entity as a query. So you need to get data from both sides. And if you like want to go a bit on play on a like larger scale, you can use BigQuery like GSC, I guess, like show your like just top 1,000 pages if I'm not wrong. So if you want to gather all the data, so apart from that first 1,000, you can maybe use BigQuery and automate it with like some data studio templates and play around it. And I guess that's about it. So I mean, the main essence of saying this, like you're like getting data from multiple sources using multiple filters and criteria, and you're like combining the data together from all the sources, and then you are defining your query templates. Then you are segregating your noun outcomes entities, for example, and you're, for example, then moving forward to the next step. This is what you need to do.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for clarifying. So I could put done here, done here, done here. Let's say that we analyzed this, you analyzed this. We went through export, yeah, the terms match reports. We did not do SEMrush, but we did not.
It's same.
Yeah, it would be the same exact thing as with hrefs, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can say done, LLM prompt. We played with those and we realized that it would be better to split them. So prompt 1, let's say, and prompt 2. But also you have to just play around with it. Like if you uncover that, of course, do not use a general central entity. Better to use then derived entities. Later on, you will find even more data. But also, if you uncover, okay, I really like lexical relations, specifically hypernyms, just ask, give me all the hypernyms for X, and then it will start giving you even more and more and more. So there's also an opportunity to go deeper always.
Yeah.
That's I do not use all lexical relations, only use few, and those are really doing all the heavy lifting. Hypernyms. That's
Yeah, lexical relations actually maybe can help you to define the taxonomy of your topical map. Like if they're like specifications, like 50 relations, you just copy them all. And if you want to expand the features attribute, like your main attribute is features, definitely in your main outer probably. So you want to expand that. So those lexical relations you need to cover maybe as a separate pages. If there's different index construction or angles Google has indexed. So probably those lexical relations you can cover as separate pages, as well as if you want just to summarize them on one page, like mobile phone features, then you cover all in one document. So that's the main role of lexical relation. And they are coming from maybe LLMs, Wikipedia, Wikigraph, and some more tools, and also books from Google Scholar, probably. Sky is the limit.
yeah. Maybe we could also. Did we cover Wikipedia here? No, but this is, I think, what we should also add here. Maybe one line about Wikipedia, Wikidata.
Maybe I have in the previous tab, I've hidden that tab. Maybe you can check that if you want.
You hidden
view hidden. Yeah, this one. So
yes, we have it here. So we will just exactly. So this stuff we will add it to the finalized steps later on.
yeah,
But for now, I will just copy paste it here on the side.
yeah, that's better option.
Yeah, great. And then about the engram extraction, we're still not really sure what is the best tool, but
The
recently,
screaming
yeah,
frog.
recently Screaming Frog released this engram analysis tool or feature, which allows
Mhm.
you to, I think, look at content, headings, titles, image, I think also HTML elements,
Mm.
maybe also anchor text. So for the most part, definitely Screaming Frog can be the go-to tool for that.
Mm.
Mm,
And comments, by the way, can you show like from Wikipedia how we can extract the taxonomy, like the categorization thing Wikipedia is doing, and how we can get the ontologies based on the H2s probably, or the blue links. I mean, all the things that can help you to
yeah,
maybe extract information.
sure. So basically, this is it. We have the all the blue links. They are, let's say, other pages on Wikipedia, other most of which are entities. So these are all great hints. Again, just by reading it manually and then understanding it, you will find out so many other things that you could include in your topical map. But again, headings here. So history of mobile phones, types, smartphone, feature phone, hardware, software, sales, yeah, by manufacturer. Again, this is a way how you can find out,
Graph probably about sales,
yeah,
like how much they are sold by year, for example. Yeah, this one.
this one, right? And this is worldwide, yeah.
Hmm.
And again, depending on your target market, you will find out, okay, this is interesting. Let's search for the same for US, like I did before, and then in US, picture is completely different. It's 50% Apple, but
Yeah,
yeah, that's very good to know. So that's why also this audience research in the beginning is very, very important.
very important.
It will, yeah, you need to know the business, what it does, and who it serves. After that, everything will follow. What else? Let's go lower. Yeah, many other things. And as you mentioned, also even references, you can go and read about them here, about other things, what are connected to them. Maybe it will spark an idea on what else to cover in topical map. But here, important thing is categories, category mobile phones. And here you'll identify, so what falls under the category of mobile phones.
Hmm.
Subcategories are company, active noise control mobile phones, companies, culture, history, industry, open source. Yeah, many other things, Wikipedia pages that you can go even deeper and research more and more. Also, maybe Wikidata. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah.
And search mobile phones. So, mobile phone description, also known as synonyms.
Hmm. You can
Uh,
include these in your summary, for example, or in your maybe intro when you write about this topic. Is that
Absolutely,
correct?
that's good. Very good idea. Very good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else do we have here? Subclass of telephone, mobile device. Good. Images, short names. Cell, mobile. Yeah, but so many hidden things you can find out here without, yeah, initially thinking about them.
Hmm.
And again, it connects to Wikipedia or Wikidata, other pages that are also broken down in the same part. Different from common galleries. Or is their brand? No. But yeah, many great things can be uncovered here. Also worth researching. Yeah, I think. And then what we do here, exporting all the organic queries. So all the queries that we found out after doing this, first of all, central entity research, derived entity research one by one. We found out all the important queries in Ahrefs or other tool that you used. We export those. Then we also go and export the topical coverage to top pages with top keyword and volume for authority sources. We can just do one example here with who was actually, this one is good website. I think this is one of the competitors, let's say, in our topical map here.
Gamans, by the way, after this topical map, I'm thinking to start my own website on this niche.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have researched it quite well. We have all the query templates or
Yeah,
the most
better
important
to,
ones you would need.
it's better to invest the 7 hours. We are done to something.
Do something fruitful.
Yeah.
But here, top pages and top keywords. I like top pages because then it will also give a top page plus the top keyword. So this is basically the export you can do.
9.6. Wow. 49 million. Wow. Total
It's crazy,
traffic.
yeah. You see, this is
Yeah.
maybe it's worthwhile going after them.
GSM and Reina, I mean, they're literally crushing
Crashing, yeah.
everything. Yeah. Okay.
Uh, And then also, of course, you could also, how you mentioned here, not only exporting all the organic queries of authority sources site-wide or maybe segment-wide, depending
Yeah.
on whether it's a niche or generic website.
Yeah. Very correct. Yeah.
And also exporting the topical coverage, like I showed here, also in the same exact manner, right? Maybe you could just look for a specific path and only include that one category, and then exporting all of that data. And then also the sitemap, you could also do that. But then again, I think it's
Through
pretty
batch
much the
analysis, you
same.
can, I mean,
Yeah.
export the sitemap for your competitors, then put into batch analysis to see which pages are top performing.
Yes, but wouldn't this or top pages report show the same?
I guess it's different.
I'm sure you would get maybe some other columns.
Yeah, for example, if website has like 1,000 pages related to mobile phone, you extract the sitemap of those 1,000 pages, put into batch analysis and see out of 1,000 only, for example, 800 are performing. It just maybe,
It's
or
more
for example,
efficient. Yeah.
yeah, or maybe other 200 that are prominent, you take that as well if they are not getting traffic. But if some pages are like getting more traffic, you prioritize that as well. But we can maybe compare through top pages as well, like what's the difference between top pages and the batch analysis of the report.
I don't have batch analysis. I have a light plan. So
uh, Maybe in the
it's
advanced plan they offer batch analysis.
maybe this one is not available at the moment.
uh,
But yeah, I see the point. I
but
think
top pages
if you
will help.
have a
If you have not batch analysis, then top pages are your way to go.
exactly, yeah, good.
All right.
So and then the step 9 output is that we'll have all the queries, including all the derived entities, outcomes, and nouns. So what is next? What is step 10? Would you like to go through that?
Can you see? Okay, finalize the query template as well as before. I think it's simple. Just you can cover it. No
Yeah,
worries.
sure. So yeah, finalize all the query templates like what we did already. Well, and here we mentioned as well as before, during, and after the research in
Hmm.
not task 9, but step 9.
Yeah.
So basically repeating exactly the same process like we did here with each and every or in the whole step we have been finding out what are the query templates. Now we need to finalize them with the exact same mindset, just looking for query templates, not just the entities and outcomes, right? Like what we did before. And then after that, we would need to segregate or separate, however you want to say, the nouns, outcomes, entities, and the query templates. So we do the export of all the data. We have our, let's say, queries, nouns, entities, and outcomes in one, let's say, place, and then we have the query templates also another place, so that we could further do the research based upon those query templates and really exhaust find all the queries. And then with each and every derived entity that or outcome that we find, for example, good example is mobile phone brands, and then we find iPhone, and then we basically repeat this act all the steps in step 9 and 10 with just iPhone. We get all the data from the sources, we find out what is relevant, and then yeah, for us what is not. And yeah, basically we repeat exactly the same steps multiple times for every derived entity that yeah, is important for us, except n-gram extraction, because you only will need to do that once. You do that,
Yeah,
once you
exactly.
analyze the authority sources.
Yeah.
That is covered here. Yeah, and again, after you have done that, again, segregate all the query templates with all the queries that you get for just better organization, I think, and later on ordering of the topical map. So repeat, and here we need to change this again. Steps 9 to steps 9 to 10.
9 and 10.
Until you have identified all the queries and all the query templates for important or relevant outcomes, entities, and nouns. After that, assign a search demand to all researched queries. A simple way is just going to, again, Keyword Explorer. I think this is also what I have been doing just last night. You can just yeah, last night I was making a content brief template for one of the pages, and I just put in the 3,000 keywords and just to get volumes for all of them. So you can just paste what I don't know what is the limit, maybe 10,000 queries there. So you can just run the keyword Explorer search bar, and then press search and then export again, and get all the search demand numbers or search volume.
Nice.
After that, we are ready to prepare our sheet with these columns. So query, search demand, competing document URL. If this is optional, if you have taken this, let's say, query from a authority source, or yeah, during the authority hacking process, as Hamid calls it. And you also specify, which is then again is optional, source and source platform. And I like how you suggested this, more like for continuous improvement, just to see going forward, where are you getting the most data from, and how could you improve topical map
Nice.
so that you are saving your time, clients' time, and yeah, still making high quality topical maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, prepare the sheet in that way. Find the competing document URLs for the queries coming from the other sources apart from authority sources. Could you elaborate on that? Give an example.
It's simply what you just mentioned. I mean, we extracted the top coverage of the competitors through hrefs. Maybe it's coming from batch analysis, coming from the top, that is the report of hrefs. So if href is sharing or sending the data, it already has volume, but the data coming from the other sources, Google, for example, as search keyword tool, you still need to get volume for those or search demand for those. So it's simply 13 step is like about no, sorry, it's like about finding the competing URL. So competing URL, if you're like for example reverse engineering the competitors, so you already have the URLs for their like from their sitemaps and you already gather the top keyword from their sitemap URL and you put in front of them, but the queries you getting from the other sources like Google, you also want to get the competing URLs or the competing queries for those queries, like which you want to finalize or which you want to work on. So that's ultimately maybe help you to, like when creating brief, that's an optional thing. If you want, you can do that.
Yeah. I personally never did that, but I never thought about it like that. But I think it is a helpful thing to do, because I mean you get the data at that moment, so why don't you just add it as well, and later on, if you're still going to use it. Good. And then we are finally at the step. This step is, again, I want to say that it is not. It was not mentioned in the course or in the frameworks that also
Hmm.
Koray teaches. It's more like our. Well, many of these are our additions,
Hmm.
including SERP-based query clustering, and basically what it does is it searches every single query on Google to then find out what is the overlap of the search results for each of
Yeah.
these queries.
Hmm.
And the theory is that if, let's say, for two queries that in our mind are different, if there is an overlap of 8, meaning there are 8 identical search or 8
Result.
identical results in the SERP, search engine results page, then we should create just one page for covering all both of these queries. That's the idea.
And
Um,
how many pages needs to be identical in order to be clustered on the same page?
yeah, I usually follow between 2 to 3. That's
Hmm.
my threshold, because if it is lower, then of course, yeah, you of course with a higher overlap, you are very certain that you need to have, let's say, one page.
Hmm.
But with a lower overlap, you are less and less certain. So I like to have low enough overlap so that I could still decide on my own whether it makes sense to
Hmm.
create one page or multiple pages and so on. Because at the end of the day, creating multiple pages means you're going to spend more money. So you need to make the decisions, yeah, in a conscious way. Again, and this example comes from, again, the example that we covered with Solbart. I think instead of creating 3 pages, you can actually create one page sometimes.
Hmm. Exactly.
And
Nice one.
that is saving a lot of money, and you're covering all the contexts, and yeah, creating high quality pages with less amount of resources, and showing also Google that you have very high quality pages for the total, compared to total number of pages that you have on the website.
Yeah. Nice.
Um, yeah, of course, there's going to be non-clustered queries, which is fine, meaning that that tool looked for the query and identified that there is no other query that has at least any other similar search results page.
Hmm.
That means that basically for that query, you would have to create a dedicated page. No questions asked. Yeah, and sometimes these tools also show you SERP overlap, and the SERP overlap, I like to use it. It basically shows the percentage of the SERP for that particular query to which there was an overlap. Sometimes some query, let's say 3 queries, they have SERP overlap of 90%, meaning like two of them have 90%, one of them have 30%. So maybe I will think about that 30% query that has that overlap of 30%, whether or not to split it up and make a different page.
Hmm.
So to have that visibility, that also helps.
And one more thing, the position in the SERP is also matter. If on top there's similar pages, but on last 5 are different, but top 5 are same, which means you need to go with same. But if top 1 is different, top 3 are different, but rest 1 are same. I mean, the position in the sub also matters. So it's like subjective. You need to double check yourself.
I never thought about that actually. I always question my this is a learning for me. So yeah, that makes complete sense. Yeah. Top 5 positions are much more important than if there's an overlap of 1 or 2 in the bottom.
I would say top 3 always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is your overlap threshold that you are following usually?
It's like 3 most of the cases, but with a tool I just use SEO utilities, it's like not very much good results I was getting, so I just changed to 4 to get some
Yeah.
more accurate results.
Yeah. It's again depending on the tool that you use. Sometimes you will have to tweak
Yeah.
the
Because every
overlap
tool has, I guess, different criteria, but not
algorithms.
everyone works in the same way.
Yeah.
So I guess you should check it yourself. Like start like test run like 500 queries and see if it's like working good. Then start the actual clustering. You should do test first.
Yeah, makes sense. 500 queries, that's still a lot to check.
100. Because my last topical map has like more than 90,000 queries. I did clustered. I did cluster. Yeah.
I remember you writing about it's gonna cost money to cluster all of it.
Yeah. No worries, but I like that.
Yeah, cool. And the reason why we cluster before removing and cleaning up the sheets even more is because when you cluster, it saves you time, because then you will right away you will group all the relevant, let's say, queries together to the sort of one page. And if you realize that one page is not relevant, you just remove it, and with that you remove maybe even sometimes 100 queries. Compared to going to query one by one, it will take much more time. So it's better to cluster before and then remove and cleaning the necessary, not relevant, not important queries or topics based on attribute filtration criteria, where we follow that same order: relevant, prominent, and popular, lastly. And we covered that. So after that, sometimes also, how many you like to categorize parent topics, depending on the website you're working on. Like we also discussed, it could be an attribute, it could be a page type, core content type. It could also be a product type if you're an e-commerce website. So
Yeah.
these are the additions that you could add, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the end of this process, there would be the following columns.
Can even add one more like
Yeah.
format, listicle, review. These are formats as well. You can name it. I learned it from Ryan Stewart. He had like page type and format. Listicle, for example, buying guide, this is content type, and listicle is the format.
I think there was Hrefs 3C.
And also sales funnel stage, for example.
We
It's
are
like
now
coming from
we are moving away from the topical map now. We are going into I like this from Hrefs. So use the 3 C's of search intent. And by 3 C's, they mean content type, content format, content angle. And depending on these 3 C's, you can basically figure out the search intent in the best possible way. So the type refers to what type of the page it's going to be. Is it going to be a landing page, product page, category page, blog post, or maybe service, whatever? Yeah, landing page. Format, like you just mentioned, listicle, comparison, tutorial, review. Maybe it's a definitional kind of like type page. And then angle, lastly, what is the, and this is
subjective.
Subjective, what is the unique selling proposition? So I heard about this as
Let's
well.
add these 3 C's as well. Like
No. Don't wanna do that.
no. Okay.
No. We're moving away from topical map. Going a
Okay.
little bit more back to traditional SEO. But okay, we can add.
But
I mean,
sales funnel stage, I would say sales funnel stage. This is very important. I mean,
that's good. Sales
sales funnel stage, maybe we can make it like top fu, mofu, bofu. or
Mhm.
awareness, interest, attention, awareness, interest, desire, action. And it's up to you. Maybe some people want prefer to use tofu, mofu, bofu, or some prefer to use attention, awareness, interest, desire, action.
Exactly, and
And
it's
yeah,
gonna correlate
that
to,
agree.
and it's gonna correlate with core and outer section, right? Core section is gonna be probably, not probably, but most certainly it's gonna be bofu mofu, and then tofu would be mostly outer section of the topical map.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay. After that, we have also the following columns in addition to what we had. So the topic now, the topic that we, let's say, clustered. So from it used to be query, I
Hmm.
would say formerly
Hmm.
queries, group of queries. In most cases. Then the child topics, search demand or popularity or search volume, relevance, prominence, and that's, yeah, we just added it. And also competing document URL, attribute, page type, source, and source platform. Again, these last 5, and even all of, like basically all of these are quite optional depending on your topical map. You might want to add them, you might want not to add them, but these are, yeah, we think nice to haves.
Yeah.
After that, finalize the raw topical map, and in essence, the raw topical map is just an attribute and central or entity and attribute pair. So you can think of a raw topical map like this, for example, just topic, and you have, okay, actually, this is not here. This would be the topic, and this would be the title. And yeah, you can say raw topical map.
Yeah.
So that is that. So you finalize your raw topical map, you expand where you need to expand, you maybe remove some things, you order things in a different order, you try to keep also similar things closer to each other. That's also important. Like Koray says, y- how he said, like structure with order and then unite with momentum, because the
Hmm.
order and then structure in which you create your topical map later, once you start publishing it, is gonna all basically unite all things to each other and
Hmm.
produce, hopefully, if you have done everything right, in yeah, produce much better
Nice.
results, because yeah, the order in which you publish things matters a lot as well.
Hmm.
And basically then we add even more, yeah, after we have finalized the raw topical map, we create or process the processed, we no, I think the right way would be we create a processed topical map by processing the macro semantic components or aspects of the topical map, and also add some other organizational things or columns such as publication date or status. That's more for organization, let's say.
Hmm.
But then again, that is also the momentum
Or
word.
you can add assignee who gonna write this topic.
Also, that, yeah, that's a good idea.
And
Do you?
also brief link where the brief is linked. I mean, it's totally sky's the limit. You
Yeah,
can add.
but yeah, you can also add those kind of like author, uh, content brief, and links to those things. So yeah.
You
And
can
after that, the final, yeah.
once the URL is published, you can add the published URL. Or
publish.
that's the same, I guess. That's the same, I
Yeah.
guess. In the Slack. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, yeah. URL you can say Slack.
Amazing.
And after that, you just combine all the other columns depending on which ones you decide to add, depending on your preference, like product, page type, source platform, relevance, prominence, whatever. But the core, let's say, would be this, right? The core of the process, topical map. Those are the most important elements. And should we just write a few examples of them? And
Yeah, yeah, I guess. Okay, let's maybe Garments, by the way, but I think let's figure out the root. Yes, we have figured out the root document, and then
Mhm.
figure out a quality note, a sample quality note. It could be maybe iPhone review, or maybe I don't know. You can maybe tell better,
Yeah.
and make one document of outer. For example, uh, 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 how to buy a mobile phone. No, this is core, I guess.
Mhm.
How to use a mobile phone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So just 3 to 4 examples. Once we finalize the topics, then we write macro semantics components for them at once.
Yeah. Okay. I will just finalize the template, and maybe you could start working on some of those examples, and then I'll join.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. No worries.
Want to take over sharing, or
Okay. Yeah, I can share. Okay. So I'm sharing my window like this. Okay. Can you see my screen, comments?
yes?
Yeah. So these are the things I think are left for this webinar, maybe 8 or plus webinar, that in the first time on the topical map in the history that someone going to cover. So we all did this, by the way. And okay, so let's move to the remaining things that are left in this webinar. First, we will write some macrosemantic aspects or components for like few topics, maybe different angles. Like it could be like your root document, it could be a quality node, it could be from your outer, I guess. So let's define some topics here. You want to go for these, or we move with some more other topics like
Um, we could maybe give examples of some of these, and then some of the outer. But I think brands we could just yeah, discuss those.
Mhm.
Uh, and then also maybe one example of like an X specific mobile phone.
Yeah.
And then something from the outer section.
So like X, this query template review X brand plus model mobile phone review. This is the same topic, or this is different, or this will be different?
I think it will be different because in the review, we want to review it, while, for example, in the, that's a good actually point. iPhone 14 mobile phone will just be,
We can maybe Google it as well. Like for example, in
yeah,
Valentine,
you
we
can Google it
go.
and see. I think it's typically a page where we would have like a
If I just write 15 Pro
specs and
Max,
so on. Yeah.
And when I search this, and then I search it like review. Let's see how Google has constructed the index. Number one, okay, let's see the generic one. It's simply sponsored an Apple site, and on the review page, there's Apple, I guess, .com. No, and then on the generic one, T-Mobile. Here, it's present or not? No. So which means the top two are different, and
Review here.
Sorry.
No, I'm just thinking and speaking.
Metro.
This one overlaps. Yeah. 1 year.
Review sold. I mean, the page title is different. Here it is about iPhone 15 Pro Max 1 year review. Here it is review 2 months with iPhone. I guess both are. It's coming from a forum. It's coming from I don't know. Yeah, both forum different results. So I guess till yet, what I think they needs to be covered on separate documents, both angles. So yeah.
Then again, do you think that other than Apple and Amazon and e-com companies would be able to rank for iPhone, for example, 15 Pro Max as such?
Yeah,
I don't
maybe
think.
we can see the top page too. Maybe there will be reviews ranking. If yes, if the reviews are ranking on top, I mean, even the second page, you can maybe combine them together, I guess. And there's no, I guess.
No. For me, it seems like just a query like this one, iPhone 15 Pro Max, will just cover the specs
And
and
by the
details.
way, this page,
Mm.
what they did Apple iPhone Pro Max price, specs, and reviews, one page. And if I check it, so this is an e-commerce thing as well. Plus, yeah, this is an e-commerce page one more time. So I think let's do separate. Okay, let me just make it duplicate like this and make it like, okay, what about if I just remove mobile phone from this, like simply iPhone 14 and
Yeah.
make it like, okay, like let me do it this one, because this is the latest model, we can maybe get more information. And same with this one, Pro Max review. So these two topics we're gonna do now. And brands, let me just make them green first. You're gonna do this, write macro semantics component for this, then we'll write macro semantics component for this, we'll write macro semantics component for this. And I guess that's all. Or
Maybe one outer section topic.
okay, what it should be, like how to guide, or
Yeah,
what?
I'm thinking about that. Yeah, how to, and then just like some simple instructional list type article could be.
Okay, let's make it like this. Sorry. If I do this mobile phone and I write site colon wikihow.com, cell phones, how to articles, how to maintain your mobile phone. Okay, so let's do this.
Maybe how to screen record on iPhone.
Yeah.
If we are in
Okay.
the iPhone, or clear cache or reset, share location on iPhone, something like that. If we are in the iPhone mode now.
Yeah, so maybe I can write iPhone here, wikihow. How to use an iPhone. Let's do this.
That's very broad.
Okay, let's do, I mean, you tell me now. I can, whatever you say, I'll pick that.
Let's do how to share location on iPhone.
Share. For example, if the topic is share location on iPhone, and then the angle is like how to share location on, sorry, on iPhone, like this. And I think we can cover it. And by the way, comments, since we have just writing about reviews, if we not cover about this page, because this page is only,
I was about to say that. Yeah.
they're only e-commerce pages, so we don't need to go. We can target review angle only review this context for the whole page. Or even what we can do, we can we can extract the attributes through one e-commerce page, maybe from the official site of Apple or 15 Pro Max, and then cover those attributes in an informational guide format, maybe in the macro supplement, macro and micro context.
Yes, I think so too. And then include the price specs as one of the things, also in the title, and then of course in the content itself as well.
Correct. Okay, so I'm going to write, and yeah. So first, let me just Google. Okay, I'll do the root at the end. I'll just make it like first mobile phone brands. I'll see what the results are showing. First, I'll see some search suggestions. It's like in USA, India, list, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, country ranking. These are things we can include in our title even. For example, best mobile phone brands country. So what I can, let me just do some work here for this one. There's some templates, like one topic can be covered with different angles, or you can say with some putting different adjective or attribute. If I just copy this, this, and what's happened with this?
I think you put some spaces, that's why, yeah.
Okay, so one angle is in X year, one angle is in X country. Sorry, X in is present there or not? Yeah, in country, and ranking 2024. So in year or ranking Y year. Sorry, Z year. Let's do Z year. Either we should do this, or either both mean same, and X country is also, and yeah, these two are main dominant angles. So let's just search and see. List is present there. So let's add list here. Probably we'll decide what to add, what not to add. List of all mobile phone brands, list of all mobile phone brands by industry. And if I just open up a few pages, I just want to see their 3 C's. Like, let's top 10 for a second. Talking about, it's like a directory and no textual content. I mean, why is that? Oh, if I go to, iPhone, for example, or Apple, is there? Yes. If I click on that, yeah, iPhone. But this
Apple,
is not what we want.
Page, yeah.
All phone brand, explore list of all, choose from a huge range of mobile phones. So these all are directories with logos, something like that. This is the list as well. Yes, this is good one.
By country, yeah.
These are by country, and
also directory. That's different.
ranked the most in the US. They have written in the US. So for example, the good thing to consider here, if we are competing with only those sources who are who are US specific, then we can need to write US in the title tag. But if we, as a topical map, we are serving in multiple countries, like we are writing reviews for any country, like worldwide, then we should not include US in the title, because Google will know that this site is specific to US. So this will define by your competition but your competition is actually ranking in most popular smartphone brands. And okay, so popular, this is something we can add. Popular and best, top. So I've done some lexical relations for that in the form of synonyms. And what that page was saying, actually, of June 24. Even the month is also mentioned here. I think let's cover year because almost every page is mentioning year, and there's some adjective only this page is covering, and some pages were covering list word. Like here you can see the title is about list. Here's the title box all, list, all. Okay, then again list. So let's make it like for example, list will be there and year will be there. And one more thing I'm focusing on, maybe we can put like something like popular
Mhm.
popular mobile phone brands in X year. And we can also do like X we can also play with numbers, like if we can add like X popular, like for example T20 popular mobile phone brand in X years. But in X year will not be looking good with this number. What do you say?
I think remove the number of how many there are, and then just focus on the year, and then also put most popular mobile phone brands in next year. So most is yeah.
And you know one thing, I learned it from Harry, by the way. I mean, in the last video he mentioned, if for example you are covering a query template, like for example price, there could be multiple title format. Like in this case, you can see there's like one with most popular, one with list. What you do, like if you have like 10 topics in one query template covering the same behavior, or like same query template, and you are confused which title angle or which specific format you want to go with those 10 with those 10 topics, right? So you divide them, like do five with do one with five and do second on the other five, and you just publish them and see based on the search console data what top titles are getting more clicks. Then you apply that same to the rest of the query templates.
Great idea. Great idea.
So again, for now, I guess this one is like look words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
And
within that article, would you focus on like by country? Not really, right? We will just cover in 2024 in US, right? Because that is where our target audience is in this particular example. How would you approach it?
I think the macro context will be about United States. And
Mhm.
if we want to cover, since you can see there's heading Sri Lanka, Pakistan, India. These are
Yeah,
like big countries. India is like one of them. So we can do like we can create questions in supplementary content, like what are the most famous or popular mobile phone brands in India, and question mark, write the names in paragraph format, and then have create a table if we want. Same goes with the other top countries.
or
So
do that same thing with the year instead of the country. I think it's up to.
yeah, no, because country is something is like more representative as compared to, I would say, from user perspective, what user want. They want to look for brands in a specific year, or they want to look for specific in a specific country. I would say it's country.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, it depends what the website serves. Is it primarily US audience?
Hmm.
Then
So
I don't know.
yeah, we can.
We are going into semantics now.
Sorry.
In the United States in 2024.
Hmm. I think this is more relevant with the, because if we are, since you are doing affiliate, definitely you would be affiliated with specific country, Amazon specific country, tech radar websites, for example, like that, or Apple. Then you can do United States. But if for example you are affiliated with more countries like UK and for example Canada as well, you
Mhm.
can check the same topic with in Canada, and if you see there are different pages, yes there are, yes, no, yeah, .ca, then you can create different page for Canada audience.
Yeah.
So United States looks good here, and most popular mobile phone brand, list of all. Gamat, what if we do list is something like this.
Yeah, list of most popular, not all popular. All cannot be popular. Probably it's going to be ranked in order
Mm,
of the most popular, and then number one with 50%, it's going to be this one, that one.
okay, yeah, makes sense. And the okay, let's define the URL structure now, I guess. So we can, it will be domain, and it will be then mobile phone, I guess, and it will be then brands.
Yeah. And what if the domain already includes mobile phone in partial match, for example? Would you repeat within the first folder mobile
No.
phone again? No, right? So let's have that. If it's mobilephones.com, then it will not repeat.
For example, if this is this mobilephonereviews.com,
Yeah,
we will just simply say brands like this.
yeah. Exactly. That's a good point. Yep.
Yeah. So we'll write meta description at the end because I don't like it too much. Koray, don't write what do you say, meta descriptions. Just
Yeah.
see what Google is like. Uh, Google is like identifying the top relevant text based on the responsiveness and just show up again, and that's maybe help him to maybe get more clicks.
And just yesterday, also, Suresh wrote that he did experiments and that leaving meta description empty can be more beneficial. But yeah.
Okay, yeah. So now let's write some description for this, and but let's do. I mean, when it comes to order, I guess it's better to write description at the end because you cover the important things in these specific three things like four things like title, slug, image, and URL.
Yes.
Once these are done, the things that are left, things means context or attributes, anything. The left things you cover all in meta description.
Exactly. And also sometimes even after the content brief creation, you will then need to go back and change the meta description because in essence, meta description is like a short summary of the whole page in the same exact order with the same exact context terms or maybe variations of those context terms that reflect the content of the whole page, like a summary.
Yeah, so basically I was trying to add all because some pages like open
Ah.
mobile list of all, so I've added all here.
Yeah. Almost popular, but anyhow, I think that also makes good sense. And then URL, and then but still in the alt text, you could still put also in the United States. You can also write out that. And I think stop words and things like that, maybe that could be skipped.
You mean like this?
Yeah. Or maybe was it in the URL structure? Yeah, in the URL structure you could do that, but actually I take my words back, my mistake. In the alt text, let's keep in the United States, and the URL structure, of course, we remove it.
Yeah.
I will just do it, yeah. D, and then yeah, you can go ahead. From France, United States, or yeah.
Let's write US here because here United States is mentioned.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I've used best here because here we used most popular, we used all here. Now we used best here. So top could also come. Maybe we can write top in the meta description.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
So at this point, I would like to add one thing. You need to find out the adjectives. You need to find out the lexical relations. For now, for one topic, must lexical relations. It could be, what do you say? Mostly synonyms, antonyms, etc. I mean, you know
Acronyms and
already,
hypernyms are very important as well.
etc. Okay, and sorry, and then some okay, some queries as well. That, for example, you clustered like 10 queries that needs to be targeted on the same page. You have that data in this specific part, like child topics. You need to cover those child topics in these places. You can write it like child topics or secondary context as well, like secondary context as well. And one more thing I was going to add here, like attributes as well, and some verbs and predicates and adjectives. What we mean by adjective are like top, famous, like that defines about a specific entity, the quality of someone, something, for example. So now you have these things, you have to now multiply these things to reflect properly in these components. And which is the like more important one, the prominent one you need to use in your maybe starting the title. This is have more importance than your the slug has more important than your title has the more important. After URL, this has more important, and then your meta description, and then image URL, and then image alt tag. If I've in the same order, like I've like mentioned this right order, Garments.
In the order of importance or order of doing it?
I mean, where you can maybe search engines prefer most, for example, or make decisions based on what, like URL, title.
Yeah, I would say URL title, then image URL, image alt text, and then
I would say page title. German, I would say page title.
yeah.
After
Page title first, then title. I would demote description, but now we are like splitting hairs, and I think image URL is more important than the meta description, for example. Featured image. I think so. I think there's a reason why featured images are so important. I don't think that meta description is.
Okay.
You can leave it empty; it's going to be fine.
We'll say it. Not something that Google has like written in their patent, but this is based on the experiments.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like kind of thing you can relate with predictive ranking as well. Like search engine do predictive ranking. It's like based on these five things, search engine identifies what the page is mainly talking about, and summaries you can say is also one of them. But since we are writing about it's like intro, this is where you need to cover all the n-grams that based on the central search intent of this specific document, all the n-grams that defines the central search intent. And anyways, you should cover the most important ones. These all things, you can name it like n-gram in simple words. These all are n-gram, right? So these things you need to figure out the most important one, make into order, and then utilize in this uh, s- aspects or components in the same logical order.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's all. And in my description, we simply and let me just tell you now, I use ChatGPT to write my descriptions, because what I normally do, uh, I just copy the top 10 competitors, sub-competitors meta descriptions. I just
Mhm.
combine, give to ChatGPT, I said, okay, based on these rules, write a better descriptions for this. Just sorry, one for a second. Okay, sorry for that. And what I was going,
Question
yeah.
about meta descriptions. Do you copy meta descriptions that you see on the SERP, or you copy meta descriptions that competitors specify within their pages, source code?
SERPs,
SERPs, okay,
because Google is ranking
exactly.
that. That's the reason behind that.
They're changing, yeah.
And you can also go one more step ahead. You can check your page competitors or SERPs H2s or table of contents, and ask ChatGPT to summarize their table of content, and boom.
That's basically the summary, yeah.
Yeah, so you don't need to, I mean, think from your mind, oh, I need to wait, try to use this. I mean, you just see what already working for others, just summarize that. That's what you need.
And then use the adjectives and all the other things that you already
Yeah,
outlined to then
yeah.
just tweak it a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. I think we don't need to do that now, because we just explained.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the logic
Okay,
is there.
so let's write titles for the rest ones, and URLs, and image URLs. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move to this one, iPhone mobile phone review. So let's make it like review word will definitely. Okay, what I normally do is my maybe a tip someone can get from it. The things that I definitely want to talk in my title tag, I write that first. Like review should be there, and if there's a review, there should be an year as well. If there's the entity as well, these three things are core I
Yeah.
need to do. And now, what else? For example,
Hmm.
okay, let's Google it to get more idea. I mean, how Google is like. There's here definitely we added that. Battery life. Okay, these are the features. So we can add the hypernym of the feature, like battery life of features word in the title, but it's not, I guess, required that much. I mean, no.
No, I see some others are putting, let's say, specs, price,
And we can make it
performance.
like make it a template. Should you buy it, or features and benefits. This is one thing we can use at the end of I mean, in title there are two parts. One is the macro context, one is the, I mean, or simply one thing that what I how I name it, the primary thing that defines, like uh, Apple 15 Pro or iPhone 15 Pro Max review, and then the second part expanding that thing. Okay, features, benefits. So these two parts. So one part is like, if we just I write here, for example, iPhone 15 Pro Max review, and maybe we can do it like colon. Okay, so governments, this colon or this pipeline, which better most, which works better?
I use colon usually.
Okay, this one, right? Okay, Koray also use this one. Yeah. So now we have two options. Should you buy it? Feature and benefits. Okay, we can name it like 2024, or we can do it like, should you buy it in 20? No, this is not in 2024. This is not something. But we can make it like either this go here, either this one can go here. And also we can see what the SERP is saying. Brand name, yeah. So the third option we have is to put brand name. Like for example, if we no or website name, like reviews written by.
Okay.
So if we have like any name, you can just think for a second, like brand name, like G and H, Gurmans and Hamid. Let's suppose mobile phones. Let's suppose, or for example,
I think we need to make it
guides.
real after this topical application. Yeah.
G and H guide. This is, let's suppose, the brand name, right?
Yeah.
So we
Just
can
like
do it.
Tom guide.
Yeah, exactly. By G and H guide, or we can simply say G and H guide. What's people are doing? They're
Yeah,
saying,
but I wouldn't. Yeah, but I would steer away from putting the brand names or things like that, because already Google like has this brand name above the URL nowadays. So like to not waste the real estate, I would probably put more context.
you mean brand name? We should not add that because the domain name is like already Google showing that. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, domain
But
name
this
as
is an
well as the name of the company, or the name of the business entity, right? Look at this
yeah.
TechRaider and then TechRaider.com. The TechRaider is already there.
Okay, so the people are also doing like after 7 months. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, so brand name is can also be there, and also people are doing after 7 months. So it cannot be applied to all entities. For example, it can just maybe for, but it's not something we can do.
I don't think so, unless it's a very recent iPhone.
Mm, 1 year later, I guess people are very much doing like 1 year later, 1 year review. So maybe we can do like one more candidate is here. After X time, time could be month, year, or month, or we can simply say or X time, like 1 year review, X time review, like 6 months review, 1 year review.
Exactly, and I think depending on what is on that page, cover what is covered on that page, if it's how do you say it? Like for example, prices, colors, sizes, features, those type of things would also be mentioned after the colon.
Is it worth it? Yeah, we can also write, does it worth it, or what you
Is it
just mentioned.
worth it?
What other thing you just mentioned?
Price,
Price.
colors, sizes.
Yeah,
features.
amazing. This is something I really like. So let's
Yeah,
put it. Let's
I would
put it.
prioritize that unless, yeah, unless you have a better. But again, depending on how you structure your document template, which we're gonna cover soon, then I would align also that with the title tag.
One thing I would add here, definitely you said it right. Like based on your n-grams, you see, okay, now the time to go back to the extraction of the n-grams with from your competitors. For example, if you map out, okay, this specific page competitor has written, like top 10 competitors have written on this, you extracted the n-grams of those, you see which one word, two word, three word are appearing most of the times. Based on that, you can prioritize here, number one. Number two, you go to their organic queries, or you go to just Google, like this search suggestions, you see what specific words are bold here, like pros and cons. This is also very important. In the FAQ, what Google is prioritizing above others, You can literally gather data from query semantics through Google search, through Ahrefs, third-party tools, organic keywords of any competitors. Number two could be from extracting the n-grams of your competing authority sources, and through n-grams you can figure out what are the top adjectives. Once you're done with these things, then you can only decide what you need to add here. And again, it's not about volume only, it's or search demand only or prominence only. It's about what user want to read, because it actually entice user to click on it. So it's think from the user's mindset, not just based on the volume.
Exactly. Yeah. And again, the question is here: what about the review? Do you want to review the specs, or do you want to review actually how it is after X amount of time, or review after the unboxing and first tests
Yeah.
and comparisons and battery life, or whatever tests you do there? Another perspective. So all about the users, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It should be, I guess, domain.com, mobile phone,
And then
and we can,
Apple or iPhone, or
I
yeah,
would say, make it iPhone, because this is something people search on Google. People don't add Apple in their queries. They
yeah,
write iPhone in their queries, right?
true.
So taxonomy, this is what you need. And you
Yeah,
write it like 15 Pro Max. Simple, like
yeah,
ABC. Okay, these will be remain same. Just replicate the above one. Try to utilize different n-grams, lexical relations in the above other components. And I hope this is what we need. For
yeah.
the root, I guess this title is fine, but because it defines no and buy, right, Garments?
Yes, exactly. I agree. Know and buy. Uh, what to know before. Yeah, and on the website they're gonna compare. So
Hmm.
and maybe a question about how to share a location on iPhone. That just one quick question about the URL slugs. Would you put, if you can, in the blog section all those articles, or would you still put them under like a specific subfolder, like this one, for example? I'll just copy paste here iPhone and then share
I would say
location
share location only.
like that, right?
Yeah.
And that's speaking of mistakes. We can discuss that later, and that's why I asked this
What,
question,
what do
because
you what do you think? How
I
it
think
should
the
be?
same. I think the same. Likewise, but I see many people just put everything else under the blog. uh, it could be a limitation of the CMS. I don't disregard that, but yeah, to
Yeah.
keep that, let's say, contextual crawl path also for the machine to understand what the heck you're talking about.
Hmm. Okay, Garments, this is now your turn to. Are we done with this one? I guess we we given the idea about like how to create those things. So I guess if we just covered these things, maybe some, yeah, this one first, then some depth based momentum.
Exactly. So let's talk about. We had an example in mind about like, what if this business now is actually going to be a instead of a mobile phone reviews and comparison website, it could be like a mobile phone accessories e-commerce website. So in this case, the source context would be to sell mobile phone accessories. I'll just share my screen to go through these examples quickly. So here, in the case if we change the source context to selling mobile phone accessories, and it is a mobile phone accessories website or e-commerce website, in that case, central entity would still be mobile phones, but also all the, let's say, accessories, or that would be all the derived entities for us. Screen charge, or screen, what is it? Screen, I forgot the name. Screen protector. Uh,
Protectors.
yeah, screen protectors, chargers, cases, whatever, cables, audio accessories, power solutions, mounts and holders, many of those. And the central solution then would be to find, compare, purchase mobile phone accessories. In the course session, again, we would probably find very similar query templates. For example, Apple iPhone cases, and then what kind of cases for what kind of model of an iPhone. And basically, you can do the same exact thing for screen protectors, also chargers, many other things. So that is, yeah, something that would be covered in the core section, and in the outer section, it would be more about, again, mobile phone how-tos, but specifically in the context of accessories, but also installation, maintenance, and also buying guides when it comes to mobile phones, accessories, and so on. And also, like, how you think suggested in this case to separate kind of like buy intent and focus on that within the core section, and when it comes to knowing all about X mobile phone accessory, this is just one example about screen protectors. All of that would be covered also in the outer section. So we could even just add that mobile phone how-tos, accessories. Well, yeah, I guess we have that here, but it also, yeah, what to know about this accessory, how to maintain it, how to install it. I would maybe argue that buying guides when it comes to accessories should be in the core section, not in the outer section.
Yeah, that's correct.
Mobile phone accessories, buying guides, right? So this is how, just depending on the source context, the whole topical map would shift, and prioritization of these things would also shift in a quite a big, well, drastically. And also, one example about local. What if now we have like
Most of people will listen this part. This is very because I would say there's like not much very content on local. People like always confuse, okay, what happened with local, because most of the pages go into commercial side. So okay, what do we have now, for example, in local?
So in this example, we have a mobile phone repair and service center in New York City, for example. Still, the central entity would be mobile phone, but also plus New York City. And the central search intent would be to get mobile phone repair service in New York City. And we kind of brainstormed and thought that in the core section, it could be, so, well, logically, all the possible services for repair, mobile phone repair services specifically, and you'd have all those service pages. And it could be specifically, the outcomes would be, well, screen repair, battery replacement, water damage, and all those other repair services, plus mobile phone, plus NYC or near me type of queries. So that would be the most predominant query template, we think, in the core section. And then in the outer section, again, mobile phone accessories could be something that could be expanded on, mobile phone how-tos, but also something that we did not mention here would be just mobile phone in the context of New York City. Like, what are the mobile phone stores, where you can get them? What are the carriers in NYC? So, and any other topics related to mobile phones, and potentially also mobile phone services within the context of NYC.
Yeah, makes sense.
Mobile phone X plus NYC. Like, the stores could be one example, and many other things. So and here the query templates, again, like we just mentioned, screen repair for a mobile phone NYC, but also like iPhone screen repair in New York City or near me. think we just covered all those possible kind of like just some of these examples of how, depending on the source context, the topical map would change. Next, maybe briefly, depth, vastness, momentum. So there are these three aspects when it comes to building topical map, according to Koray, and he suggested that you would always, you can decide either to go deep or
Hmm.
vast. Of course,
Hmm.
ideally, you want to do all of it, but always or go really fast with the publishing frequency. But it's not always possible, right? And depending on the budgets, you will have to basically decide whether you
Yeah.
want to go very deep and fast, or very vast and deep, and cover very, let's say, broad selection of topics if you have the resources for that. But in anyhow, you'll have to substitute the missing effect with another one. For example, if you cannot go vast, you'll have to go very deep and have momentum. Good example is again Svalbard. And if you have the budget and if you can connect all the outer section topics to your core section, then you can go vast and pair that with momentum.
I
Can be
think the
good.
best scenario. I think the best scenario could be you go in depth and you go with momentum.
I think so too. And that's where the small man can win nowadays, because you look at those huge brands, it's very hard to compete with them unless you go really deep and fast.
Yeah, that's how it should be, I guess.
Yeah, and then historical data.
Yeah,
Would you like to share a few words about that?
historical data, I guess. If you like read the glossary of that will be shared after this video in the comments. Sorry, in the description. The thing is, historical data is like the core concept of topical authority. Like it's coming from the topical authority definition. Like you need to have you need to build topical coverage, and you need to get historical data based on that topical coverage in order to gain topical authority state. So here historical data also, for example, could be coming from your existing Google Search Console data that you can utilize to figure out what was working in the past for this specific domain, and based on that you could maybe figure out a query template, maybe figure out an attribute or any outcome that was like working for you, and you just need some momentum and more some responsive and some accurate or configured information or documents, maybe that what you can achieve more traffic. For example, your graph could go up. So that's, I guess, historical data actually mean, and it's like not about time uh, until the website is live. It's like about the real numbers that you can get maybe in the form of traffic.
Quality sessions, right? Yeah. About publication frequency.
Yeah.
It's very important. I think momentum is a huge thing in topical maps, and executing them properly and then getting the benefits from them. If you lose momentum, nah, it's not it's not good. It's going to be hard to regain it and yeah, come back. So momentum is important, and also it's important how you publish, let's say, the first batch of content. If it's a completely new website, you have no pages, at least 20. It's a very general recommendation, and starting from 20, maybe up to 50, you could start publishing on one day, and then after that you could lower the frequency, but still you want to be patternless and continue publishing, and slowly increasing that frequency. And actually that frequency at which you then publish after you have launched the project really depends on your competitors. So you have to analyze the competitor, especially that one competitor and authority source that you have reverse engineered, analyze their frequency, and for at least, you don't have to always be faster than them, but at least for like 2-3 weeks before the broad core algorithm updates, you have to be faster than them produce higher quality content, increasing and going above and beyond those quality thresholds that competitor has.
Yeah.
For example, to be a contender to outclassify or be classified with, and then throw away that competitor and be the one that Google replaces you with that competitor.
Nice.
Yeah, depending on the size of the website, if it's an existing website, 20 pages might not be enough if it's a huge website. So I think
Yeah.
like maybe 30% or so, or 20% of the existing content, that's the
Hmm.
threshold to which you can actually signal to Google that, hey, there's a difference here, there's something new on this website, please come and reassess our source, so that you could be considered to outrank some of the
Yeah.
sources that you want to outrank. What else? And I think, yeah, it's not just publish and done. It's after 6 months, you'll have to start doing content configuration. I'm sure Harry and you talked about that.
A
And
lot.
yeah, and I'm looking forward to hear more, learn more about that. But basically, you have to, after 6 months, you have to go back, look at the data of each individual article, and start updating, and continue like that until you publish topical map and continuously update every 6 months, 6 to 9 months, maybe your each and every content piece that you published.
Yeah. Amazing. Amazing. So this is basically, once you create topical map, it's not your job is done. It's like the real game just started now. So it's like, I mean, I normally say it's not about buying a course or like watching some videos and you build a topical map. I mean, it's like about mindset. You need that kind of mindset to work on this topical map as well. Not if you like buy a service of someone that's like creating topical map for you, and after that you thought, okay, now all job is done, I just need to publish these pages. No, man, you need like this literally now you need to pay attention to like momentum, like the prioritization of topics, how they're connected together, the micro semantics. This is how you can compete, I mean, or outrank, because the topical coverage in like in most of the niches, or in some niches, almost the topics are same. Everyone knows, okay, this is this, this is this. They're covering the same topics, and you can also cover the same. It's not an issue. But the thing that make you up in the competition, or make you win the race, is like how you publish, what you publish, and how and what specific what you name is like your momentum. I mean, the quantity is also play a very important part for machines. So it's like if your competitor publish like 5 pages per week, you publish 10 pages or 20 pages per week. It's like beating your competitor's momentum. It's not about you set specific momentum, and that could be applied to every for example, knowledge domain, for every topical map. So all things are subjective, and that's why I say you need to train your mindset.
Exactly. And after that, who's gonna win? It's the one that has better content, macro semantics and
Mhm.
micro semantics. So, which leads us to creating document templates, especially with those. When it comes to those query templates that you identified, it's very likely that most of them are going to follow one specific uh, document template, and each of these and that document template would more or less also follow a certain document item brief, where you would outline from headings to heading levels to methodology of exactly everything that section needs to cover, and what kind of internal links it needs to have, with what kind of anchor text, all coming from understanding of the topic as well as the query network, which I'm sure you talked a lot about with Harry.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not, again, it's not just creating a topical map and publishing it and updating it, but also creating then what comes after that: content briefs, micro semantics,
Hmm.
those teeny tiny differences are gonna make a big difference at the end of the day if everybody does the same to some degree.
Yeah, amazing. Nicely summarized, by the way, Gramans. And I think we are finally done with this map. Is there anything left, by the way, from your side?
No, I think we can just conclude it, and we can say many other, maybe briefly touch upon maybe mistakes, and then just tell where one should learn more about this, and also, of course, credit the sources and all those
Mm,
things.
yeah, yeah. Okay. So you mean some mistakes of creating topical map? You want me to cover that?
Yeah. What are your most common mistakes that you see? Whoop. Yeah.
My first mistake
Credit the
was
sources.
I my first mistake when I was like creating topical map, I chosen the wrong central entity. Even I thought, okay, this is how it should be. Like literally done with 80% of the map. I then figured out, okay, no, this should be my central entity. I need to pick another central entity. It's like happened with me 5 to 6 times. I completed almost the whole map and I just picked another central entity. So this is one of the most important thing. And core outer section. This is where mostly people fail. In my recent topical maps, like I was also like sometimes struggling. Okay, this is also, I mean, related to code, but not very much. So you need to draw a boundary. That's where mostly people, I guess, sometimes get nervous, or I mean, it's like all come from experience, not just you read the definition of core section, outer section. It's not about that. It also comes from the experience or the condition or the situation you're actually dealing in. Plus, yeah, and I would say, but some more mistakes from my side would be, I mean, prioritization of topics, something like that. I mean, what to publish first, when to publish, and make some segmentation in the topical map. That's also important thing. What do you think the top mistakes are?
Very similar mistakes, actually. The central entity is always probably the first most challenging thing to always figure out, right? And then I'm not saying that I all like made mistakes about prioritization, but it's always a very, very difficult dilemma that sometimes we have. Like, should it be here or should it be there? And then you think about it for days sometimes. What to publish first, this or that? Uh, Another, let's say, mistake that I found myself doing, and because of which I'm not redoing my topical map now, is because I focused on some documents that are really with very low search demand, almost non-existing queries. I was ready to publish them, write about them. I even wrote content for them, but then I realized, no, I should not go for these pages. I rather create pages that are slightly about more popular topics, still within the topic, and then cover my source context, kind of like section, let's say, in the micro as a micro context in the supplementary content area below the page, or kind of like in the bottom of the page, to get more traffic, more historical data. Basically, that's why. So focusing on creating pages that are stronger, have more information there, and then just not creating pages for something that doesn't exist. And this is also something that I've noticed for another topical maps when reviewing, is that people sometimes look at Google, look at other sources, and come up with topics from like a concept point of view, and then they write them down, but they do not check volumes, they do not check the SERPs, they do not check the index for that query. So I
Mhm.
would say those are the top mistakes. And maybe the biggest mistake is not doing more topical maps and not executing them, because your next topical map is always going to be better than your previous one, and previous one is going to be worse than the next one. So maybe that's the biggest
Yeah.
mistake, right?
Yeah, a couple of mistakes could be I need to address. For example, one is some people just focus on the search demand metric and they just delete a lot of pages that, for example, have no search demand. They say if no one is searching for a topic, why I would cover that in my topical map. So let me answer that question is, if you are just covering what people are searching, then what will be the difference between the sources, the authority sources, like even Wikipedia? Why is Wikipedia is always ranking? Because Wikipedia is ranking from experts point of view, because some things that experts even know that no one is like searching on Google. So you need to cover those things from your side, so Google can even know that okay, you are covering these relations. Then you can build some graph from your knowledge and then see, compare it with the competition, that no one is like talking about those things that this page is talking about. That's where you will maybe get some benefit. Okay. And also maybe I mean the filtration, attribute, prominence, relevance, and popularity. These three things, I would say, this is again one of the like challenging parts, are to filter topics based on this and assign score or maybe some priority for these. So this is what I think is like still people are not sure about this.
Yeah, and the things that you suggest are good ways to how to like maybe systematize them and make them a little bit more objective. And the whole framework,
Yeah.
again, it maybe from the outside perspective, it lacks a little bit more like objectivity, right? It's a lot about perception, but that's how it is. It's a lot about mindset and how you understand things and how you can connect things. And so it's more about changing the mindset rather than just following an SOP. Even though we try to outline some steps, it's many things cannot be just outlined as a checklist that you follow, because it just isn't. It will never be kind of like exactly always the same, because sometimes you'll have to make decisions that are going to change some aspects of a topical map.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all right, I guess that's it. And yeah, for the credit and attribution, I and Germans decided to cover this whole, spend our time and cover this whole important, I would say, topic, this concept, or you can say coming from a course which is introduced by Koray Tuğberk Gübür. Sometimes I don't pronounce correctly, but okay, it's fine. So all the materials we've been through the course multiple times, taken course, read his case studies, you watch his YouTube videos multiple times, and literally from our own experiences as well, a lot of things we've been coined or ourselves, like authority hacking term, like authority hacking terms like PPR. Sometimes I use for my internal systems, and okay, so this is an important thing to note. And the main thing is this video is again just to get some brainstorming or ideas. It's not 100%. I mean, you can always improve whenever you like start working. You can even improve. You can even delete some steps if they're not looking necessary for your case. So this is what we think and what we've learned. We've shared with you, and I hope you guys will love it. So, Germans, over to you.
I could not say it better. Again, it's our interpretation of the course and our collaboration also on how we understand topical map creation. Always open for feedback, always learning. Probably this process is going to change within 3 months, because that's
Yeah.
the natural evolution. And yeah, looking forward to the feedback, and hopefully it is useful.
All right. All right. So